Skylar can you do it? Dan Albert di sana. Ternyata harus hilang.
Fight is looked instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet as well as the Electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todok as most of the
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya. Yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin. Ang 41!
Backline already, and you're running for the lines, cutting it. Gaimin trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way, and he cleats it all the way up. Just no way for him to run. Just
kita ada satu body weapon di poin yang membuat pergerakan dari Mika tuh langsung benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumpah.
Is Chip! His portals completely set the pace of the match from start to finish.
Wow, another MVP? That's my Chip.
Just doing my job.
Can I see the highlights?
I'm off the clock.
Yeah, I can't wait to see your portals in action.
Looks like Red Team's trying to catch Chip alone up top, but he just calmly dropped his portal and Alpha ult in to flip his foot around. A great example of skills persisting through portals.
Double kill.
Cyclops is taking a serious beating from Gord, but it's Chip to the rescue. Will he make it? What a clutch save! Poor Gord just got jumped JJK style. Arlot's just in time for the buy one, get one special. Man, next time look before you enter enemy portals.
And then? Wow!
Uh-oh, Cyclops is about to overstay his welcome. Is this deja vu? Oh, wait for it, wait for it. Boom! Melissa joins the party. Chip runs a BCC. Jeez, what a massacre! And to add insult to injury, Melissa portals back to her lane without missing a beat. A skirmish breaks out. Where's Chip going? Is he gonna... He flickers to the ground. Portals up. Surprise! Portal gets deleted. Can Red Team make it back in time? No shot! What an insane portal strat!
Welcome to All-Star 2024! Hey, superstars!
Get ready for a new season of NACT. This year, we're going to be dialing up the intensity like never before. We're going to have 2 rounds of open qualifiers so we can give more teams and more players the opportunity to join this tournament.
This season, you can team up with friends from anywhere around the world. The NACT battlefield just got more diverse and thrilling.
This season, the winning champions will be heading to Saudi Arabia to represent North America at the MSC.
This season, I'm not just aiming to win, I'm here to dominate and show that my journey to the top is just beginning. Watch out NACT, the best is yet to come.
For next NACT and next international tournament like MSC, you're probably going to see me play with some of my older teammates.
Ooh, you gotta reply to what he says.
More assassin games.
The Ohio brothers stand.
Stay tuned, everyone. You won't want to miss what happens next.
NACT 2024 Spring Season. Registration starts February 4th. Showcase your skills on this grand stage. It's time to make your mark in history.
In the world of NACT, every single player has one dream: to raise the ultimate trophy. It builds alliances. It defines rivalries. And it creates superstars. The only question is, who will be next? Are you ready to meet the teams? BloodHounds. Their roster is united and full of charisma, but does Boca have what it takes to lead his team to Vegas? Area 77. They have proven that they have what it takes to succeed, but will they put it all together this season? Devious Activity. They've assembled a team of powerhouse players from former NACT Titans. But will their skill and determination allow them to dominate the bracket? BloodThirstyKings. It's Mobazane's third refreshed roster in 3 years. Will this be the one, or will it be his last dance? FIENDS. They have emerging synergy and skill, but will they be able to compete with the best of the best? LEGACi. With a last-minute surge, LEGACi narrowly secured their NACT spot. Will they ride this momentum to the top of the bracket? TheNightHorde. They've already defied expectations, but can they continue this push for greatness? Gaimin Gladiators. With a squad full of NACT champions, will anyone step up to snatch the crown, or will the Gladiators dominate once again? The teams are locked and loaded, and the world is watching. This is the NACT Spring Season 2024. Who will have their name etched into glory?
Another epic year awaits in the North America arena as we set forth on a brand new journey to glory. This is NACT's 2024 edition, and I'm your host Liz, honored to be here and to be joined by two of NA's greatest veterans in gaming and beyond, Stephweezy and Private Dancer. New season, guys, new duo. How are you doing, gentlemen?
Thank you for that introduction on this. A little bit of a wait, but one of the most anticipated seasons of NACT. And who better to be at my side than the Stephweezy?
That's right. I appreciate that, Private. Yes, this season's been definitely exciting. Spring 2024, a lot of new changes, a brand new format, and some new faces on the scene.
For sure, and let's get this season started. First off, let's go over the tournament format. No more delays. For this tournament for the regular season, we have a lot of exciting things happening. We have 8 of NA's top rosters coming in. The regular season starts today with 7 rounds of intense battles in best of 3 single round robin format, where each team has one chance to prove their stance against every team. Now, although all teams are going to make it to the playoffs, teams gain points after each match in the regular season, which means that the 8 teams who advances to playoffs, they're going to have a difference in their standings and their bracket going off to determine who's the last 2 teams that goes to the offline event in Las Vegas. Intense season, right, guys? New format this season.
Well, you know how we like to do it here at NACT. We like to switch up that format every single season, keeping you guessing, but keep it minty fresh for that little bit of thrill and excitement.
That's right. I mean, all these teams competing it out. Now, something we do have to say is every series that's won through the regular season, each team will win $100. So not only a new format, but some additional prize pool for each team.
For sure. And let's go over that prize pool. Now, for the season, we have NACT is coming back with its $25,000 worth of rewards and diamonds, total value of $40,000 in rewards. Now, that's all exciting, very exciting things, and a lot of bonuses coming in. However, I would say the real prize of the NACT this season is landing that ticket to enter that $3 million MSC prize pool.
Yeah, we've seen hints of it. There have been the scrims. Teams have been practicing harder than ever before and longer than ever before. And we've seen it in the some of us have seen it through the offline qualifiers. These teams are super hungry.
Yeah, definitely super hungry. And like Liz mentioned, it's whoever wins the NACT Spring Season, free ticket to MSC, the biggest prize pool in Mobile Legends history, $3 million. And that puts a lot on the line. We've seen a couple of new teams come out from this. BTK coming back, Mobazane back trying to represent BTK as well. And I can't wait to see what this brings to the table, right? Speaking of bringing to the table, you know, MPL Philippines is out, Indonesia, meta's been shifting, and I can't wait to see where this goes. Everybody's been kind of taking notes. We saw a game of futures. That was a $1 million prize pool, but hey, this is 3 times that amount.
That's crazy prize pool. Now, Private, why don't you take us through the shows of today?
Yeah, thank you guys for the wait, and we're going to get started very quickly here. LEGACi going to be taking on Devious activity right here after we're done here. FIENDS going to be taking on the BloodHounds at 1900 as well.
That's right, and then right after that, we are going to be seeing Gaimin Gladiators, currently sitting at that #1 position, undefeated, going up against TheNightHorde with a brand new roster since we've seen them in the last NACT. And then following that for the last series of the day, Area 77 up against the BloodThirstyKings.
Yeah, so for all of these matchups, which ones do you think you guys are the most excited for?
Ooh, that's a tough one to call. I mean, everybody wants to see, I think the biggest names are everybody's on Gaimin Gladiators and BTK, but we have some new teams. I think we were just talking about that. There's some new teams up there. Everybody recognizes BloodHounds and their surge. Riles and LEGACi has finally kind of made his mark here in the top 8, looking to make an impact and set a standard. I want to say possibly LEGACi for me is going to be the one that I'm kind of watching out for. The newcomers, that new blood.
That's right. I mean, LEGACi barely able to make it in there, slid by last second to claim that 8th position. And then also FIENDS, you know, we got to give them credit. They were one of the first teams to take down Gosu, one of those powerhouse names who's been here since the beginning of the NA scene for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And that's who I'm going to be keeping my eyes on too. I think we like to see some of the new faces and see what competition they bring to some of the more familiar names such as BTK and GG.
I would agree with you guys on that. And for me personally, I'm very excited for our first match of the day between LEGACi and Devious Activity. So let's first take a look at Devious Activity's roster for today. Now we have Yato, Kush, Mikasa, T, and Toro. Very familiar names. They're broken off from BTK from last season. T and Yato definitely coming strong, and Mikasa with that arm day working out. Any thoughts on how well they're gonna do today?
Well, Devious Activity kind of brings the name the old Ackerman, which was basically a collection of great players that just had not had a team just yet. So we already know that they're going to be strong. They're hungry out here, and they're looking to kind of state their claim. A lot of people predicted them to be kind of in the top 4, top 3 here in North America. So we're going to see if they can kind of keep up with that.
Yeah, and then some of the members on their team, I mean, they have Yato, they have T. They were in the NACT Spring Season 2023. They were the grand champions, playing on BTK over there with Mobazane in that best of 7 out there in Las Vegas. So it's awesome being able to see them combine and make a possibly new super team in North America, and I can't wait to see what they bring to the table.
Absolutely, and I would agree. They are arguably in the top positions. They had a very great game against GG during the qualifiers, so we're really excited to see how well they play off in today's match. Now, for LEGACi, also look forward to them because Assassin Riles hasn't came back for a couple seasons, but this time they're actually back with that new roster, and we're going to see that in a little bit to break down what's coming up for their team. How did they do in the qualifiers? Any thoughts on that, guys?
If we're talking about Assassin Riles and LEGACi, I want to say they did have to move down to that second qualifiers, so it was a little bit of a journey for them. We can see here their roster. It's going to be Kuya Nash, Riles, of course, everybody knows the YouTube star there, PDR, Kuya Ken, and Jolie. I mean, the big names thing here is Riles, the Assassin Riles. Is that going to come into play here with some changes to Hayabusa, or will he kind of have to fall in line to that tanky jungle meta?
Yeah, it's definitely a team that doesn't really go by the script, right? They don't go with your traditional meta, but like to keep things a little creative. I mean, inside of the qualifiers, we got to see a couple other games. They lost to BTK in the first open qualifier. They pulled out the Barats, trying to take it away from Mobazane. It didn't work in their favor, though, and BTK was able to shut them down. But we did get to see Riles play a couple of Hayabusa matches. The first one was a little shaky. He wasn't able to pull it off, and they lost. But then he started picking up the pace last second to be able to slide in there for that final position with his team. Now, I don't really know how it's going to play into the current meta against top 8 teams. You know, as we get higher and higher in the NACT, we're not talking about top 16. We're not talking about 32 or 64. It's the top 8. And, you know, if it goes to show what we see in MPL, there's just not too many Hayabusa games, but there is a change in the meta. So it could favor him, and I'm right there with Private to see if that's what they're going to go for, but definitely keeping it creative, and I can't wait to see them on the scene.
And speaking about the change of the meta, any points there on what exactly changed for Haya? Is it Destiny's game for Riles this season just because the Haya has changed?
It's a possibility. It's not just the changes for Hayabusa, but also the changes for the marksman, which make them a little bit more susceptible to ganking a smaller health pool in that opening game. I mean, we're talking about it now, and probably we're going to be seeing it banned out, so that it's not even left up to Riles. But I mean, there is a possibility, and who better now to try that than Riles?
Yeah, I mean, the only real difference that we see on the Hayabusa is that his energy requirement to be able to use that Ouija Shadow Kill is not as high anymore, so he can proc it a lot earlier and a lot faster, especially getting to those squishier marksmans. Could be a way for him to pave the early game, so I think that may work in his favor. He also has some additional base damage, so those are the two things that do work in the favor for Hayabusa, but I don't know. We'll have to kind of see it in action. Like we said, we kind of keep up to date with the international scene, NPL, Game of Futures, and we just haven't really seen it have a phenomenal impact. But hey, this is North America, and we like to be creative, so we'll see what we have in store today.
Let's see how creative we are at additions now. I'm feeling like a lot of our casters did vote for Devious activity. It is very strange, not a lot to discuss here. I mean, everyone believes in Devious activity. They did so well during the qualifiers, and also they're just generally very strong, knowing that a lot of players did come from the top teams in the previous. So nobody, like even Yue, didn't vote against Riles.
Yeah, we remember last season Yue liked to go for the underdogs here, but it's really hard to argue against a team that has so much experience. We were talking about that they were polled. There's some from BTK, some from old Ackerman. A lot of players here, they have everything from live stage experience to playing together, so it's very hard to roll against them, but we've been talking about it. Riles has been putting in the work. This is his first time in the top 8, and you know he's looking to make an impact.
Yeah, speaking of impact, I really want to see what's going to happen between PDR and Mikasa in the XP lane. I mean, I had the pleasure of talking to Milo over there from BTK, their XP laner, and he kind of said that he would put Mikasa as one of the top XPs in North America. But hey, let's not waste any more time, man. I know everybody's ready to jump into this match as we're going to be heading into the draft.
You're right. Let's see if the GOAT is right with the first match of the day, LEGACi versus DV activity. Take it away, casters.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited about it because we just got, I want to say that new patch, I want to say 2 days ago, where we've got a difference in the marksman, a lot of nerfs to some of the mid laners. Aurora and Vexana got hit pretty hard. We're going to see if that's going to have a huge impact here on this draft.
I mean, seeing the draft already, Barat's taken out over there from the side of Devious activity. The Joy taken off the board. Now, we know Joy is one of those heroes that can be like that Nat. You can't swap away, and you need to put some suppression on it, or it'll be a problem. And it's very flexible. I'm not really too worried about it. Some changes that did happen, though. The Aurora may not be picked up as often anymore. I mean, it just recently got nerfed within the last patch to where that second skill, you're not going to be able to proc it as often. It's not going to be hitting as hard, and it's been limited in its range. So I don't think we'll see the Aurora anymore. Vexana, a slight nerf. Still think it's a secret weapon. I don't think it was nerfed hard enough to not pick up here. And I think it would be a very valid option. Another big pick would be the Ruby. You've seen the chain CC over there on the Ruby, definitely able to be a problem and can be flexed either to the XP lane or the roam position. And I would say both of those are some high value targets so far in the draft.
Yeah, and that's a very interesting point that you bring up, that Ruby can be very flexible. Or do you, and that's the thing, is are you going to go for something that's flexible with the Ruby that can be put in different positions, or are you going to go with something that's got like that high win rate, like that R-Lot, that is like just a secure in the XP lane, has so much CC, so much tanking ability that he can pull from there to help with the sets on the team. So it's going to be very interesting to see what kind of flexibility both of these teams can kind of can show us.
And, you know, I love seeing the way this is going so far. I mean, you've seen the Mathilda band out, one of the best supports so far in the current meta. And this just goes to show that both of these teams have been doing their homework. I can just tell by these drafts, just from watching MPL Indonesia, MPL Philippines, me and you casting in Game of Futures, this looks very international style, right? I mean, this is like textbook what everybody's kind of going for to take off the playing field. Like you mentioned, that Arlott, a great option. You know who else is out there? The Guinevere. I mean, the Guinevere has been a staple pickup. It's been pretty solid. Another flex hero that can either run in the jungle, you can put it as a roamer as well, and then if worst case scenario, you can run it in the XP lane, and I think it would be a valuable option. So with that being said, I mean, LEGACi needs to be careful on what they allow to walk on the table, as Devious Activity definitely has first pick. Are going to take out that Arlott that we just kind of mentioned, though. So what do we see here? Do you go in for, I mean, they could even go for a staple marksman. We've been seeing like the Claude picked up very early, or the carry typically overseas. And I really want to see how this kind of translates into the NA scene. But if I had to pick one pick, I would probably either go in for a Ruby or maybe even just take that Vexana off the board, as I just feel like it's the strongest mage option currently.
Yeah, we're going to see Nolan taken off the board, and we might actually see that first pickup for the mage. See if those buffs hurt Vexana enough for her to maybe not be that priority pick that we see come out a lot from these teams. It's a very interesting. I want to say Claude is going to be interesting as well, because we did talk a little bit about those marksman nerfs. Is he still going to remain at the top of the mountain, where he's now a little bit squishier in the early game? That attack speed has been taken down. A lot of the items attack speed have been taken down. Is that going to be enough to maybe scoot him back for a little bit more of better picks? But obviously those nerfs didn't hurt Vexana in the eyes of Devious Activity.
Didn't hurt her at all. I mean, look, high value target, and I like what Devious Activity is doing right here. I mean, you did make a great mention about the Claude. I still think it would be considered meta just because he can have the survivability. I think that's something that's always been one of his strengths, even when the damage is not there. Just being able to survive when somebody ganks onto his lane, especially being more squishier. I mean, you can still use that BMI and get out of there. Stack that with the Purify so you don't have to worry about too much CC. Could definitely be a valuable option. But I mean, hey, speaking of options, LEGACi now has 2 picks. We do know the Ruby is definitely available, and the Claude, like you mentioned. I think both of those would be excellent pickups here, or maybe even a Guinevere. You know who else they could take? Oh no, actually, I guess Baratz is gone. They could go for a Boxias. That's something. Oh my goodness. Hey, there it goes. The first 2 picks that we thought. And man, I'm telling you, this is just textbook drafting, high IQ from both teams.
Yeah, and so we're going to be sticking kind of ironed down to that meta. I was actually wondering what we're going to be looking at for the junglers here too as well. I do like that we do have that tankiness. I want to say, though, Ruby does take a little bit of time to kind of start taking off. She does need those items to kind of get that healing back, to get that regen. And Claude also does need a little bit of time, needs about 3 items to really start getting to a point where he's shredding down that back line. So I want to say a good structure here for that mid to late game on the side of LEGACi.
I wonder if they're going to pick up Freya. I mean, that's like Mikasa's staple pick. It's not banned out. And I mean, hey, a lot of people have been talking about it. I would like to see it. But speaking of things being picked up, looks like a little bit of that suppression will be on the table for the side of Devious Activity, as they're going to pick up that Kaja and then a staple marksman to carry. So now we have both of the highest picked marksmen, I would say internationally, the Claude and the carry, fighting it out, both able to provide some value in that late game, getting the burst damage to be able to shut people down with the high HP pool the later the game goes and as those core items rise. Now, one last pick for Devious Activity. We talked about it, or for LEGACi, we talked about it. We talked about Riles, the Hayabusa. Does he go in for it? But no, I don't know, because there's a Kaja on the table.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even sure. I mean, we kind of iron in Riles because of a lot of the content that he's made that comes into the Hayabusa. I know he's not a one trick, so he still has a wide pool of things that he can play. They're going to go ahead anyways and pick up the Valentina, which is going to make sure that a lot of these ultimates they're going to have at their disposal as well. So that means the Divine Judgment from T on this Kaja. That means the Eternal Guardian from the Vexana here they're going to have. Probably not a Speedy Light Wheel coming out, but I mean, we do have a good assortment of ultimates that LEGACi will have at their disposal with that Valentina pick.
That's just a lot of CC to jump into, you know, especially over there for Devious Activity. You have the Terrify over there from the Valentina, the Ruby, able to chain that CC as well. Still can be flexed into the XP lane if needed to provide even more CC or sustainability with support if they want to go that route. So looking at the side of Devious Activity, I mean, I would probably say go in for something like the Martis, right? That's just so much to handle. If you're going to go in for like a frontline jungler, like a Fredrin, like a Boxia, it's going to be very hard to get these neutral objectives trying to rush through a Valentina and a Ruby combination. And I really think it's putting them into a pinch where that may be their best option on the table. But we do know the Kaja is going to be in the roam position, so they need something that could be a little bit more tankier, or maybe something that'll provide some CC. I mean, it stacks up well with the Vexana, I guess, because the Vexana does have a little bit of group CC to make up for the single target that Kaja provides, but they need something that can kind of sustain itself in the front line.
Yeah, and it's very interesting that you brought up that early game, and I do agree. Martis for the pick, it makes sense for Devious activity. I don't see it really being banned out too much. They did take out the Fanny, so they did have that in mind when it comes to that early game ambushing style. And I want to say that the style that we're getting from Devious activity, it's not really that normal like front line type of composition just yet. We're kind of looking at one of those like kind of get in there, gank, and try to get out. You're right though, they are competing against a pretty solid wall of CC that they're gonna have to go against. So you're gonna have to be very careful with going in as T to try to get those divine judgments, to pull somebody back and be able to burst them down, because there's just a whole lot of ways that can go wrong here. We do see that Tigreal, the Minotaur taken off the board, so obviously Devious activity not wanting any more CC to come out of there, especially when it comes to the possibility of that roam position. But with all the bans taken up, we're looking at the last two picks for each team.
Oh, checkmate over there for the side of LEGACi, taking off the Martis, not giving them that option that me and you both agreed would be the best thing to go up against this chain CC, which is going to put him in a little bit of a punch right there on what he wants to slot. And I was going to even say, I was like, pick up the X-Borg. You can take that up. It could definitely be inside of the jungle or flex to the XP lane for the side of Devious activity, but it's stolen away from LEGACi. And this is excellent drafting right here. This is going to force them into an even harder situation. Now, what do they do from here, right? There's still a couple of junglers on the table. You have the Fredrin, which can definitely be slotted up as a possibility. The Boxia is still on the table to be able to rotate around and get those high objectives. And that's really, at this point, what they have. I mean, do we see the Guinevere? Actually, no. Guinevere is still a viable option. They can take that up, and that's probably the best thing they have left, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and it's not even the greatest pick because Guinevere can be susceptible. She did receive a little round of nerfs this last patch, especially when it comes to her range. But we do see that the Fredrin and the Lapu going to get picked up here. So, I mean, possibly what we're looking at here is you're going to have Fredrin. He's going to be that wall with Lapu to kind of hopefully keep the rest of the team in line. They're going to soak up all of that damage and that CC in hopes that Yato and Turu can kind of get into that mid and late game to where they're going to be bursting down the enemy. It's going to be very interesting to see how it kind of clashes here. It's a lot of CC to really be competing against here.
Yeah, and you know, that's really going to put the Valentina in a situation where the only ultimate that I would really pick up here would be the suppression, the divine judgment over there from the Kaja. But the thing about that is it's going to put Valentina very close to the side of Devious activity if she's not careful, because I mean, it's basically in itself, when you use that divine judgment, you're kind of stunning yourself too. I mean, you're not able to move that much either. Yes, you can kind of flicker backward and pull them towards your team, but it's going to immobilize their mage for a slight moment where the side of Devious activity could possibly punish. But speaking of pickups, last on the board for the side of LEGACi, they are going to go in for this Akai. I like it, right? It definitely can rotate around. It has that heavy spin to keep people at bay, especially on these neutral objectives. And the way I'm kind of reading this is, I really want to wonder where this is going to go. So are we going to see an Akai in the jungle? And the Ruby? I mean, there's so many ways you can kind of flex it, because you have the X-Borg on the table. Does the X-Borg go in the jungle? Does the Ruby go in the XP lane? Does the Akai be the roam? I mean, there's so many different combinations that you can kind of pull off here for the side of LEGACi. But again, this is different than what we've seen LEGACi do in the qualifiers. We actually didn't get to see this type of combination. So let's see how this plays out.
I was about to say, like, this is a more, I want to say, clinical draft from LEGACi, especially going against a team like Devious activity. I do want to say, I do prefer, on paper, I prefer LEGACi's draft, but it's going to come down. We already talked about the experience that Devious activity have here, so it's going to be very interesting to see if the rotations are going to be enough to kind of keep Devious activity ahead as we pull into this game one of Devious activity taking on LEGACi.
A lot to break down here. The first match of the NACT Spring Season 2024 regular season in the round robin, where all these teams will be fighting it out one time in a best of 3. Devious activity stacked with teams that have been known across the land of Dawn, some Ackerman members, former BTK members as well. Up against the new contenders, LEGACi, first time hitting top 8 over there with Assassin Rouse, barely sliding by into the top 8 and ready to prove their name. Now, looking at the matchup so far, right, it is going to be the Xborg in the XP lane going up against the Lapu Lapu. Both of them have a lot of sustainability. The Lapu Lapu are a little bit more versatile, though, as he has a stun in his kit as well with that land shaker. Now, in the marksman lane, we are going to be looking at the Claude up against the carry. Both of them need to get those core items to be able to burst down the tankier compositions, and it's really going to boil down to these neutral objectives. Can either side claim these turtles or find a trade inside of the gold lane, especially with the new patches and the marksmans being a little bit squishier?
Yeah, the big thing for me is going to be when it comes to these objectives is how are you setting it up? How are you shutting down either Kush or Riles? You know Riles is going to try to come in with the heavy spin to pin Kush against the wall so that he can't get that retry off. But then, of course, you're talking about Yatu, who's going to be able to use the CC he gets from Vexana, the Eternal Guardian, the Frightens as well. And as I'm talking about that, we're already starting on this turtle. You can see a little bit of vision from Riles. T coming to the rescue as well, try to add numbers in his favor. They're actually not in a great position just yet. Turtle down to about 50%. Riles coming in, has his 4. We do have the last Insanity. Kush still able to get the first turtle secured. Heavy spin onto the team. PDR going to use that flicker to get out, and you can see a big ultimate from Kush lowers them, and now getting picked off one by one is LEGACi. Yato with the kill, and that's going to be Riles, Nash, and Ken down for the side of LEGACi.
And a double kill over there by T. Big objectives on the board for Devious activity, off to a great start. Able to take that first turtle and 3 kills on the board, which will put LEGACi in a slight deficit for the early game. We were just talking about it, right? These neutral objectives, needing to get them to boost the XP of your team and also help supply your gold laners to have that slight advantage. And you are going to be seeing Toru kind of leading the way now because of the team able to secure these objectives. That's a double kill over there from T on the Kaja. Not the hero that you usually see getting the first 2 kills of the game, but hey, this is history in the making.
Yeah, very interesting there too, because I mean, there's a lot of options, a lot of tools on the side of LEGACi, and this is what I was talking about. The draft seems like it's in LEGACi's favor, but you're talking about Devious activity. Titans from all different teams in North America. They know their play style. They know when they need to kind of set off some of those abilities. Still able to get the retribution and then transition that. Big heavy spin on the T, but here comes Yatu with a big Eternal Guardian. T's gonna have to flicker out, and now we have a fight. Ken in a little bit of trouble trying to find himself an escape. Nash fleeing from Kush. Appraiser's wrath goes wide as Riles in trouble, tries to save Nash, but's gonna get caught himself with a divine judgment.
Ooh, off to a rough start. Riles already finding 2 deaths within the first 4 minutes, which means he will be behind in farm compared to Kush on the other side, rocking on this Fredrin. Now, that's going to be a little bit tough to catch back up in the economy, and that's going to put Devious activity up by 2,000, 2,600 gold to be exact right now. A big lead for the early phase. LEGACi need to find some answers, and they need to find them fast, or they're going to find themselves in a hole that they can't climb out of, as the next objective is on the board. And look at Devious activity, eyes on the prize, rotating to it, not wasting any time, and we'll be able to claim it to extend their lead even further.
Yeah, and that's just the type of timing you get from this type of experience that you have on DA right now. I mean, and especially with how far ahead they are, LEGACi's not able to contest right now. They need to start getting their rotations down. And you can see right here, DA looking for a little something up at the top lane.
Ooh, suppression with the knockup.
Yeah, Jolie comes in with a blazing duet. Is it going to be enough to kind of lower them down? You can see half health down on DA. The rest of the team kind of charging forward. Eternal Guardian leading the charge as, Riles from the side. I'm not sure if this is a fight he wants. He kind of, he saw them there, thought twice about it. Definitely does not want to get another Divine Judgment that's going to pull him into a tower here. He's going to come in on the team. A little bit of damage there, but more of a little bit of a hello for him.
Yeah, but Riles needs to be careful. I mean, he's fallen twice already. I'm not really sure he's built that way in the early phase, the way this match is going. But that man is built differently right now. 3-0-2, leading the way in the 5 minutes and already having some major sets with 2 assists. He's the gameplay, right? He's the initiator for the side of Devious Activity, able to help them take these early neutral objectives and also take down the jungler for LEGACi. But speaking of the jungler, Riles on the pursuit.
Yeah, we do have, oh, nice I am offended, lands on a Toro. He's going to go down to Nash, and now a little bit of a skirmish here, 4 versus 2. Kush and them still pressing forward and actually going to push away LEGACi, who had the numbers favor.
Yeah, Kuya Nash able to pick up his first kill, though. But wait a second, Divine Judgment.
Yeah, big Divine Judgment lands. Kush going to pick up the kill there. And unfortunate for Jolie, who just, I mean, you have to be more wary of the opponents and make sure that you know where they are on the map. And that's going to be a tower down for LEGACi.
Yeah, too. Or able to pick up his second kill of the game. Also able to take the turret on the top side, which is going to get map priority to the side of Devious Activity. All objectives so far have gone in their hands. LEGACi not able to find anything yet in their favor, which means they may have to kind of play it out for that mid to late game if they want to turn this around. Now have to play a little bit passive. The gold lead already 3,000 in favor for Devious Activity, and Kush will be able to claim the next turtle.
Yeah, you can see, oh, a big, nice little gank here. T getting ping-ponged onto that wall is going to find himself a quick escape back, or a quick ride back home as he gets taken down. PDR with the flicker. It looks like he does lose that Faraga armor, and Yatu on the Vexana going to go ahead and put the finishing touches. Ryle's going to try to jump over the tower to get himself to safety, and Mikasa going to clean up the mid minions at the tower.
Yeah, Yatu already 3-0-4, rocking that Impure Rage, dealing some massive damage in the early game, having such a major impact for the side of Devious Activity, also opening up the map in their favor. LEGACi, they're trying to find answers. They're still being very aggressive. It's like they're not even feeling like they're behind. They're not scared to take the fight to Devious Activity, but still not able to find the trades they are looking for, which is going to be very hard to catch up if they're not careful. I mean, look at the bot side. Toru, left unattended, will claim another turret for Devious Activity's favor.
Yeah, and we're just having a lot of trouble. I want to say the composition from LEGACi, while it has a ton of CC, they're kind of lacking in targets that have the damage that they can actually put on in the early game. Ooh, a little bit of an I'm offended. Mikasa's going to use that Bravest Fighter to get himself out of harm's way.
You know, it's kind of funny, too, because when we looked at the draft, I mean, we kind of said that we favored LEGACi's draft, right? I mean, but you're starting to see Devious Activity slightly better on the execution, and sometimes that's all you really need. If you can execute early in the game and overpressure the enemy team on the early objectives, sometimes they find a hard time to catch back up, and that's what we're looking at today for LEGACi. Now down by 5 kills in the first 8 minutes, and also down by 5,000 gold. So we got to see some of these items be built up on the board. I know Toru is definitely sitting nice right now with that intense gold lead, which will put Jolie at a little bit of deficit. I mean, he needs to get that golden staff, right? That Demon Hunter sword, especially to kind of burst down the Mikasa and Kush combination. But it makes him a little awkward. As the marksmen are a little bit more squishier and you have a Kaja on the other side of the table, it makes it even harder for him to engage in these fights.
Yeah, and especially once you're behind, and we were talking about some of the changes to the marksman that makes him just a little bit squishier. That's going to be harder and harder for Jolie as this moves on a little further, and they start getting more and more behind, where he still doesn't have his item, still doesn't have that I want to say the ability to attack the way he wants to. And we do see, you can see right now, DA in a comfortable position. They want the fight here. Oh, we do have Mikasa going to dive in for the jump, and a big heavy spin by Riles, but he's getting tanked down. Look at the damage on him right now. Toru finding a kill onto Nash, and Ken fighting for his life, trying to escape on that Ruby. Not sure if he can be able to escape. Is going to be able to find a nice little smooth exit there as Riles comes in. Is he going to be able to get the retry? He's not. He gets torn down by Toru, and then, like clockwork, Kush finds the retribution.
Was that torn down or was that Toru down? The way he burst in with the speedy light wheels. Impressive gameplay for Devious Activity. Checking everything off the list today for their first appearance in the regular season up against LEGACi. And now we are officially 10 minutes in. 7,000 gold up and 7 kills ahead on the board. Not to mention 3 turtles, 1 lord, and 3 turrets. LEGACi needing to find a way to turn this around, and they need to find their answer fast, right? They're going to have to play for the late game, rely on Jolie getting to those core items to turn this back in their favor. Kuya Nash needing to get a good Divine Judgment up for the setups, but it's going to be hard as you are seeing that Demon Hunter sword picked up.
Yeah, and then we do have a Skirmisher. Toro finds another tower, and PDR, not long for this world, gets burst down by the heavy hitters of Devious Activity. Ken might be next on the list right now. He's going to use that flicker with a nice time offended to pull the enemy into the tower. In comes Kush with that energy eruption. Oh, a lot of damage comes out. Nash going to be able to withstand it, and Nash gets away with the Lord pushing towards mid. A decent defense so far. Riles in the front line. Look at all the damage he takes just trying to defend against this Lord. That's just that almost 10k lead. Here comes an Appraiser's Wrath. Burst Ken down. Tower goes down as Yatu able to kind of come forward with that damage. Mikasa gets taken out by PDR. Maybe a little too deep into enemy lines.
Yeah, definitely not afraid to take it into the base, but burst it down. But, I mean, hey, it worked out in their favor still. Devious Activity able to crack open the base for LEGACi as we are now looking at the items on the board. I mean, look at Toru. Has the Corrosion Sight, the Demon Hunter Sword, and the Golden Staff. When you compare him over there to Claude, I guess he's kind of still keeping up with them. I mean, he has 3 core items as well in the exact same one. So both of them have the damage necessary to take the fight to the other side. But when it comes to taking the fight, the execution is what's outshining between these two teams. Devious Activity having it in their favor. Now, it's a 8,000 gold lead for Devious Activity. 12 minutes in, already almost at the 40k gold mark, which means they're officially getting into that late game with how ahead they are. LEGACi needs to kind of be a little bit passive, but they're going to take the fight.
Oh, even with perfect setup and a nice heavy spin with an I'm offended, Devious Activity still able to find success, even when they're not the ones that are starting these gates. And that's kind of just tells you that's how far behind LEGACi is right now. You need to wait for a huge mistake from Devious Activity, and we do a little bit of a concealed play. Kush going a little bit forward. Jolie bites on to the bait. Ken going deep onto T. Are they going to be able to find a kill? Notes. That's going to be T down and into the back line. Mikasa dives to find a kill of his own. Last Insanity is out but does not find a target. PDR gets popped up and Jolie is taken down. An Appraiser's Wrath finds its mark onto Riles, and that is going to be game 1, finishing at 13 minutes for Devious Activity.
Shoot, even before that, 12 minutes, 57 seconds. A very fast game for Devious Activity, a team that has been known in the scene of NACT for a long time, spread with members all across the table, able to have a phenomenal finish for their first appearance. 15-4-39 for the overall team KDA. I mean, look at the damage, over 20k. Their rating, 9.28 out of 10, and their gold per minute at that 9,000. And honestly, well, that would be kind of crazy per minute, but gold overall had that 9,000 gold lead, able to kind of lead the way. Now, I will say, I think it was just a little bit of a execution problem from the side of LEGACi. I actually favored their draft. I liked the way it was looking, but able to get to those objectives first and early, it was Devious Activity, and they were able to profit and snowball over them for game number 1. Jumping into game number 2, we need to see LEGACi turn this around, right? I don't even think drafting was the issue. I think their drafting is really top tier. I mean, me and you, we've casted side by side in Game of Futures, and we've seen the international teams compete, and that looked pretty solid in my opinion. It was really just down to the gameplay, the execution, getting to those turtles, getting to those turrets first, and we just seen Devious Activity checking everything off the list.
I want to say maybe the only thing that I can find out now, like that I've seen it in action, is possibly the early game damage that Devious Activity actually had that never actually really came online for the side of LEGACi. And then once they found that hole, they would just continue to push their advantage into LEGACi, which I mean, and that's what you get from the experience that Devious Activity has when it comes to all of those. And that first Lord, a devastating, I want to say, loss for LEGACi, because that kind of started the steamroll. And when you have teams at the top here in North America, once they get that hold of you, once they get that hold of that momentum, it's very hard to kind of shake it, because they just tighten and tighten that choke until like you just can't breathe.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we've seen right there. And I gotta say, for the side of Devious Activity, I mean, T, The man was on fire with that Kaja, right? He got like a double kill in the beginning, opened up the opportunity for his team, Devious Activity, to take that turtle to give him a massive gold boost, XP boost, and yeah, they kind of just snowballed from the very beginning, able to take those objectives, and then Yatu able to kind of come online with the Vexana, who we were kind of talking about, right? The Vexana, a slight nerf, but honestly, I mean, we both can agree, it didn't look like it really affected her from that performance right there. I'd definitely love to see who the MVP will be of that match, but I would say if I had to give it to one, I would probably go with T. I would have to give it to T just because he opened it up in the beginning for that snowball to happen.
Another thing I want to bring up too that kind of solidified this composition for the side of Devious Activity is after picking up the Kaja, they went ahead and they banned the Tigreal and the Minotaur, which I want to say are like big, I don't want to say counters to Kaja, but it really makes it hard for Kaja to close the distance and get close to your team to actually get a lot of those divine judgments and those pulls. So I mean, a great job, and it's just those little things that you can't make any mistakes up here at the top 8 of North America that you won't and not expect to not pay for there. So I mean, a great job by them. I agree. I mean, especially during the early game, T lighting them up there. I mean, maybe it depends on, I forgot, I didn't know if I took a look at the damage for Vexana, but I mean, it's almost like cheating to really kind of point at whoever when you're playing a Vexana, because she just has such a menacing presence on the battlefield, so much damage, so much area that she covers for a lot of these engagements that you even saw when Riles would come in with a heavy spin to try to defend his team, just absolutely getting devastated by damage. So I mean, it was a very dare I say, one-sided for Devious Activity here. And I don't want to say it was a bad draft, but I mean, there are some things that need to be worked on when it comes to kind of that early game synergy and some of those rotations, especially when it comes to those objectives.
Yeah, it's like you give a team an inch and they take a mile, right? You don't get that early objective and they're just going to snowball over you. And that's where we got to see LEGACi pick up the pace, right? And I mean, it's not game yet. It's still best of 3. There's a chance for them to turn this around. But if we have to say where it starts, it's definitely going to be on their execution as a team. I like the draft. I think everything was solid. I just didn't really get to see too much of an opening from the Valentino, right? We didn't get to see too many divine. I don't think we saw really any divine judgments that kind of worked in their favor in that entire game using that Valentino. But it was a little bit of an awkward situation with the Val, right? We kind of talked about when you're running the Kaja, it can be a little tricky. But speaking of tricky, game number 2, let's go ahead and jump into the draft.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what kind of changes we might have out here, especially when it comes to LEGACi. Like I said, not a bad draft, but there are some changes I would kind of throw in there. I think we're going to stick probably the bans, probably going to kind of stay the same. Maybe we might think about that Vexana, maybe taking that off the board. We do have first pick here, so I doubt that if it's going to be taken off the board, it's going to be taken off the board by LEGACi.
Yeah, I mean, it could be something to definitely think about. I mean, if they ban out the Vexana, it could be an opening to not have such a strong mid lane presence. Now, looking at LEGACi, right, they have first pick this time around, so I mean, they could pick it up in their favor, right? I mean, I wouldn't ban it out if I was them. I would actually try and slot it up and deal that damage that we've seen from Yatu in the last game. Now, Mathilda banned out first, staple bans that we've seen on the international level. Same thing with the Barats. Well, other things that we've kind of seen taken off the table, which could be a threat, could possibly be going in for those marksmen, make the gold laners uncomfortable, right? Take out the Claude, maybe take out the carry, and make them run something else that's not as viable. I don't really think both marksmen had a heavy impact in the last game, though. I really just think it came to the trio core synergy, able to get to the neutral objectives first for the side of Devious Activity, which really worked in their favor. Now, I want to see where this goes, right? I mean, you're going to see the Joy taken off the table. This is very similar. It's actually what we saw from LEGACi in the last draft. So it looks like they're going for more of a comfortable banning style up against DA.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing. Like I was going to say, like, I don't think there's too much that we saw from the marksman. Not saying that they didn't perform well, but when that snowball hits and you have that trio at mid, when it comes to the mid, roam, and jungle, they were just kind of lighting up the show to the point where Carrie wasn't even able to get enough items to kind of take off there. So yeah, I definitely think we might see maybe some bans at mid, maybe a ban for the jungle. Just it really kind of depends how flexible they are here. Vexana taken off the board, so we're gonna have have something a little different here. I'm wondering what we're going to exchange this for, because there still are some heavy hitters out there. Arlott, Nolan were bans before. They might be let out here, and we're going to see what DA is willing to kind of give up for Legacy with this first pick.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Nolan would definitely be a high value target. If it's not banned out, usually you see it work really well in the early phase to be able to do that damage and get to those objectives. And a lot of teams don't like to go up against it. The Arlott, you mentioned, such a strong pickup. The Ruby even being good. I don't really know if we'll see the Ruby ban though in this draft, but I definitely think it could be a viable option. There goes the Navaria, though. This is similar to game number 1 being banned off the table. One of those strong mages still available for pickup, which means now they're going to have to get a little creative in that mid lane. I don't really think we're going to see a secret weapon kind of pulled out, at least with the current meta for what's left in the mid lane. And now this is really going to boil down to who can kind of lock in those marksmen first, maybe lock in their junglers as well. I mean, like you said, the Boxia is still really good. The Martis has been pretty flexible. The Nolan, which I would say is definitely above both of them right now with the current meta, could be picked up from either side, especially Legacy if they're up for it. With them having first pick, I wonder if this will kind of change the dynamic for them.
Yeah, and speaking of dynamics, something I noticed from the last draft is Legacy went with a more flexible, where is this character gonna be played as far as a position type of draft, whereas Devious Activity, a lot of their picks were just, all right, boom, Kaja, you already know where he's going, boom, Vexana, you know where she's going, but she's strong, so it doesn't matter. Maybe we might switch it up a little bit of Legacy. They're not gonna pick these ones first that are gonna like kind of like, where is it gonna go? No, just pick those strong picks, get them out there and ready to deal out some damage.
Yeah, I think the safest thing here would be to go the Ruby, but if not, go the Nolan, right? You can go the Ruby just because it can be flexed if you're not really sure what to kind of do from here for the side of Legacy, but if they want like a stronger option and something more defined, I would definitely say the Nolan. I mean, you know it's going to go in the jungle if that gets picked up, which would be very valid, but hey, looks like they're going to go a little bit on the safer route with the Ruby.
Yeah, it's a very interesting point when you have first pick and Nolan is open, because yeah, you could pick up Nolan. He could be pretty strong. He has received some nerfs to his kit, but then you're kind of leaving it open to get countered by the next 2 picks. So it's kind of like a damned if you do, damned if you don't type of scenario when it comes to Legacy. And we're gonna see, yep, they're gonna go ahead. Devious Activity gonna go ahead and scoop that up quickly, which means we're gonna need some type of early game from Legacy, some type of way to withstand this, because we already saw how Devious Activity did without that early game presence. They still were able to steamroll with just the littlest bit of momentum. With a Nolan on your team, you're going to need to have an answer.
Oh, and speaking of answers, hey, there goes another mage that we've seen time and time again. The Nana did have a little bit of a slight nerf not too long ago, but hey, still possibly effective, and I want to see how it kind of plays out over there for the side of Devious Activity. Now, that is going to put a lot of magic on their side. Definitely going to possibly be a problem that Legacy will have to deal with. Now, this would be a great time to pick up the marksman that they kind of want to go for, right? You know, they could lock in that Claude or that carry, and they have priority to decide which one they kind of favor in on. Now, I think the Claude would definitely be good here, especially up against that Nolan, especially up against that Nana, able to kind of survive a little bit better than something like the carry, who's kind of not as mobile and safe inside of that gold lane. I mean, they could even stack up and run the Kaja again, right? I mean, the Kaja could be a viable option. It has the suppression, but no, they're going to go ahead and lock in their jungler. Not going to waste any time. Oh, and a Theramis. Okay, so we're going to go for the support, and we're going to go in for some frontline composition. So the Boxia jungle, the Theramis mid. Overall, that's looking pretty solid for Legacy.
Which is very interesting. I was almost leaning towards a Martis in the early game, just because with the Mortal Coil, you can kind of dodge a lot of Nolan skills. You can definitely dodge the Molina and the Molina Blitz from Nana when it comes to those engagements at the Turtle. It's going to be very interesting. I do like that Boxia has that stock magic defense, so Nana's not going to be a huge problem for him in the early game. I do feel like he needs a little bit of items to really get super tanky, but he has a great deal of early game clear, which lined up against Nolan might be something that you're going to be looking for, especially with how fast Nolan moves through the jungle and clears creeps.
Yeah, and I mean, right now we're going to be seeing some marksman bans possibly jump up on the table, and even maybe a roam, because I mean, when you're looking at Legacy, right? I mean, this could be Theramis in the mid, Ruby in the XP. They still could run something else in that roam position if they really wanted to. When I'm looking at Devious Activity, I mean, they really need to solidify a marksman here. something to be able to burst down that Ruby and also that Boxia. Now, I'm a fan of Brody. I think Brody would be really good here, especially against a dive composition. Brody can dive in, and or actually, when he gets dived on, he can use that Corrosive Strike for that stun, pair it up with the Flicker, and he's back to the tier 2 turret for safety and could be a valuable option alongside the Clyde, but it did just get taken out. I mean, we kind of expected this to happen so far in the draft. There's still a Brody. There's still a carry. No, the Brody's gone. It will not be an option for either side.
Oh, they must have heard you. The only problem here right now for the Faramis is there is a decent amount of AoE clear from Devious activity. So that means if you get caught in the Nether Realm, it's going to put you in position, which is just going to be like perfect pickings for a Molina Blitz from Nana, or from the Last Insanity that's going to come out from Xborg, or even Kush can come in with a Fracture. It's a lot of burst, which really can, a lot of AoE burst that can really counter that Nether Realm that comes out from the Faramis. So it's going to be very interesting to see. Oh, we still do have Tigreal out there as well. Didn't get banned out this time. We focused more on the marksman, Claude and Carry taking out Brody. We really focused on the marksmans here, and I'm even wondering kind of who's left. We still got Natan out there. He did get a little bit, I want to say, a little bit of a juggle. He lost a little bit of damage from his kit, but also, I mean, his entropy now can be thrown out very quickly. Which is basically just like another flicker for him with more distance. So we're gonna see, and especially when he's gonna be going up against a person with, oh, there he is.
Yeah, an excellent read right there. The Natan, a lot of people kind of sleep on him, and he can definitely deal that damage necessary, especially with all these other marksmen being off the table. You know who else hasn't been picked up? The CC. It hasn't been banned, and it hasn't been picked. And I mean, it's had such a strong impact on the international level, and I'd love to see it here on the NA scene. Now, if I'm looking at Devious activity, I mean, they still need a roamer, and there's not really too much on the table for them. You're going to have the X-Borg running in the XP lane. I would probably honestly go in for something like a Grok, because there's a lot of CC that they're going to be jumping in against. I mean, if he can hug that wall, he can get some knockups. It could be a possible problem, but it's going to be a little tricky. And speaking of tricky, there goes the Diggy. A little bit of a nerf, but hey, still picked up my legacy.
Yeah, the nerf, I want to say, only really kind of affects a little bit of damage reduction on his bombs, which really only kind of affects some of those cheesy strats in the early game and like those marksman lane to kind of burst them down. But I mean, still, the time journey from him, has huge effects, whether it's disengaging or engaging on the enemy. But you're gonna have to play it right, because as we've said before, and we've seen time and time again, Diggy is very squishy. You're talking about a Natan, you're talking about a Nana out there, and they basically, I mean, chew up squishy heroes with the amount of damage that they can output.
Yeah, and it's going to put a lot of pressure on a PDR to open up these engagements with the Ruby, right? Needing to use that group CC at his advantage to open up these objectives. But speaking of objectives, last pick on the board for the side of Devious activity, going to go in for some suppression with that Kaja pick. We've seen it last game in MT. I mean, hey, if you did it once and it worked, why not do it again? Had that first double kill, able to take that first turtle and open up the early game for the side of Devious activity. Do we see it a second time up against this composition?
Yeah, it's actually, I mean, maybe it's something very comfortable. I'm usually not a fan of Kaja, and that's just from my own personal bias of like trying to play him. The amount of skill it takes to be able to kind of close the distance on the enemy, get in within range for those divine judgments and pull them back to your teammate. I mean, it takes a special kind of player to be able to do that successfully. We saw T last game. I mean, started off the games with 2 kills of his own right from the get-go. So, I mean, we know he can use it to its fullest potential, and that's something that Legacy's going to have to watch out for, because I mean, there are a lot of heroes here can get picked off here. I do like the draft here. We're going to see how well these kind of play into each other. If you had to pick, once we're going down for the draft here, whose do you favor here?
Oh, see, this is going to be a little tough between both sides, but I'd probably say Devious activity, just because the double support that we are seeing Legacy run with that Diggy and that Faramis combination, which, I mean, I've seen it in the international scene, but it's just not been as promising as I would like it to be. Like I said, they're very squishy, and then not to mention, they had a hard time taking these first early game objectives when we even favored their draft in the last game, and now with them being a little bit squishier and then putting everything into the hands of PDR to get the setups, I don't know if it's going to be able to work out, because we're talking about execution, right? And this is where we both agreed they were lacking in game number 1.
Oh, we already see a little bit of aggression coming out of Devious activity, getting a little bit. Oh, Kush actually coming in, already starting to invade the enemy's jungle to start taking away some of that farm.
Yeah, not wasting any time, trying to take the slightest advantage. And this is what you're going to see from Devious activity all day, right? They know we need to pressure them in the early game, get them uncomfortable from the start. That's where we can find our lead at. LEGACi, though, I mean, maybe they caught on and maybe they'll be able to turn this back in their favor. They need this victory to be able to maintain themselves in this series, though they'll lose with a 2-0 sweep for their debut in the regular season. As we are looking at these matchups, though, we're going to go ahead and see Jolie running the Natan. We haven't got to see the Natan too often, so I'm actually pretty hyped about it. I want to see how it kind of works out, especially with all those massive marksmen that were banned in the second half of the draft. It will be going up against Tor on the Ixia, though, and I am a fan of the Ixia pickup. It's great when it comes to needing some additional CC for your team, and that's exactly what he's going to provide, especially when you have a single target CC roamer such as T on the Kaja.
Yeah, about 4 seconds out from this first turtle, you see Devious activity already starting to get into position. Getting ready to kind of clear out. Oh, we're going to see Riles going in against Kush, trying to zone him out a bit, but he's getting cornered. Sandwiched in between members, catches a Molina. Molina Blitz comes down, and the Fracture, but a good, well-placed Nether Realm's going to keep him up, but not for long, as Nana Yato puts the finishing touches. Here comes the last Insanity that finds a Nash, and this is not a good look for Ken, who goes down as a well. PDR going to be the 4th member in the opening 2 minutes to go down for LEGACi.
Clean up on all 3. Devious activity, not wasting any time. Even faster than game number 1, getting those kills. Now 4-0 lead and the first turtle in their favor, which will be a massive boost for the early game. It's going to put a lot of pressure on LEGACi. We talked about it, right? They need PDR to kind of open up these engagements. But speaking of engagements,
yeah, big full barrage from Toru hiding in that bush is going to light up the rest of LEGACi. T actually in a little bit of trouble. Going to use that flicker. Oh, and misses the speed bump. He catches the speed bump, but unfortunately not able to go over the wall. And he's still trying to look for an escape. Is he going to be able to find it? I can't believe LEGACi. I know they must be hurting right now.
Oh my goodness. Need for Speed, hot pursuit over there from T. Able to take the advantage. Man did the dash on them, hugging the wall, hitting every single angle possible to get out of there. He pulled it off. Just boils down to execution, and this is what we say time and time again. Not even when 2 members are on him, and he's at 10% HP, he still somehow makes it out alive, and that's what's separating Devious activity and LEGACi so far in today's series. As we are seeing some of the items pop up on the board. Blade of Heptasis picked up from the Nolan, picked up by Kush. We talked about the Nolan being a possibility of an issue. It's been banned out a lot, but able to slip through the draft in game number 2. But speaking of the draft, speaking of the game, early aggression from Devious activity.
Ooh, very interesting there. We did have the time journey come out from Ken. Are they going to be able to protect it? Nash isn't even able to join off screen. Kush finds a kill onto the Diggy, and Jolie goes down as well. That's 4 members, excuse me, of Devious activity. There's certain points where you just need to kind of wrap it up for the tower and let it get pushed. You saw all the members there, and that is super unfortunate. Ken going to get taken down again. That is a 1-7 in favor of Devious activity.
Yeah, and already a 4,000 gold lead in their favor, 15K to 11K, 1 turret and 1 turtle advantage. Devious activity, kind of a repeat in action from game number 1, able to lead the way for the early phase, and LEGACi kind of struggling finding their momentum as they jump into this match. Now, Riles did pick up a kill, maybe off to a good start if he can keep that up, but I mean, the deficit is so huge, they need to find some answers and find them fast. You're already seeing both teams on the 2v2 for this turtle.
Yeah, you can see Mikasa already. Oh man, last Insanity is out. Kush finds the kill onto the turtle, and now they're going to go ahead and start the engage. Ken with the time journey, trying to keep his players topped up with that shield, and they are going to be able to find an escape, thankfully.
Yeah, and this is what I said about the draft, right? I'm just not really in favor for the double support unless you can execute better than the other side, and when you don't and you're squishy, and they have the advantage, they're only going to be able to pick you off even more because there's nobody to really provide the front line against Devious activity with a Nolan who can rush in and deal that damage, and a suppression from T, who already has 6 assists.
Yeah, and unfortunately for LEGACi here, very great on the rotations. Oh man, Toru does issue out a little bit of a stun. The Molina and the Molina Blitz is gonna find. Oh wait, was that a flicker out of it? Ryle's actually able to find a kill onto Toru there, and that passive taken out for Yato on that Nana. Oh, big Divine Judgment finds Ryle's, and Kush gonna put the finishing touches on him.
Yeah, able to use a passive over there from Nana to stay alive. Yatu able to get to that tier 1 turret on the top side, recall back to safety, which means they didn't really find that well of a trade. I mean, Toru did fall, but he's still off to a good start. Jolie in the mid lane, though, will find Kush as a response back from LEGACi.
Yeah, we were just talking about Nolan before. He just needs a little bit of time, get some of those items, and he can start dishing out some pretty devastating amounts of damage. Now he's going to be lined up in the same lane as Toru on that marksman, on that Ixia, to see if they can kind of maybe clean something up. But he doesn't. The problem here is for Natan is that he doesn't have that back tower now, and it's really the farther out he goes, the more of a, I want to say, target he's going to be. And you can see already up there looming around is T, waiting to try to catch that Divine Judgment.
Yeah, I mean, T, I would definitely say he was the MVP from the last game, and this game off to a good start. Highest assists overall across the entire board on this Kaja, which is the same pick he had last game, and it goes to show, hey, if it worked in game number 1, it'll work in game number 2 as the turtle does spawn back up. We're able to see both of them so far taken from Devious activity, and it looks like the third will be the same, as there's no contest from the side of LEGACi. It's just going to extend the lead even further in their favor, now up by almost 5,000 gold. I mean, looking at the marksmen, right? Jolie needing to get those core items to be able to deal the damage output on the Natan, and it's going to take some time now for him to rev up. But on the other side, Toru, he has the CC necessary. I mean, he could just really keep everybody at bay with the CC and open up an opportunity for Kush to rush in and get a kill over there with this Nolan, which he's been doing so far with the 4-1-3 KDA.
Oh my God, Kush dives in, finds a pick onto Ken immediately. Ryle finds a kill on the Kush. The full barrage is out, lighting up the rest of LEGACi, but they're going to be able to find themselves an escape. I mean, a good and successful defense for LEGACi, even though I do want to say they lost Ken in the meantime there, but I mean, you pretty much expect that from a character like Diggy.
Yeah, now the siege for the middle turret for Devious activity will be able to contest it. Kuya Nash and Kuya Kin, the Kuya brothers, definitely know they can't contest that one right there with the massive amount of lead that Devious activity has built so far, and now the contest for the purple buff.
Yeah, and you're going to see, oh, big Divine Judgment lands on the Riles. Here comes the Nether Realm and a little bit of healing coming off from Ken to kind of aid in that. They're not going to be able to get the purple buff, but here comes Mikasa, last Insanity, deep into enemy lines, full barrage, going to finish it off. Here comes the Nether Realm and a beautiful flicker by Toru to reposition himself. Oh, actually, they might be in a little bit of trouble there. Toru finds a kill onto Nash. Yato going to have to dive backwards as Riles finds a kill onto Toru, and Yato takes down a Jolie.
Yeah, now 12-5 on the board. Wait a second. Kush finds PDR, gets a double. Takes down Kuya Kin. Now, I would have said, hey, that was an okay trade, but again, somehow leads to the side of Devious activity. Able to take that tier 2 turret, opening up the map even more in their favor, leaving them stripped down to the inhibitor for that mid lane. And LEGACi in a very hard situation right now. Kuya Kin, he ran the Diggy, right? We're talking about it. Slight nerf on the damage, but that not really much else changed. But he's been being picked off very fast so far in today's match. I mean, that's his 5th death of the game over there on the Diggy. Not really having the impact he was looking for. But Kush, even though he's a little bit squishy, you see him kind of get bursted down fast if he doesn't get out quick enough. But the damage is what I'm looking at. And he's able to pretty much secure a kill every time he goes in. I mean, let's go ahead and take a little bit of a look at some of the things we were seeing so far. Both teams fighting it over. This Lord possibly on the way. Actually, no, Devious activity. We'll go ahead and pull that aggro. No contest for LEGACi.
Yeah, I mean, they could even baby this up a little bit and walk it out because they can take these fights. We were talking about it. Like, I mean, Kush into some of these squishy heroes is just not the Nolan just is a huge answer when it comes to something like Diggy. He can just spam out those abilities. Here's that fight we were talking about, kind of back and forth, full barrage, and he watched the flicker back to try to get himself out of harm's way from Toru. Great positioning, but even here, LEGACi starting to fight back, finding a little couple of numbers in their favor, but I mean, great positioning by Devious activity.
Yeah, micro and macro is the game, and Devious activity excelling on both, able to kind of push forward and take these objectives. But speaking of objectives,
yeah, here comes a full barrage with another realm is activated as well. They're going to burst down that Lord, but they are left to only high grounds at the base. Unfortunately, not able to find an answer for this heavy offense from Devious Activity.
Yeah, heavy indeed, and they can't handle the weight so far in the last 11 minutes, as you are seeing Devious Activity try and crack open their base. They're now stripped down to their inhibitor turrets. 11 minutes in, down by 9 kills, 6 turrets ahead, 1 Lord, and 3 turtles. No objectives have been claimed again for the side of LEGACi, and I think it just boils down to the early game, right? They need to find a way to get into these turtles or trade for a possible turret or a kill, and they're not able to find that, as you are now seeing the siege, a possible opening for the base. Devious Activity on the push.
Oh, Kush is just got a target on to Ken, and he is executing to perfection. And that's the biggest problem. Oh, man, PDR in trouble here. Is getting bursted down. Last Insanity gonna find the kill. That is 3 down for LEGACi, and Devious Activity leave LEGACi alone in their base to think about their decisions.
Oh, man, this should be illegal, what's going on right now for Devious Activity. I mean, this is some true Devious Activities. The base has now been opened up, and now a possible look for an ending of this series is Devious Activity putting LEGACi at checkmate. How do they respond from here, right? I mean, really, it's going to boil down to Jolie getting online and getting those late game items to be able to burst down Devious Activity, but LEGACi has to hold out. They need to get to about that 16 to 23 mark to even get to that point. I mean, you already seen the Feather Heaven picked up Calamity Reaper on top of that to be able to deal some damage, but he needs to get a little bit more. When you're looking at Ixia, already has the Corrosion Scythe, already has the Demon Hunter Sword, Hunter Strike, and also has some physical, some anti-heal built into the kit, which is going to be interesting how this plays out up against them. It's really going to work on PDR, running on that Ruby, and then also Kuya and Ash trying to keep the team alive over there on this Faramis. But again, I'm just not really seeing the Diggy have that much of an impact in today's game.
Well, he's having an impact for Devious Activity right now. Ken needs to respect the range of Kush on this Nolan, and that's probably the biggest problem, is that you see Ken kind of wandering around towards the front ends, and Kush just able to close the distance, find the fracture, and then get himself out of harm's way very quickly. And I mean, and then when you don't have the Diggy there, you don't have the time journey, you don't really have it be able to kind of keep them up, so it's going to have a lot of issues.
You know, it's funny. I'm looking through my notes. I'm like, man, do you remember when the Diggy feed strat used to be an actual game plan to win a game? I wonder if, like, maybe he knows something we don't. I mean, hey, that used to go crazy back in the day. No, I don't think we'll see that in this match. Devious Activity up by a massive goal lead, now crossing that 10K threshold up to 11K. With the Luminous Lord marching down the mid lane, and now lanes will be synced for a possible game closure. LEGACi on their final stand. Can they hold them off, take them to a game 3, or will we see Devious Activity claim the sweep?
Yeah, a nice little force here at mid with lanes on the sides being... Oh, they actually burst that down. That's that Natan damage that he can do there. Toro's going to find a tower at the bottom. Top tower doesn't look like it's standing up for much longer. Going to be taken down quickly. It is a bare, naked, cold core here. Oh, almost finds another kill onto Ken there for Kush. And they're actually looking for minions to kind of come up, maybe press their advantage here at mid. Big Divine Judgment does find PDR. Big full barrage now laying waste onto the rest of the team. Last Insanity is going to find a Nash, and Riles with the Immortality is going to be taken down next as well. This might be all she wrote for LEGACi on this defense. Devious Activity stands tall in game 2, a sweep over LEGACi.
A great debut for their first series in the NACT Spring Season 2024 regular season. 2-0 finish. Definitely keeping their eyes on the prize. I mean, look at them, stacked with some powerhouses, some more familiar names across the competitive scene of the NACT, and able to have really a one-sided story for game number 1 and game number 2. Both of these teams fighting it out, but only one was able to kind of push forward in the series. I mean, look at the team stats, right? 23, 5, and 56, 22. Oh, no, 224. Damage, 224,000 damage overall, and their rating hitting double digits, 10.02 GPM over that 10,000 threshold.
Yeah, those are just some stone cold killers you're looking at right there, ladies and gentlemen. And a great execution by them, really kind of finding those weaknesses from LEGACi and exploiting them to the fullest potential. A composition like that that we were talking about, very squishy in the early game. Nolan Kush able to come in there on that Nolan, close the distance under towers. Nowhere was safe for any of those members, and I mean, they executed that famously.
Yeah, and unfortunate over there for the side of LEGACi, not able to find their rhythm that they were looking for. I mean, they were the team that kind of slid in to that 8th position and didn't have the easiest time in the qualifiers, and hey, there you go, not having the easiest time in their first series. I definitely look forward to seeing them progress. I mean, there's still multiple matches for them to be able to go. They're going to have a chance to fight every single team in the top 8 as we progress through this round robin. So hopefully kind of scale through the times. But Devious activity, man, they're looking phenomenal.
Absolutely. Great job casting, guys. And Devious activity for sure pulled in very strong. The confidence, the precision, the no fear gaming. They show that they know what they're doing. They know when to go in. They know exactly what they expect with every move that they take. Now for LEGACi though, 2-minute death for the first game, 2 deaths actually. What's something that they can improve on? What is one thing besides the experience and maybe like the gaps between the two teams? Is there any mistake that they should avoid making in order to not let that snowball happen in the early game?
For me personally, especially when it comes into the early game, I want to say while Riles, I want to say is a very kind of standout highlight player on the team, there were a couple of early engagements where Riles kind of charged into Kush on the Nolan, but didn't have the support of his team. Now, whether if that's a miscommunication between the team or a problem with synergy, you all need to be on the same page. So if somebody's going in, if somebody's going to try to get that gank, the entire team needs to be behind you. They need to be on the same page and going for that exact same thing. Or what we're going to see and what we saw happen was a lot of them getting picked off. They're going in there, they go a little bit too far, get sandwiched, and especially in the early game, once you lose that momentum, once you lose that advantage, a team like Devious Activity is going to continue to waylay on you until the end of the game.
Yeah, and I mean, I kind of agree with Private right there. Execution is key. I mean, in game number 1, their drafting was great. I liked everything I saw. Game number 2, I wouldn't say I didn't like their draft. I think it would have worked with a different team. I just think they need a little bit more synergy to pull that off, and that's where they kind of lacked. I think they need to pick a drafting style that plays in their team's strength and their favor, right? I mean, you can run the double support, but you need to be able to defend yourself on these early objectives and not let the other team snowball on you if you're going to run that method. And I just don't think they're ready for that at this moment. And hopefully as they progress through the regular season, we'll see some improvement. But yeah, that's definitely what they need to work on. Devious Activity, I think they're just a little bit quicker to those objectives, and they kind of realized that early in the game and they exploited it.
For sure, and with synergy comes with experience, right? And for LEGACi, they do have 6 rounds of proving themselves and improving until the playoffs. So we really get to see how they progress against each and every team. And that's a lot of practice and experience for them to build that synergy in the competitive sphere, as well as the practice, obviously, that's going on behind the scenes. And very excited to see how far they go in this regular season. And I'm also excited to see who the MVP will be for this game. Now, you guys mentioned T. Ato did really well as Kush also made a lot of damage. Who do you guys think are going to be the MVP of this game?
Oh man, for me it's really hard because I want to say the first game, T had a lot of great highlights, especially in the early game. Second game, it's really hard to ignore the presence that Kush had on that Nolan. But that's the value you get out of a Nolan that's played well in the first place. He was finding the kills. There was not a moment of relaxation, especially for the Diggy on that team, because the moment he took a breath, boom, Kush in there, closer the distance, gets a fracture, and he's back out of harm's way. For me, I don't even know who to pick depending on which game it was.
You know, it's funny because, I mean, if you look at game number 1, I would 100% say T if it was game number 1. I mean, his Kaja was crazy. A double kill in the beginning, able to get a lot of assists and rack up some kills on top of that as a Kaja is not the easiest thing to kind of do. So I would say, I would give that one a T, but when it comes to game number 2, That one was definitely a little bit more in favor for Kush, picking up those early kills, just shining on the Nolan. But we also got to give credit to y'all too. I mean, he ran the Vexana in game number 1, right? We talked about it being possibly still meta, and he was dealing a lot of damage with that Impure Rage. Then game number 2, the Nana performance was pretty impressive too. But you know what? No. You know what time it is? It's T time. And the reason I say that is because T had that hot Need for Speed pursuit and was able to get out of that 1 HP play inside of that orange buff. So I mean, that was the most impressive thing I think I've seen in the series. So I'm gonna give it to T.
Well, I would agree with you, but it really depends on who our observers think that are going to make it as the MVP. But before that, Vexana being meta, that's something that I never expected to see, but it seems like even after that nerf, Vexana is still pretty meta, and the Nana pick as well. It's a very different meta coming back this season.
Right now, the mid lane is, I want to say, probably one of the most robust when it comes to just this amount of damage that can come out, the amount of CC that can come out from them. Vexana being, I want to say, the front runner for a lot of that. And we've seen a Nana, of course, as well now with the moment. It's these little changes to her kit where now the Molina basically acts like an explosion if it lands on somebody or more than one players, and which can be doubled behind with the ultimate, the Molina Blitz. So as soon as you hit and you get hit by the Molina, you already know it's over because you're going to be taking the full front of her entire kit because there's not going to be any way for you to actually be able to run, and there needs to be an answer for that. Same thing with Vexana, her entire kit. She hits you with the Frighten, then you're going to be taking the full front of her entire CC. The Frighten, the Eternal Guardian as well. So it's a big combinations that can be strung together by the mids in this meta.
Yeah, and the only thing that the only other maze that you really see get taken out is the Navaria, right? I mean, we've seen it banned out in both games. And I would say that's also a viable weapon. I mean, it provides a lot of CC. If you can get an R-Lot in your composition on top of that to stack with the Demon Gaze, it's just an insanity amount of damage and dashes he can provide from that. And then the slow that the Navaria provides has been a problem. So I would say with current meta, there's just a lot of prioritization on the mid lane pickup within the first half of the draft, and then possibly the jungle as well. I mean, if the Nolan walks, I mean, it has to get picked up, right? I mean, you've seen it. You've seen Kush execute. You've seen him stack up those kills super early in them. That's what we have to see from these teams as we go through these series, right? Find the high-value targets in the draft and don't give up these targets without having a proper trade for your side.
Absolutely, and you know what time it is? It is T time because the MVP is going to go to T with that insane presence he made for arguably for both games, but especially the first game, getting that kill early game and getting his team that space to snowball. Great performance from T.
Yeah, I mean, T has all the experience in the world, former Area 77 member, former BTK, and now on Devious activities. And like Weezy was talking about in that last game, I mean, actually missed the little speed boost he got in the jungle, but still able to kind of take the enemy Juke City and broke some ankles and able to get himself out of harm's way. I mean, it's just, it was amazing to watch. Probably not for LEGACi, but I mean, he's showing that experience and a lot of that mechanical ability that he has.
Yeah, what's in the T, man? Everybody's asking, right? I mean, the man's on fire, and I can't wait to see how he kind of performs as we progress through this series. I mean, he, like you said, he's a former player on some of the best teams out there for North America. I mean, we've seen him compete with BTK. I believe actually in the NACT Spring Season, though, he wasn't running as the roamer back in that grand finals. He was the actual, he was an XP laner, right? Yeah, he was running with the XP lane for BTK. So he actually switched roles with this lineup, and that even shows you how more incredible of a player he is.
Of course, and he was very good at XP laner for BTK, but this time he's coming in with that strong roam presence. So very excited future to see how he performs this whole season. But before we get into the next game and before our break, we're gonna have a little giveaway for all our lovely fans today. Now, what is the giveaway today? We have tournament chest. So there's a link on the screen that you see there. You will have a chance to one of these amazing rewards that you see on screen. So make sure you type that code in game to redeem a chance to win one of these permanent skins. There's only 30, so first come, first serve. Make sure you type that code in right now. A lot of exciting skins looking on the screen. Which one do you guys want to get?
Oh, me? I'll go for anything with fiery in it. So let's go with the fiery dance.
Well, I'll go in
Yin
for
Yang
the
Mei
X
sounds pretty
Factor.
good.
The X Factor, I mean, it's kind of like an unexpected one, so I feel like that'd be good. But overall, I mean, hey, all of them are available and they're free. So, I mean, free is the best price. So definitely make sure you guys type in that code and get those skins while they're available.
The best skin is the free skin. For sure. So as you guys are typing in that code, we are going to take a little break, but don't go anywhere because we're going to be back for next Fiery series coming up.
Next time, look before you enter enemy portals.
Wow.
Uh-oh! Cyclops is about to overstay his welcome. Is this deja vu? Oh, wait for it. Wait for it. Boom! Melissa joins the party. Chip runs a bitchy scene. Sheesh, what a massacre! And to add insult to injury, Melissa portals back to her lane without missing a beat. Skirmish breaks out. Where's Chip going? Is he gonna... He flickers to the high ground. Portal's up. Surprise! Brody gets deleted. Can Red Team make it back in time? No shot! What an insane portal strat!
Welcome to All-Star 2024! Hey, superstars!
Get ready for a new season of NACT. This year, we're going to be dialing up the intensity like never before. We're going to have 2 rounds of open qualifiers so we can give more teams and more players the opportunity to join this tournament.
This season, you can team up with friends from anywhere around the world. The NACT battlefield just got more diverse and thrilling.
This season, the winning champions will be heading to Saudi Arabia to represent North America at the MSC.
This season, I'm not just aiming to win, I'm here to dominate and show that my journey to the top is just beginning. Watch out NACT, the best is yet to come.
For next NACT or next international tournament like MSC, you're probably going to see me play with some of my older teammates.
Ooh, you gotta reply to what he says.
More assassin games.
The Ohio brothers stand.
Stay tuned, everyone. You won't want to miss what happens next.
NACT 2024 Spring Season. Registration starts February 4th. Showcase your skills on this grand stage. It's time to make your mark in history.
All right, everybody, we are back. Hope you got your snack because we are up for our next series, Fiends versus BloodHounds. What do you guys think about these two teams?
Well, you have on one side, you have Fiends who kind of came in, very new team, took down the late great Gosu in the first qualifiers. The BloodHounds, a little bit more established, made their first appearance in the NACT last season and have gotten stronger and stronger each following season.
Yeah, and BloodHounds is one of those teams that have been together for a long time. You see a lot of teams that kind of form, even household names that are higher on the brackets that we've seen in NACTs, switch up their rosters a lot more. BloodHounds remains consistent. They don't really switch up their players, and they scale through the times. I mean, this time around, we got to see them in the Stage 1 qualifiers. They remained undefeated, and they qualified instantly within the first one. So it'll be fun to kind of watch them fight it out. Fiends, in that same category as them, they actually were both teams that made it in the Stage 1 qualifiers. And like you said, Fiends able to take down Gosu, but some new faces on the scene. And now we got to see, do they have what it takes to fight at this caliber?
Let's first take a look at the roster for BloodHounds coming in today. Book Roscoe, Easy Peasy, Ramses, Uda Buddha, and Sleeps. It seems like Uda Buddha is back for another season. He's been hopping around teams, but every season it seems like he's made a consistent presence in the NACT scene. A lot of very interesting picks, but he's able to execute them very well. So what are you guys expecting from this time, his entry into BloodHounds?
Well, a very interesting thing, I want to say, like, Boca Roscoe, most people already know, been a Twitch streamer for a very long time, kind of made his name there as well. Has some subsidiary teams as well. Ooga Booga, a big one, became a fan favorite from a lot of people from a lot of his Hanabi plays, playing some of those marksmen that not a lot of people pick very often. So, very interesting lineup from them.
Yeah, I would say Ooga Booga is one of those players who keeps it interesting. I mean, he pulled off that Hanabi in like one game, and then I was like, okay, I don't think that's going to happen again. And then he pulled it out the second time, and it didn't work, and it was insane. But it was interesting. Now, I will say, though, Easy Peasy is kind of who I'm keeping my eye on. He's one of those junglers who he likes to kind of prefer that Martis. We've seen him get like one of the first Savages in the last NACT when we started up in the regular season, and hey, it may be the same story. Definitely a player to have to watch out for.
For sure. And for Fiends, a lot of new faces. Let's see what their roster is for the first day. We have Churobami, we have Protstroy, Uneven, Magic, and Thorhari. Very new faces. I think Uneven we've seen before, right? Any player that you guys want to look out for Fiends?
Well, I'm actually looking forward to see how this entire team kind of coexist here. We talked about how they made it through the first qualifiers, and I want to say, as much as some people might not like to hear it, that first qualifiers, I want to say some of the better teams kind of got through in that one. And we were talking about both Fiends and BloodHounds made it through there. So everybody's kind of looking to see if Fiends has what it takes to kind of compete with that top four, with those that high mountain in North America, especially because not a lot of them very recognizable to North America so far.
Now, I will say Uneven is who I'm keeping my eye on. He is a player who's been to a majority of the NACTs. He shows up in person to the grand finals. And also, he's thrown a lot of cash into the local tournaments to keep the scene going, even when the NACT is not active. And he definitely steps up to a scene that a lot of players don't even get into. So I got to give him credit there. I am just in the same boat as Private. We haven't really seen them too much in the NACT, so this is their chance to kind of paint that picture on how we kind of rate them and evaluate them up against these other top 8 competitors.
For sure. And I remember Uneven was a cosplayer at the last NACT Grand Finals, right? It's very memorable hair color that he has there. But without further ado, let's look at what our caster predictions are. I'm feeling like this matchup, we're going to have a little bit more even distribution on the caster table. Look at that. Z and I and Stephweezy, we do have our faith in BloodHounds. Seems like Trex, UA, and Private picked Fiends. Now, Private, why do you think you picked Fiends for this game?
Well, I want to say BloodHounds have been a big favorite of mine coming into this, but in the qualifiers, they encountered a lot of hurdles and obstacles through some of their play style, which kind of, I want to say, dropped them on my rankings a little bit. And this is kind of a call out. While Fiends is kind of new, this is kind of a call out for BloodHounds to kind of bring me back that intensity that I saw from them in the late season, last season of that play style, that synergy, that improvement that we know and love from them.
You know, it's funny. I would almost say with this on the opposite side, I voted for BloodHounds. Fiends is a little interesting. I mean, they did make it into the top 8 undefeated in the first qualifiers for the NACT Spring Season 2024, but they didn't really go up against any heavy hitters like they will be today. Not against a team that's ever placed in top 8. This is going to be their first team that they faced in the top 8 position, where I feel like BloodHounds, I mean, we've seen them fight top 8 teams multiple times in the last NACTs. So that's kind of why I gave them the benefit of the doubt over Fiends. But again, I mean, just because they haven't faced a top 8 team doesn't mean they can't beat one, which is why I'm kind of excited to kind of see them fight it out. But yeah, that's why I kind of had to give BloodHounds the benefit of the doubt.
I would definitely agree with you there. BloodHounds have proven with more experience in the previous season. However, I do feel like this game is a game that we're most likely to see an upset coming in from Fiends, and we'll see if that happens with the second game of day 1, Fiends versus BloodHounds. Let's see how they do with this game.
And this is going to be very exciting for me because we already know BloodHounds. We know who we're watching out for. I love that this meta, I want to say, favors Boca Roscoe, favors his positioning. We were just talking about the Nana picks, the Vexana picks, those maybe not more mechanically inclined heroes, but that really kind of go on the positioning and your ability to kind of to get those that damage down onto people. And this is going to be a story. This is where Fiends start to kind of tell their story. They're up against people who are recognizable, and it's time for them to start getting recognizable on their own. And I think we're going to see that in this game.
Battle between the casters on, we like to do a little behind the scenes competition for who can have the best prediction, but it'll be interesting indeed. Speaking of interesting things, the draft on the way, a couple of bans on the board, something for the first time that we are seeing that hasn't been banned yet all the regular season from the first series, the Guinevere.
Not just not banned, but not seen in the last series at all. The teams didn't even want to pick it up at all. I'm not sure if maybe it just didn't fit in the composition, or maybe some of those range nerfs really kind of hit her hard enough to kind of drop her in the priority list for a lot of these players. But either way, on the other side, I'm on some pretty standard bans there. For Rammus, I haven't seen bans too often. Are a lot more familiar with it there as well. All bans taken up for this first round. We're going to see what this first pick is going to be going up for BloodHounds and what they're going to prioritize here.
Yeah, I feel like we did have the first pick, but we didn't see it. But if I had to guess, I would say it's the no, not the Navarre, the Vexana. Yeah, I would say it's the Vexana. Oh no, the Vexana wasn't picked up. I wonder who BloodHounds picked right there. But they are going to give up the Vexana.
Maybe a Barats or something like that, because he didn't make the ban list up here.
Maybe Nolan.
Oh, that's a possibility as well. It's the guessing game. It's here us to test our analytical abilities here. I do like the pickup here, the Vexana and the Claude. We didn't really see, like we said from the first series, Claude didn't really have as big of an impact. Not sure if that's because of some of the nerfs that came down to a lot of the marksmen, or maybe just because for the most part the teams were getting kind of overwhelmed on those marksmen and weren't able to kind of output the way that they wanted to.
Now, I really want to know what this first pick is, just because the Barats was picked up second, so it might not even be the Nolan, but it can still be, because on the international level, we are seeing players pick up the Barats in the XP lane to deny the other side from picking it up, which could be BloodHounds doing that. I mean, they've been known to be creative with their drafting, and maybe that's what they did, but we will see as we progress through this draft. Now, with the Barats on the table, it's some great front line. It's able to soak in a lot of that damage. Something interesting that they did pick up that we don't really typically see anymore is that Irithel to match up against that Claude in the gold lane. I mean, it's very mobile, definitely has the damage, but it's just not one of those staple marksmen that we typically see, so we'll be keeping a close eye on it.
Yeah, very interesting, especially because with the changes that came down, I want to say the nerfs to attack speed, I want to say, and the nerfs to attack speed, the nerfs to the marksman's health, and the buffs to their starting base damage, it really does favor heroes like Irithel, like Natan, like the heavy hitters like Clint and stuff like that. The heroes that don't really rely on attack speed, but rely on that just huge amount of damage that they can lay down, and especially because she has a great kiting ability.
Yeah, great kiting ability indeed. And now that Minotaur is on the table, we'll proc up that Minoan Fury, which could be an issue from the side of BloodHounds. Diggy, still an option. May want to take that out so that they don't have to worry about him stopping that CC from setting up the team. But honestly, on the international scene, lately I've been seeing a little bit of a pattern where teams don't even really care about the Diggy. They'll pick up the Minotaur, let the other team pick up actually, teams don't even pick the Diggy when it's available against it on the international level anymore. But I wonder if the same thing will correlate to the NA scene. You are going to see the Ruby taken off the table for the side of BloodHounds alongside the Mathilda, and that will finalize their bans. One more for the side of Fiends to kind of solidify this. Now, the way this is looking so far, it's kind of hard to say, because I would ask you, Private, are you still thinking Fiends is going to be able to pull this off? But I don't know what's sitting over there for BloodHounds. I mean, it could be anything. It could be a Hayabusa. It could be $1 million Layla. I mean, we've seen it happen. No, it won't be a Layla because Sleeps picked up the Irithel. But I mean, hey, expect the unexpected.
I'm assuming it's with the lack of mage bans on the side of Fiends that it's a mage sitting over there on the side of BloodHounds. Just because at this point I might try to like ban out Boko Roscoe if he hadn't picked up something there. I do like that we're kicking out a lot of these supports too. Barats absolutely dominates with a support by his side, whether it's the Matilda that's already banned out, or whether it's that Heart Guard that they can get from the Angela that has been banned out. There are still some other ones on the table that can come out, but I want to say a good read by the side of Fiends there as well.
Yeah, I mean, they took out the Angela, they took out the Faramis, they took out the Mathilda. They're limited in the support potential over there for the side of BloodHounds. I mean, they still could pick up something like the Rafaela if they really wanted to provide some heals and keep that Barats alive if it is running, in fact, inside of the jungle. But if it's in the XP lane, then I don't think we'll be seeing that. But what we will be seeing is expecting the unexpected, the Glue. Picked up over there from Fiends. Not a hero we usually see that often. Actually, the only person I've seen run Glue this NACT so far in the qualifiers was Fried Chicken. But he was able to pull it off, and he had some great execution. This will be my second time seeing it, but I don't really know if I would consider it meta. It's hard to kill though. I mean, he can use the split. He has sustainability, and he can definitely harass inside of the XP lane. But it's going to boil down to execution and Fiends, a newer team on the scene. We got to see what they bring to the table.
Yeah, very interesting too, because I wonder who you pit against Glue. If that is, well, I'm guessing that's going into the XP lane. I almost want to say maybe possibly the Yuzong does well against the Glue, just because he can get his abilities onto all of those the little minions during the split ultimate of Glue. And then we see the last pick, a Cho that I have not, we don't get graced with these high mechanical picks in the XP lane too often in North America, but we see that Cho being picked up there alongside the Nana for Boca Roscoe. So I was wrong, it wasn't a mage that was picked up over, it's still going to be our mystery for us.
Well, I'm wondering though, because I mean, if that's a Cho, that means it's in the roam position. It's going to have the setup, which means it had to have been an XP laner, unless Barats is in the XP lane and it was a Nolan that walked in front of us. But that would still be kind of surprising to pick up a Nolan, then right behind that pick up a Barats. But I mean, other than that, I'm really curious to see what it is. Now, looking at what we have on the composition so far for the BloodHounds, they have single target CC with the Way of the Dragon over there from Cho. May be able to catch Claude out of position for that single target CC, especially when he uses that BMI. But hey, last pick on the board, Fiends. Speak about interesting, picks up the Fanny.
Yeah, very interesting for me, especially with a Cho on the board, which I feel like can actually have a great success against a Fanny. So I want to say that Fiends are very confident in this pick, very confident in their ability, especially in this early game. But man, who's to tell here? There's a lot of CC on the side for the BloodHounds here. We're going to see if they can kind of stack up against the Fiends here.
Yeah, I'm looking at the engage and disengage, right? The Minoan Fury, let's talk about this, right? Turtle pops up, Minoan Fury goes in, knocks up the entire team of BloodHounds, possibly some Purifies. May work in their favor. I mean, the Cho is very mobile, so it might not be the easiest hero to catch. So I think it'll be okay for the Minotaur here. The Fanny is really what's going to be interesting. One of those heroes that we see pave the way in the early game. It's going to be focused on not going for those initial turtles, but possibly going to the gold lane for those ganks. Maybe picking up a Blade of Heptases for the initial burst damage on the way toward the early phase. Because that's really what the Fanny is kind of used for nowadays. But it also makes up, even when you do fall behind, the Fanny's great on split pushing. Very mobile, one of the hardest heroes to keep up with. And hey, here we go. Game number 1.
Yeah, Fiends taking on the BloodHounds. First game of this series. Mystery of that first pick about to be revealed. Hey, it's the CC for BloodHounds.
I actually like that pickup. I'm a fan of the CC. We talked about it. It didn't get picked up too often. And it's definitely a staple pickup. It's going to be a problem when you don't have anybody to keep her at base. She's great at harassing and rotating across the map and can keep up with the mobility, especially up against a Fanny who's going to be highly mobile herself. And I want to see this kind of translate into the NA scene. And hey, here we go. Both teams fighting it out. Early aggression.
Ooga Booga trying to put on those little juke shoes, but was not able to get away from Pro Destroy. A great first pickup in the opening minute.
Yeah, great early pickup, which will give him a slight advantage for the early phase for the side of Fiends. And this is what you want to see from the Fanny, right? You're seeing some of those emblems pop up on the board. Fanny running on that lethal ignition, which is definitely interesting. Going to have some damage. Impure Rage over there from the Vexana, who did walk through the draft. We've seen how much of an impact it had in the first series of the day. But will it be the same story for game number 2? Looking at the CC running on that Brave Smite. It's going to make her very sustainable, getting a lot of that regen as she uses her skills. Quantum Charge picked up over there from Sleeps, making him very mobile on this unorthodox pick of the Irithyll. And not your staple marksman that you kind of see, but it was primed very early in this game. And we got to see how it kind of plays out.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting here. First turtle is up, and this is where a lot of the men are made during these games to see if they can kind of get that positioning. Pro Destroy not in a great position for it, but you can see Vexana and Glue starting to move their way down. 10% left on it. Easy peasy. Oh, a nice Molina Blitz. Pro Destroy comes in, finds a kill, and easy peasy still finds a turtle. Pro Destroy found a kill on off map, I believe that was, on Ooga Booga.
Not only both kills that went over there to Pro Destroy went to Ooga Booga. We talked about him being one of those players that keeps things interesting, but he needs to slow it down. Got out of position, and that's going to find a little bit of an advantage over there for the side of Fiends. I mean, even though they didn't get that turtle, Their jungler's getting fed, which means Pro Destroy is going to be able to get those items nice and early to be able to gank the side lanes. He's not really worried about getting these turtles. He wants to kind of gank on the opposing sides. But speaking of a gank, Ooga Booga in a situation.
Yeah, Ooga Booga again finding himself some trouble in this roam position, getting nailed down by Kahari. Very brave. Very brave there. But here comes the Headhunter looking for a kill again and finds it. Third kill onto Ooga Booga. Blazing duet out and about as Kahari going to find that BMI, getting himself back to safety. Here come the Nom Noms as Easy Peasy doesn't get the stun onto Magic. Is it going to be enough to take him down? In comes Pro Destroy looking for the kill. Is gonna find it onto Sleeps. That is 0-4 in favor of Fiends.
Yeah, and you know, this is really happening because Ooga Booga is being caught out of position, right? I mean, he's going a little too far. And now Pro Destroy having 4 kills within the last 3 minutes of the game. Leaving his marksman by himself. Sleeps will find his first death, which will put him behind in the gold lane, giving Kohari a great advantage. And you're now looking at about a 500 gold lead, not the highest, but in terms of the early aggression, leaning inside of Fiend's favor.
Ooh, a nice little way of the dragon there by Ooga Booga, trying to pay it back, trying to become. Oh no, they're gonna get caught here. We do see a lot of damage come out with the Eternal Guardian, and we're chasing down Boca Roscoe. Gonna find himself a flicker. Is that gonna be enough to get out of harm's way? Easy peasy, fending off this ultimate from Vexana, and I'm surprised no kills came out of that one.
Pro Destroy just trying to use that retry to get these kills right now, using everything he has at his disposal and doing a great job so far. But BloodHounds may be able to pick up another turtle. This is really what's going to kind of keep them in this game, is if they can at least trade for these neutral objectives, it may possibly work. But both sides need to kind of find out who's leading control of this match. Ramses with the CC, we talked about it, very hard to kind of keep at bay, able to harass the entire team. Pro Destroy rushes in, able to get the turtle.
Oh, he does find a way of the dragon on to uneven. Is that going to be enough? Ooga Booga gets taken down again by Pro Destroy. And I want to say, questionable kick out there to try to get into the XP laner, putting himself in the harm's way again. Not just that, another kill for Pro Destroy.
I mean, 4 of those 5 kills that he's gotten has all been Ooga Booga so far. But in the mid lane,
yeah, I think Boca Roscoe pretty much just knew there's nothing he was going to be able to do to get out of there. Sleeps in a bad way down and finds himself on the bad end of a cutthroat from Pro Destroy on the Fanny.
Yeah, he's just having a flawless game on the Fanny so far. We talked about him building that Blade of Heptases as his first item, and that's all he needs to take off.
Yeah, and then down Churro Burrow finding a kill onto Ooga Booga right now, who is having a rough go at this game right now. At the bottom lane, Kohari finds himself the second tower for Fiends.
Yeah, and Fiends having a great debut. The team that slid out of nowhere, took down one of the powerhouse names such as Gosu, and now going up against the top 8 contender, the BloodHounds, and doing it with a fancy fashion, as you are seeing the pressure in the mid lane.
Yeah, and you can see now Magic in a little bit of trouble here. Is going to be able to get back, especially with that healing from the Minotaur. Sleeps getting helped out by Boca Roscoe in the back. Ooga Booga fending off, holding the line. Surprisingly, does not take a death there. Oh, easy peasy, gets taken out by Uneven. Followed by Ramses finding a kill, and Ooga Booga down. We are at 3 to 2 kills for that exchange.
Malefic Roar just picked up from Pro Destroy too. He notices they're building that physical defense and he wants more. He wants to be able to get those kills, and great itemization over there from him. I believe that was a Demon Hunter sword picked up from Kohari. So he will be able to deal some damage, especially up against Easy Peasy on this Barats, able to kind of soak down his high HP pool. And now Fiends, they weren't able to get the very first turtle of the game, but now they have 2 in their favor, which means they are leading on the turtle objectives over against BloodHounds and up by 1 turret, and also leading the way by 7 kills so far and almost 3,000 gold. Off to a great start, but Pro Destroy, if anybody's MVP, it's got to be him so far. 7-0-1 KDA.
Yeah, and they're doing a good job. Oh, Ooga Booga tries to get in there, gets a little pop-up for his troubles there. We're about to be done with our first row of towers for the side of BloodHounds, and unfortunately not able to kind of find the momentum, especially because Ooga Booga keeps getting caught before they can even like land some of these engagements.
Man, speaking of landing engagements, Sleeps
Yeah, Sleeps just gets taken down. You see in there that even ProDestroy, even very confident. We were talking about his ability. Oh, easy peasy. Gonna have to use that Detna's welcome to get himself away. So using it defensively instead of actually able to kind of scoop up an enemy and point them into his tower. And in a bad way right now is BloodHounds.
Yeah, not able to find their rhythm so far. Ooga Booga off to a rough start over there on this show. And maybe the Hanabi was what he needed to pick up for this game. But you are going to go ahead and see them now pushed into the Chichi turret for the mid lane, but a conceal play.
Yeah, conceal play comes out, but big a pop-up. Minoan Fury catches 3 members of BloodHounds, and they are on the chase. Uneven with the split. Ramses gets hunted down by ProDestroy, but here comes the way of the dragon. Finds ProDestroy, sleeps with the finishing touches. Kohari onto the back line, spitting out the damage with that blazing duet. And that's going to be 1 down for the BloodHounds and 1 down for the Fiends.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade, but not the same story on the scoreboard as you're seeing Fiends getting pretty much everything that they came for. Up by 2,000 gold and now has control of the Lord Pit. May be able to take this objective. Ooga Booga trying to find some answers, but being bursted down with the swiftness on this Cho every single time Fiends initiates. You are looking at the first turret on the top side, though, falling for Fiends. BloodHounds needs to find a way to kind of translate more of these objectives in their favor, and it looks like they are going to go in for the contest. I don't think they're going to give Fiends this Lord for free.
Yeah, they're gonna try to contest it, but you gotta respect the damage. You gotta respect how ahead that they. Well, actually, I mean, I want to say it's only about 3K ahead at the 10-minute mark, so it's not like completely unfeasible for them to be able to take this. It's just the composition and the send-off from Ooga Booga that we need to watch for to make sure that he can get it, that he can get that little pick-off that he needs to be able to start some of these fights without dying.
Yeah, and you're already seeing both teams dancing.
Uneven coming, spreading from the backside, and that's going to be an easy Lord. Ooga Booga in trouble again. Bronco Roscoe has that passive activated and still gets taken down by ProDestroy, putting some respect onto that name of that Fanny.
Ooh, easy peasy, not able to get away. Uneven will find him, but Kohari.
Oh, man, Blazing Duet comes in there, puts the finishing touches onto Sleeps.
Oh, man, a lot of pressure, but 4 members falling for the side of BloodHounds, 1 for the side of Fiends as ProDestroy finds his second death of the game. Now up to double digits with 10 kills. This is the highest kills we've seen so far for the NACT regular season. 17-7, 10 kill lead at that as you are seeing some of the items pop up on the board. Kohari, 3-1-6, now picking up that golden staff alongside the Demon Hunter on the Corrosion side. And up against him on the other side in the gold lane, you are going to see the Haas class picked up from the Irithel for that sustainability, more attack speed from the Swift Boots, and some crit from the Berserker's Furies. So able kind of to match him on core items, but we're not seeing the same story for the Roamers as you are seeing Ooga Booga just off to a very hard start. He's not really able to initiate like he wants to, and honestly, the Cho's not a bad pickup when you're going up against a Fanny. I mean, you have the way the Dragon, it's pretty much a guaranteed set as long as he's right next to Fanny when you use those steel cables. But it's really going to be up to easy peasy, right? I mean, he's supposed to have these tankier items. He has to frontline that damage, but ProDestroy always finding a way around him.
Oh, man, locked on to Ramses here. Is trying to yo-yo away ProDestroy. Actually puts a good amount of damage, especially with some of those auto attacks with how fast that they can hit. Puts a ProDestroy into the back of the tower, so he's going to have to go home for a bit.
I mean, did you just see how much damage Ramses did to ProDestroy? He's not even phased about him. He doesn't care about that 10-2 KDA. I mean, that's not somebody you're going to be able to burst down. I think ProDestroy just needs to focus on finding Sleeps, Boca Roscoe, and hey, I mean, actually, Ooga Booga with the way he's been bursting him down in this game. But the other players may not be the same story. BloodHounds, though, now needs to play for the late game. They need to wait for Sleeps to pick up those core items and deal the damage alongside Boca Roscoe.
Oh, very quickly reacting to finding Fanny in that, and they're going to be able to find a way of the Dragon and burst him down.
And we just talked about it, right? The Cho is an answer for the Fanny. As long as you get the way of the Dragon, it's almost a guaranteed setup for a kill. And hey, may be a way for them to turn this around.
Yeah, and that was just such quick reaction. I'm not even sure. Maybe they saw the Fanny go into that bush, but that was just so fast for them to all be able to get the way of the Dragon and then burst him down within a second. So great read there by BloodHounds, showing signs of life here at the 12-minute mark.
Yeah, we know they're a team that has a lot of synergy, and honestly, if anybody could turn it around, it's them. We've seen them in this position several times, and being able to push through and play to the late game. They know how to do the micro and macro dance. Even though they didn't win in the early game, you can't count them out just yet. Fiends, newer on the scene, with this massive advantage, they should be able to close this out. But time and time again with newer teams, sometimes we see this happen, right? They just have a massive advantage in the early game, but when it comes to the late game and ending it, that's where they struggle. But is this the story for Fiends?
Yeah, we're about to find out too, because like the gold lead is not insurmountable for Fiends right now. So there's still a lot of room for BloodHounds to be able to kind of come back. Kotari comes in with the BMI. They're doing such a great job of zoning out the rest of BloodHound to make sure they can't close the distance. Here comes Easy Peasy, looking for an opportunity, looking for an excuse to get in there. He is not going to be able to get it. Pro Destroy finds the retribution, and down go 3 members of the BloodHounds. They are still giving chase. You can see uneven there, trying to latch on to Boca Roscoe. Is that going to be enough? Oh, it is not. Boca Roscoe alone in the base to tell the story of his fallen comrades.
Yeah, now Sleeps and Boca Roscoe by themselves, not able to contest on that Lord with a massive gold lead from Fiends, and now opening up the base for a game ender.
Ooh, yeah, you can see Pro Destroy comes in there, still finds the kill onto Boca Roscoe, and that's going to be a complete team wipe and first game for Fiends.
My goodness, talk about flawless execution. Fiends with a 14-minute finish over against BloodHounds, their first competitor that's been in the top 8, and a great debut from them so far. Pro Destroy, Pro Fanny should be what he changes his name to, is he should have the MVP in the bag after that performance, able to burst down Ooga Booga very easily and create the early game pressure needed for that fast finish. Team stats on the board, KDA 22, 8, and 40. Damage over 200,000. Rating 8.63 and 9,000 GPM.
Yeah, we can take a look here at the full stats there. I mean, super unfortunate for BloodHounds here, who just, probably underestimating the Fanny, but I mean, we really had nothing to go on, and that's kind of the value you get from being an unknown team. Nobody really knows what to expect from you. Nobody really knows that, like, maybe we should ban the Fanny, maybe we should ban the Nolan because this dude's crazy. And we just saw, we were talking about it, making a name for yourself, putting those names in there, and Pro Destroy right now is a name that should be ringing out there as a warning for the rest of NA, especially when it comes to a pick like a Fanny.
Yeah, honestly, I think that's like the safest bet. When you're going up against a team and you know nothing about them, you got to ban that Fanny. Especially if you don't have an answer for it, you got to ban the Fanny. But I wouldn't even say they didn't have an answer for it. I mean, the Cho was an answer for it. We saw a little bit of light in that long, dark tunnel when they had that setup on him, but it was a little too late on being able to pull that out, and they were able to close it off with that early finish. Now, looking at BloodHounds, I do not see them letting them pick up the Fanny again unless they have more answers in their table. But honestly, I don't think they will let them pick it up again because that was just way too one-sided for not only my liking, but for their liking as well. I mean, we all want to see us go to a best of 3. That's my favorite, when both sides can fight it out to the final match of the day, and that's what I'm hoping for. But BloodHounds, they got to bring their A game. No, they got to bring their S tier game after that performance, because you are looking at Fiends. Not too much data on them, able to take down Gosu, and now able to shut down a top 8 team with a one-sided story. You know, do we see a possible dark horse in the making to be able to climb up there and compete against some of the top teams?
Well, I talked a little bit earlier about why my pick went to the Fiends for a prediction, and that's partially because of how Fiends, they were that unknown, but also because BloodHounds during that first qualifier showed a little hiccup, showed a little bit of weaknesses in their armor when it came to a little bit of that synergy and some of the decision making that went out there. Cho, I mean, while it's good on paper against the Fanny, and other issues that he comes into play is when he tries to dive in there to get that way of the dragon, there is just a huge amount of CC that he has to compete with, and he was just getting bursted down. So maybe on paper it's a good choice, but with what was on the enemy team to kind of take down that, to help out with that Fanny, it wasn't enough. And unfortunately, I mean, showing why Cho isn't really meta. Anybody right now, I want to say, who has to dive into the fray, that has to dive in very quickly is going to have a lot of issues. There's got to be a plan for the amount of CC that the enemy's going to be able to dish out.
Yeah, and definitely going to be something they have to look into for this match. Do you ban the Fanny, or do you let it rain terror again for a second time? I mean, I definitely wouldn't let that walk. But as you are seeing some of the bans on the table, a little bit more textbook, taking out the Faramis, the X-Borg, the Joy, and the Mathilda. You are still seeing a Vexana on the table, could walk into the hands of Fiends, would be a valuable target. They are going to take out that R-Lot. And that's what I would probably say should be the prio for the side of Fiends. You don't want to have a player like Bocarasco getting one of the best mages in the meta pool right now. I mean, especially him being a top mage player in the past. I mean, he's definitely one of those core players that the side of BloodHounds relies on getting online with that trio core synergy to make the aggressive plays in the early phase. And if you can disrupt him by taking some of these meta picks, you'll have another great early game.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see where we go from here. Still got some very interesting picks open. Do we take that out, and do we still give them the Nolan option as well? I mean, both of them were open last draft, I want to say, but I want to say possibly Pro Destroy a little bit better on the Fanny, so decided to pick that up. I'm actually kind of afraid to see if that's his skill on a Fanny, what he can do with heroes or assassins that don't require as much mechanical prowess. I want to say on that kind of skill level, below that, I want to say Nolan's actually below what you would need to be able to have as far as mechanical abilities, rather than on the other side of being a Fanny.
Now, I wonder if they're going to pick up the Navaria. This is the first time that we haven't seen it actually banned out, and it's great for the utility that it provides. Able to fight in the back line, able to snipe, deal massive damage, provide the Astral Echo to provide slow to the entire team and increase the damage output from your team as you do engage on these neutral engagements. But do they go in for that? Do you go in for the Vexana? Do you go in for the Navaria? I mean, both of these, some strong pickups for either side in the mid lane, which means we're going to have pretty much some guaranteed damage for the mages. And hey, looks like Fiends will decide to go in for that Navaria. But do we see BloodHounds, or no, that Vexana, do we see BloodHounds take up the Navaria, or do they flip the script and go with something differently entirely?
I'm wondering what we have on the side of BloodHounds to kind of like, I mean, do we have a Nolan player? As Easy Peasy is not a slouch when it comes to jungling, a very mechanically gifted player. We've seen him on the Ling. We've talked about the Martis he had last season as well. So he's still got some great mechanical pickups for himself, and maybe something that could be able to kind of punish the side of Fiends here. I mean, we've talked about it. Vexana is so strong right now, so you're gonna need to have something that can possibly burst through that amount of frighten and CC and stuns that she has.
Oh, but they're gonna go in for Alpha here. Now, I've seen only really one player from when I was kind of keeping track on in the stage 1 and 2 qualifiers, or I guess the stage 1 qualifiers, and that was mlbbZane pulling up that Alpha in the jungle. I haven't really seen too many junglers pull it out, but I do know it is effective, right? You have the Alpha charge for the CC. He's sustainable. He has a little bit of range damage, which could work in his favor. But again, you're allowing a Nolan to walk into Fiend's hands, a team that was very aggressive in the early phase, and that's what Nolan kind of shines at. Stack that up with the Navaria, or no, a Vexana, and that's a recipe for disaster. Again, we kind of talked about this when it comes to drafting. You have to make sure what you pick up is worth what you're letting go. And speaking of letting things go, there goes the carry. And no, they're going to go in for the suppression. Kaja on the table.
Very interesting here too as well. The only problem I ever have with an Alpha, while you do see Zane pick it up a lot, it's usually in contention when he's facing a very tanky jungler on the other side, because there is that true damage that you get from Alpha. Otherwise, he can be a little slow to match up against certain assassins or certain faster junglers that we see. Honestly, this is very interesting to me, is that we've seen Kaja so much already in the first 2 series, and I mean, we didn't really see him much at all in the qualifiers. So, I mean, he's making a comeback here.
Yeah, definitely making a comeback, and you're going to see that Valentina slotted against him, which means they will have suppression on their side as well for BloodHounds. Fanny, we're talking about it, right? Do you ban it out, especially after game number 1? And it looks like that is the game plan for the side of BloodHounds, trying to limit the jungler capability from Fiends. Nolan still on the table, still walking, could be picked up for the side of Fiends. I don't expect that alpha to go anywhere else. It should be the jungler for BloodHounds. I mean, they are still needing their XP laner. You are going to go ahead and see the R-Lot taken off the table. Now, we are not seeing a Ruby ban currently, which would be some great CC to chain up on the side of BloodHounds, especially stacked up with that Valentina, who's going to take that suppression, and you want somebody with some additional group CC. Yes, the Alpha has it, but the Ruby would solidify it, and I think it would be an excellent pickup. But it could work out for the side of Fiends if they take that as well.
Yeah, I mean, we saw actually some of those unorthodox picks. We saw the glue come out from Fiends in the last game, and very considerate. Want to see what we're going to be picking up here. Tigreal and Minotaur taking off from Fiends. They're going to take out that huge amount of CC that we've been seeing in that tank position. So there's not going to be much to kind of have as a front line for BloodHounds. I'm definitely interested to see what these next two picks are going to bring out from them.
I'm picking Ruby. If it was me, I'm 100% picking Ruby here because it will benefit Fiends a lot. But whoa! Wait a second. The Hylos pickup. This will be fun to see, right? That Glorious Pathway being able to provide that additional mobility for your team. Not traditional. And I feel like it's a little risky from the side of BloodHounds, but I have seen them run a Hylos in the past in previous tournaments for them. I would say it's something they're a little bit more comfortable on, but I wouldn't really consider it meta. But they're definitely keeping things interesting.
Yeah, it's a very interesting pick for me just because Hylos has the Glorious Pathway, has a lot of healing on his side and tanking ability, but what he doesn't really have a lot of is CC. He can get one person down, but you're competing against a lot of damage that can be output by Fiends, and you're talking about a very front of the line type of hero that's going to Glorious Pathway, run directly into your team and potentially run into an Eternal Guardian, a Frighten, a Divine Judgment that can kind of take you off of the board. But in answer to that, we do see Pro Destroy is going to be picking up the Fredrin. So I want to say, dare I say, a calmer pick when it comes to the jungler. Not one that is as flashy as a Fanny or a Nolan, but one that can be just as dangerous.
There is a lot of CC that the Fredrin has to walk into, though, right? I mean, the only thing he really has for... I mean, he is a good front line, but he has the Kaji for the suppression and the Vexana and the carry, who are really going to be in the back line. So he's going to put a lot on his belt to be able to rush into these turtles and these neutral engagements to get that retribution off. And that's where the Yuzong will kind of shine. That's where the Alpha will be able to get the setup. That's where Valentina can use that Divine Judgment, you know, to work in her favor. But again, that Hylos is where I'm kind of scratching my head. I guess the Hylos can harass. It's good on being in the early game, forcing that retribution out over there from Pro Destroy on that Fredrin on his neutral objectives, or on his orange and purple buff. And the reality, trying to delay him on farming. And that's what I think is a game plan from Ooga Booga. But again, this is Ooga Booga. We saw the show. We saw him be early aggressive, and he was punished. Will he be able to pull it off on a second chance?
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to find out here as Fiends and BloodHounds clash for the second time here, hoping to be able to take this to a game 3.
Yeah, that's right. Will we be able to see a game number 3 for our second series of the day? Already seeing that harassment from Ooga Booga. We just talked about it.
Yeah, super deep into enemy lines, is going to be able to get away. I thought we were going to see I got a little scared, a little bit of PTSD from that last game where him on the show took like an early 3 deaths, but able to find himself an escape.
Yeah, and it's going to be a problem, right? He's using that Ring of Punishment. He's trying to get that harassment, forcing out an early retribution from Pro Destroy, but he's just not really well on escaping these engagements. And if he finds some early deaths into the hands of Fiends, it's going to be a similar story to game number 1, where they're able to snowball off of him alone, as we are seeing some of the emblems pop up on the board. I mean, the Hylos is definitely going to be keeping things interesting, running very tanky. Hopefully he will be able to sustain himself. Uneven, picking up that CC, has that Brave Smite. We'll be able to get some of that skill regen alongside Kohari. Ooh. Ran the same thing, but on the bot side, Kohari off to a little bit of a rough engagement.
Yeah, Kahari is going to have to expend that flicker, which means he's not going to have it for later, but a good read by him there. Unfortunate for BloodHounds, who had a little bit of a gank. Magic actually into the back line, going to slow down Sleeps. Are we going to be able to find nothing? Nope, not able to find it on the Sleeps, and Ooga Booga there to kind of throw himself at Pro Destroy to kind of give them, to split up their focus.
So it was a good look, right? I mean, you were looking at Ooga Booga. He was trying to harass. He was trying to force out the early retribution. But again, Pro Destroy was able to kind of get his purple buff, but now look at the orange buff. Look at Ooga Booga. This is where the high-low starts to shine, but can he pull it off?
Yeah, very interesting here that Pro Destroy and the rest of Fiends weren't really in a position to even contest the turtle here, deciding to go instead. Oh, actually, Ooga Booga might be in a little bit of trouble here. Boca Roscoe coming for some aid, gonna go ahead and help facilitate that escape.
Okay, and that's what you're supposed to use the high-lows for, and that's a mission accomplished over there. Credit to Ooga Booga on delaying the rotation from Pro Destroy, forcing him on that orange buff, not able to make it to that turtle, and he's going to need his team, right? Pro Destroy needs some assistance over there from Magic, possibly Chirobami, to stop Ooga Booga from harassing him so he can keep up in the jungle with easy peasy.
Yeah, and right now, a good positioning on the side of BloodHounds. Going to see if they can find a stun onto Kahari. They do find a glorious pathway, is out diving deep into the tower, gets a fear for his efforts, and taken down by Chirobami. And that's going to be a wrap for the high-lows. Easy Peasy comes in with an alpha charge. Is that going to be enough? Blazing Duet onto the backline. Sleep trying to kill onto Kahari, but Boca Roscoe gets taken down by a Frighten, and Easy Peasy about to meet his doom as well.
A rough trade over there from the BloodHounds. Fiends able to kind of prevail still, 3-1, leading the way, and also just really off to a good start. Even though they were not able to get that first turtle, it didn't really affect them that much. They're still leading in terms of gold with that kill lead. Now, Ooga Booga, he was off to a good start. It's definitely looking better than the Cho game, but he still has to be careful on getting picked off in the early phase, as he did find that death. But on the bot side, Kohari trying to put some pressure onto Sleeps in the rotation from Ooga Booga to kind of protect him. But look at the focus, right? Magic, he has the suppression, he has the Divine Judgment. This is where the Kaja starts to shine, right? Especially up against somebody like a Claude, who has the BMI to get back to safety. But with the suppression on the table, he has to kind of watch his positioning.
Yeah, and unfortunate for the side of BloodHounds right now. Turtle is back up, and there's a lot of focus on the bottom lane. We're going to see if they're going to be able to kind of get into a position. Ooh, nice little amount of damage there coming out from Fiends. Chirobami trying to zone them out. Oh, easy peasy, actually. BloodHounds. Pro Destroy comes in, and like a thief in the night, a Retri steals the turtle away from BloodHounds. Black Dragon is out trying to create some distance between the Fiends and BloodHounds, but man, that has to be frustrating.
Yeah, and that's going to even out the turtles for both sides, and we'll put Fiends in control of this game so far. 500 goal lead, nothing too far from reach for the BloodHounds. But speaking about reaching,
yeah, Kahari a little deep into that. Glorious pathway is out. Kahari is not long for this world. Magic next on the chopping dot is trying to stay near the tower so he doesn't get taken out. Here comes a concealed play. Alpha charge on the Chirobami, who's getting pumped down. Ooga Booga finds a kill there as well. Pro Destroy here in a bad way between three members of BloodHounds. Gonna look for the safety of his tower. He's gonna take a whole fear. Ooh, he finally just gets the safety.
Yeah, close call. Boca Roscoe hunting for BloodHounds. A great turnaround to be able to stay in that, as we are seeing that engagement on the bot side. The rotation, trying to find Kohari and burst him down, but the counterplay with the knock-up, and this is where Ooga Booga finds his first death in the game. We talked about him needing to have better placement compared to game number 1.
Yeah, and then Kahari with that other death down there. Magic is sitting there in the midst of this. Not going to be able to protect that bottom tower. Boca Roscoe goes in, tries to put a little bit more damage, just narrowly out of reach.
Looks like BloodHounds was able to find their momentum. Was looking a little shaky in the beginning, but now having an advantage.
Oh, uneven. An unfortunate receiver of that alpha charge, and then Easy Peasy just puts the finishing touches onto him. Right now, they're starting to show a little bit more signs of life. Much more slower paced game here for the BloodHounds, and a little bit more even for them.
Yeah, Corrosion Scythe picked up over there from Sleeps. You are going to see that Dominance Ice over there from Yu Zong. A little bit of that anti-heal in effect to stop the healing from the side of Fiends as they fight in these 5v5 engagements. BloodHounds didn't take the last turtle, but they're able to claim one so far and may be able to claim this one to have even more of an advantage.
Yeah, Ooga Booga deep into enemy territory. Glorious pathway has been activated. They're down onto Kahari, looking for that synchronization. They all find the damage and are going to be able to take him down. Big pop-up lands onto Magic. You can see Ooga Booga. They're chasing down Pro Destroy. Big Divine Judgment from Boca Roscoe is going to be able to find the snatch up on the Pro Destroy. 5-7 in BloodHounds' favor. Uneven comes in a bad way. Is this really the fight you wanted? That even the vengeance is not going to be enough to save him.
Yeah, and a big turnaround from BloodHounds, now in total control of this game. If Ooga Booga was the sandbag in game number 1, Kohari is the sandbag for game number 2, as he is being sought after and destroyed from the side of BloodHounds very smoothly, able to find the marksman. And that's not just any marksman, right? That is a carry. A marksman who needs those core items like that Demon Hunter Sword, needs to be able to deal some massive damage to the high HP pool, especially up against Ooga Booga and Ramses, and even Easy Peasy. But you aren't even seeing a Demon Hunter Sword so far. Went in for that Thunder Belt and is a little behind in the economy now, which means it's going to take even longer for Kohari to hit the power spike he needs to turn this back around in their favor.
Yeah, right now working on an endless battle, it seems. But when it comes to a lot of these clashes, all you really need, even as tanky as a carry can be, it's not much that you can compete with when it comes to the true damage that Easy Peasy can split out there. And Ooga Booga doing a great job of throwing out those glorious pathways and searching for Kohari. Here comes a Divine Judgment with a huge amount of damage. Ramses doesn't even know what hit him. On the backside, you can see Ooga Booga with the glorious pathway. Pro Destroy in a great position to go ahead and try to save his teammate Magic in a bad way. Trying to dash away is not going to be able to find an escape. Down to about half health for the rest of BloodHounds. They are going to go ahead and disengage.
And that will be a 1-for-1.
Whoa! Boca Roscoe with a quick Divine Judgment finds a snatch up onto Kohari.
We talked about it, right? Boca Roscoe, one of those mages who shines and is like the spine of the book for the side of BloodHounds. When he gets online, they profit.
Yeah, and Boca Roscoe doing a great job, especially being able to find that Divine Judgment's ultimate and be able to use it successfully against Fiends. However, Fiends in a good position are starting up this first Lord.
Yeah, trying to take this. A little bit of a contest from Ramses, but by himself, I don't think he'll be able to pull it off. A Black Dragon.
Yeah, and actually Pro Destroy's very low here right now. It doesn't actually want to get into this fight. You can see him sleeps, looking for the kill. Is he going to be able to find it? Pro Destroy's still alive, looking for the retribution, looking for an opportunity on the backside. Ooga Booga laying waste onto Kohari. Pro Destroy finds the retribution, and Ooga Booga gets taken down by Kohari.
You see, that was a rough... Ooh, wait a second. Sleeps in Uneven.
Yeah, Magic comes in there at the last moment to help out with that conceal play to tank out some of that damage to help with the escape.
See, that was a rough play over there from Ooga Booga, right? He went in for the kills. He was by himself. Easy Peasy was back at the base, and the Lord was almost down to that retribution mark to be able to be claimed from Pro Destroy. But instead of him going into the Lord, he wanted to go in and try and get a kill, and he was picked off. I don't know if it was honestly possibly would have been better to just try to take that Lord right there. I mean, even if he misplayed that retribution, he could have got a possible steal, especially with that Hylos and that Ring of Punishment. But look at Ramses, man. Not afraid to take that fight. We did see him try and contest. The idea was there, but the execution was better for the side of Fiends to be able to pull that off. And now, with this Lord in his hands, they may be able to turn it around, and Pro Destroy is turning things around, finds Easy Peasy.
Yeah, and you can see Kohari starting to light up these towers. Ooga Booga in a bad way is trying to get away. Glorious Pathway is out. It's going to be enough to save him with that little rejuvenate, and the health there lands a big pop-up on the 2. Divine Judgment lands onto Uneven. Sleeps able to put the finishing touches on him at the Black Dragon. Swimming through the air, finds a kill onto Pro Destroy, while the backline Kohari finds a kill of their own.
You can definitely tell Kohari is getting comfortable now. He's starting to rack up these kills, and it's becoming a problem for the BloodHounds as they're not able to find their way to him.
Yeah, and Sleeps finds a kill onto Magic there. Yeah, and that's you can see from that last replay that they had the right idea in mind, but the positioning of Pro Destroy hides in the bush, and it's just like the entire team forgot that they were actually going against the enemy jungler. Couldn't find the right positioning for him.
Look at Kohari. Look how comfortable he is. He's just frontlining with the carry. No worry indeed. He knows he has Churro Bomb. It's a 2v3. They do have the numbers, but hey, an even joined the party to even out the score. Trying to contest on that purple buff. Not able to get it though. Is easy peasy. Forced to use the retribution.
Yeah, I'm actually, I mean, Kohari has me clenching a little bit. I'm a little scared for how confident he is on this carry. I mean, that's not a tank, that's still a marksman. And I mean, it just takes a little bit of CC to bring you down to a level where easy peasy is going to be able to swoop in with that alpha charge and burst you down. So, I mean, doing a great job right now are the Fiends kind of juggling that around. You can see Ooga Booga coming in there, taking a heap of damage. Divine Judgment lands onto him, and Kohari going to put the finishing touches onto him as Sleeps comes in with a blazing duet. Black Dragon in the front line, looking for the kill onto Kohari. Can he find it? Trying to chase him down. Kohari fighting for his life into the back line, and they find the kill onto Ramses.
Down to the wire. Easy peasy now. Trying to get away.
Yeah, he's going to try to use that alpha charge defensively to get himself out of harm's way, but Boca Roscoe in a bad way. Does he still have the dashes? Here comes the entirety of Fiends to put the finishing touches on him.
And now Kohari is having a heyday with the BloodHounds right now. Now, not in a negative deficit for this KDA. And it's becoming a heavy hitter that they have to watch out for. Honestly, the idea is there, especially from Ramses on this Yuzong, but he's just time and time again unable to get to Kohari with the Petrify to burst him down. Kohari able to find that distance with the flicker to make up for it and survive.
Oh, Kohari in the front lines. Ooga Booga takes the bait, charges into him. Kohari with that speedy light wheel. Churro Bomb, he finds a kill on the Ooga Booga. Easy peasy, very low. He's going to have to get himself to safety, and Black Dragon is out. Sleeps gets taken down by Uneven, and Kohari, another dash to safety. He is almost unkillable right now. He said no more deaths for me in the second half of this game.
Yeah, and if we kind of just break that down and what we've seen, right? I just feel like it's Ramses that's becoming the vulnerability for the BloodHounds right now, right? He's always trying to find a way to get to the back line. Even in that fight right there in the 5v5, he used the Black Dragon and he was hovering around for a decent amount of time. I mean, he flew into Churobami, Pro Destroy, and Uneven before even finding Kohari. And I think he just needs to know where the marksman is before he uses the Black Dragon. He needs to know where that target is before engaging, because when he doesn't, he allows Kohari to use the speedy light wheels and burst down majority of the team of BloodHounds on those engagements, and this is where they're starting to snowball. And then by the time Ramses does close the distance, his members are down, and the speedy light wheels is too much for him to handle by himself.
Well, the problem is that it's almost like, oh, a little bit of an engagement here. Easy peasy and a little bit of trouble. Ooga Booga lays down that glorious pathway. Still trying to chase on the Kohari. Gets a little bit too far. Here comes the alpha charge. Kohari still laying down the damage. You wouldn't think this was a 1v2. He says, find more members. You're going to need an army. He's throwing down the damage onto Ooga Booga. Easy peasy comes in with an alpha charge and puts him down. Uneven comes in to try to help out. Pro Destroy on the side onto Ooga Booga. Here comes Churobami from the side, putting on the damage. Boca Roscoe from the side. Here comes a Black Dragon looking for Churobami. Is he going to be able to find an escape? He is not, and that's going to be, oh, we do have the Winter Truncheon. That's not going to be enough to save Churobami.
And now with that engagement, that tells you it's going to be a battle of execution. I mean, as we are now at the 15-minute mark, slowly getting to that 50,000 gold mark, it's just going to be boiled down to who can perform better in the team fights, who can rotate across the map, sink the lanes, and provide that pressure. But easy peasy, he's by himself. A little bit of overextension may be costly. Needs to be careful. I mean, he has the retribution, and the later this game goes, the longer the respawn timers are. He needs to kind of watch out. But you are seeing BloodHounds start to rotate across the map, trying to gain their composure and their control. Now, I will say, though, Kohari, the man is a menace. He's like one Infinity Stone away from snapping his fingers and shutting down BloodHounds.
Oh, Divine Judgment finds a Boca Roscoe. That's one down for the side of BloodHounds. Still a good amount of time, a whole minute until this next Lord is back up for both teams.
Yeah, and with him being down, it may be costly.
Yeah, Ooga Booga lays down that glorious pathway. He's going to scoot himself to safety. Oh, man, they're still chasing. They don't want to give this up, and that's going to be enough. Kohari finds the kill there, sitting at an amazing 8 kills after we were wondering if he was going to be the feeder of this game at the beginning of the match. 8 kills right now, and definitely helping to carry the momentum for his team.
Yeah, and Fiends, if they want to, they possibly can close this out. I mean, they have the numbers, but no, Boca Roscoe will get there in time, but they may still try and contest. Now, I will say, a little disappointed with Boca Roscoe right there, right? I mean, he's running this mage. You definitely don't want to be the front line and the first to be taken out when there's no reason to be given vision as the mage. I mean, you need to let your roamer do that, right? You need to give that to either Ooga Booga or let Ramses use the Black Dragon at the very least. But as the mage, there at no point in time should you be the one that far overextended and being picked off. I mean, this is a numbers game now. This is the late game, and the team that has the slightest advantage will be able to push through.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Ooga Booga's not going to be here in time to go ahead and set this allure. You see his team, BloodHounds, it was the smart play. They didn't have a contest for it, and you didn't have an answer for anybody else to run in there because Ooga Booga wasn't alive at that point. So good read by BloodHounds, but unfortunately, that was set up by Fiends. As here comes a concealed play, charging into the bush. They knew they were in there. Look at all the damage that comes out. Magic gets taken down early. Glorious Pathway down on the ground, and you can see, look at Kakari up at the top, finds a kill onto Boca Roscoe, and taking down by 2 members. Easy peasy finds the finishing touches down at the bottom. Churobami taken down by Ooga Booga. Uneven given chase there, but decides not to go, not to continue it.
A miscalculation from Fiends. Thought they had the advantage with the concealed play, but walked into the wrong bush at the right time for the BloodHounds, and now 3 members are down. They have the numbers. Do they seize this opportunity to push through the mid lane? You are looking at easy peasy Ooga Booga and Sleep stacked up, but the defensive is there. The stance from Pro Destroy and Uneven on the contest. They are in a hard situation, though, and it looks like BloodHounds may be able to fight another fight. I wouldn't say they can't close it out yet, right? But Fiends, they cannot afford another mistake like that, or BloodHounds will be taking this to a game 3.
I want to say as this game gets a little later and later, Kahari, while doing amazing things on this carry, we can't trade a kill for a death here. This late into the game, you need to be able to get those kills. You need to be able to get out of harm's way. You can't just dive into 3 members, hope to get 1 kill, and think that that's going to keep your team up, especially when you're going up against somebody like Sleeps right now, who's at 5-2. So he's getting the kills. Ooh, we do have a concealed play here. Easy peasy, reads it. Alpha charge defensively. Black Dragon is out. Immortality activated for easy peasy. Is it going to be enough for him to get out of way? He's able to get away. And on the backside, Ooga Booga pays for it. Immortality out, but he's not going to be getting away anytime soon.
But again, this is what we're talking about, right? I mean, you're given the vision, but you're not that person to do that. I mean, as soon as they spot you out with the concealed play, you're finito. You're done. If you're not going to get taken out, you're forcing Ooga Booga in an awkward situation where he has to try and play catch up, get to you in time, but he will fall. But it's still going to be a little bit of a stalemate. I mean, they can't push yet. They're playing the safe game, right? They're trying to wait for this Lord to spawn in, which will give Ooga Booga a little bit of time to respawn. But again, separation may be their downfall. BloodHounds needs to play it a little bit tighter. They're getting picked off 1 by 1. A little too much for my liking right now. As you are seeing Magic Divine Judgment.
Divine Judgment lands at Boca Roscoe, gets erased.
We just talked about this. Why are we frontlining as the mage? It's just a very hard thing to pull off, especially when there's a Kaja on the other side of the table. Magic. I mean, this man has a fishing rod, right? And he's just catching members 1 by 1 on the side of BloodHounds every single time. He's up to 20 assists on this Kaja, double digits now. If you are going to see the Lord spawn in, and BloodHounds may need to contest this, I don't know if they can hold off against this Luminous Lord at the 20-minute mark.
Yeah, and unfortunately, there's just really not much they're going to be able to do here, especially with Boca Roscoe down. You're going to be a member behind. And, I mean, the gold's still in their favor. It's still anybody's game if they can defend this. The only problem is what, as we've been seeing, especially when it comes to these team fights, I don't even know if they can win a team fight, because I don't think I've seen a team fight from them in a while because of the fact that they keep getting pickoffs.
When Truncheon was just picked up from Boca Roscoe, he's trying to have a second chance before this engagement pops off. We're seeing a couple of immortalities picked up. Ramses does have 1, so he will be able to kind of sustain himself. 2 immortalities from Fredrin and CC, though, over there from Fiends, Uneven, and Pro Destroy. But right now, with the Luminous Lord marching through the mid lane, Fiends trying to find a way to close out the series with a 2-0 sweep. BloodHounds making a possible final stand.
Oh, Magic finds another Divine Judgment. Is it going to be enough to take down Easy Peasy, using that Alpha Charge to get himself away? Black Dragon on the backside. They're trying to burst down the tower. You can see it down to about half health. Big Eternal Guardian lands as Kahari finds all the towers. Blazing Duet is out. Churobami takes down Ooga Booga. Easy Peasy is down as well. This could be it. This might be a wrap for the BloodHounds. Magic is chasing him down, and that's going to be a clean sweep by the Fiends.
A clean sweep in a hard-fought battle for game number 2. But again, the team with some new faces on the scene, able to disrupt a top 8 contender from the previous NACT with a fancy finish. And look, they even put up Raz uneven over there twice with how well he was performing.
Well, he's up there twice.
Hey, I guess he's not uneven anymore. He's even.
As we take a look at these stats here, I mean, honestly, it was a back and forth a game, and up until the very last moment, I want to say that gold was actually very even as well. You can see here the gold per minute, only a 1K difference. Well, that's not gold per minute. That's I think that's oh, gold per minute for the entire team. So yeah, that makes it probably a little bit more sense. But yeah, I mean, unfortunate for the BloodHounds when it comes to the execution. They have a little bit of problems when it comes to those rotations, and like you said, some of that bush checking or having the wrong types of characters out there checking some of these bushes and getting themselves caught.
Yeah, I mean, that's just really what it boiled down to. The micro and the macro able to be a little bit better for the side of Fiends. Bocarasco kind of picked off way earlier than needed, especially in this late game objectives, and just kind of has to relax a little bit being the mage. And I think Fiends, they kind of sniffed that out. They're like, hey, if they want to keep taking this fight one-on-one, if they want to keep running out solo, we're just going to do concealed plays and scout them out, right? They're doing a little bit of recon, and it just worked in their favor on these late game objectives and clashes. So Fiends will push through 2-0 sweep up against the BloodHounds. Second series of the day. Both series of the days being 2-0 sweep so far. Fiends, I mean, this is pretty big, right? Taking down BloodHounds, we were wondering, was it a fluke for them to take down Gosu and make it into the top 8? Everybody was kind of thinking about their synergy and seeing if they have what it takes. And I will definitely give them my stamp of approval after that performance.
I definitely agree. I mean, we were discussing this with Trex before the games. He said he had a hunch that it's going to be Fiends' game. They're going to make it on the top, and I think I should have went with his hunch. I mean, he clearly did his homework. Fiends was incredible in the first game, and while BloodHounds had a good start in the second game, it seems like it wasn't able to connect, and we saw the high-lows again on Ooga Booga this season. I mean, we saw high-lows last season. It didn't really connect, and it seems like coming back to this season, I'm not so sure about the high-lows pick. What do you guys think?
Honestly, the game with the Hylos in mind, the game was a lot closer than I thought it would be with the Hylos pick out there. And I expected it to do a lot worse, especially when we saw a lot of those engagements. Hylos would come in, Black Dragon behind him, and unfortunately Hylos would hit the wall of CC from the enemy team, while unfortunately you would see the Black Dragon well deep into enemy lines, getting bursted down with no help from the team because they were all backed up with Hylos getting put down.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. I think at the I think Hylos worked like better than we expected. I mean, in the early game, he was providing pressure onto the buffs, delaying them from being able to take the neutral objective turtles, and it did work. But then you got to see Ramses on the Yuzong, which was making the deficit happen, right? He was trying to rush in. I feel like he was just wasn't really looking at where Kohari was. He was just not able to find the carry in time. And by the time he got to the carry and dropped down, he couldn't connect with the Petrify. And carry would just flicker back, and then everybody would just close in on him and take him out and kind of provide the lead that they snowballed on to be able to keep them in that game. But then I wouldn't even say that it was really a snowball because it came down to a wire. It was a late game. It was like the longest game I believe we've had so far and the closest one for that final match, but it just boiled down to the micro and macro. I feel like the reason why they lost in game 2 wouldn't even be Ramses, wouldn't even be the Hylos pick. I honestly think it was just the solo positioning with your backline heroes getting picked off to give them the numbers to win those clashes and close it out.
And speaking of the pickoffs, Magic on that Kaja is really something. A lot of assists coming in, very accurate execution, and it seems like Fiends played consistently well both games. They performed very consistent. There wasn't much mistake, and they were able to come back in the late game. So if you were to pick someone, I mean, first game Fanny did incredible. So if you were to pick someone as the MVP, who would it be?
Man, honestly, I
They're really
got
hard
to say,
questions.
yeah, well, it's just, The second game, I want to say the whole team kind of came together, so there really wasn't a huge standout player. I want to say the Vexana had some good points, but I don't think I can quite it can quite topple the impact that Pro Destroyer had on the Fanny in the first game. Just basically, I want to say, almost overshadowed everything else for me.
Yeah, if we're just going off game one, 100% Pro Destroy. I mean, the dude was crazy on the Fanny. I mean, that was like the best Fanny gameplay I've seen in a while, and it forced them to ban it out in the second series. So 100%. If they're banning that Fanny, then even they think he's the MVP if they're banning it out in the second match. But game number two, I'm right there with Private. I think it was just a mixture across the board of them all just synergizing really well to close it out. And I think it was just the mistakes from BloodHounds on why they lost. It wasn't really a one-sided thing where one player dominated and made the MVP. I think it was just overall them executing as a team together to close it out.
Yeah, we talk a lot about synergy in this tournament. It seems like for BloodHounds coming back with a different roster, we don't know that much about Fiends. They're a new team. They have an advantage in that perspective because we don't know what tricks they're going to put out of the pockets. But for BloodHounds, it seems like the new roster needs a little bit more practice to get that synergy together.
Yeah,
it's gonna agree.
Well, I mean, this is kind of the issues I kind of seen. I've been a long time fan of the BloodHounds, even before they even made it to the top 8 of NACT, and I've watched them grow. I do want to say, though, this season, I've talked about it, teams are hungrier and they are trying a lot harder and maybe have slightly outpaced what the BloodHounds are kind of bringing forward at this point in the game. I do know that it does take them a little bit of time to kind of ramp up, and that's kind of why my predictions went the way it did here, especially at the early parts of this season for BloodHounds in favor of Fiends. They just need to kind of get to that point of synergy a little bit quicker and like cover up a few of those mistakes that we saw today.
Yeah, you're talking about predictions, man. That's my first prediction wrong. Man, it's okay though. We'll get it back. But yeah, I mean, Fiends is looking promising. Honestly, I'm not really too disappointed. I love seeing a new team step up to the occasion. It just shows that our region is growing, and that's what we all want to see, right? Competition is lifting, and some of the previous top 8 teams may be left behind if they don't step their game up. I mean, you've seen it right there. For BloodHounds, I think they just need to work on their trio core synergy. I think that's really what it is. You're either seeing Boca Roscoe caught out of position, Ooga Booga caught out of position. I mean, that's the tank and the mage right there, right? Being taken down. If they can just tighten up their trio core synergy, I think it'll be fine. I would also say Ramsey's maybe just finding a little bit better way to get to the objectives when he selects a hero like Yuzong or something of that nature. And if they can pick that up, which I think they will. I mean, we said this is a team that competes all the time, and they always take notes, relook at their gameplay. I have no doubt that as we progress through the season, they will improve.
Yeah, and with Weezy and my prediction on the line, great job to Fiends. They did incredible. And the MVP will go to Pro Destroy for his first game stats. 12.3.3 KDA, 3 deaths only, did incredible on that Fanny early game kill, and got banned second game, which hopefully we're going to see more of that Fanny and more of what he can pull out of his pocket.
Yeah, that is the steely-eyed gaze of a monster right there. The first game on that Fanny, I don't think too many people were expecting just how much of an impact he was going to have. And then in the second game, I want to say a much more laid-back approach to his position. The Fredrin isn't really known for like these highlight plays where he goes in and gets all these sneaky kills. He's there, he serves his purpose, and Pro Destroyer served his purpose in that second game as well.
I think we can all agree, at least for their team, Fiends, expect the unexpected, right? I mean, without too much data on them, the possibilities are endless, and that's what makes them such a threat this season. And hey, we'll have to see as they progress through the season, can they do it again? I mean, that's their first top 8 team that they've actually shut down, and they didn't just shut them down. That was a very impressive 2 games. Game number 1 especially, and I know a lot of pro teams are out there watching them, and they're like, okay, we either have to find an answer for that Fanny or ban it out, and that just shows you the hero flexibility that they provide, and hey, they're just getting started.
For sure, and Fanny is one hero that if you can really maximize you're skilled, that's something that is very hard to counter. It's very hard to counter a good Fanny, and I just love to see it pop off on the map. Now, 2 games, 2 series down the road, very good performance, a major upset coming from Fiends, but second half of today, we're going to have our main course with GG versus NightHorde and then BTK versus Area 77. Definitely don't go anywhere. Looking forward to it. Get a drink, grab a snack, and we'll see you back for the second half of today's series.
Nothing's about to overstay his welcome. Is this deja vu? Oh, wait for it. Wait for it. Boom! Melissa joins the party. Chip runs a BCC. Sheesh, what a massacre! And to add insult to injury, Melissa portals back to her lane without missing a beat. A skirmish breaks out. Where's Chip going? Is he gonna... He flickers to the high ground. Portal's up. Surprise! Broly gets deleted. Can Red Team make it back in time? No shot! What an insane portal strat!
Welcome to All-Star 2024. Hey, superstars.
Get ready for a new season of NACT. This year, we're going to be dialing up the intensity like never before. We're going to have 2 rounds of open qualifiers so we can give more teams and more players the opportunity to join this tournament.
This season, you can team up with friends from anywhere around the world. The NACT battlefield just got more diverse and thrilling.
This season, the winning champions will be heading to Saudi Arabia to represent North America at the MSC.
This season, I'm not just aiming to win, I'm here to dominate and show that my journey to the top is just beginning. Watch out NACT, the best is yet to come.
For next NACT and next international tournament like MSC, you're probably going to see me play with some of my older teammates.
Ooh, you gotta reply to what he says.
More assassin games.
The Ohio brothers stand. Brothers!
Stay tuned, everyone. You won't want to miss what happens next.
NACT 2024 Spring Season. Registration starts February 4th. Showcase your
We're back, everyone, moving very fast. So as we're already at the third series of the day, NightHorde versus Gaimin Gladiators. First time we're going to see GG after the name change and the new sponsorship. Super excited. But given that the top of today, we didn't really see much contest. It was clean sweeps. I kind of doubt how much we're going to see from the second half of the day.
We were just talking about that off camera. Is that it's been a night full of sweeps, and it might continue, but there is hope. We can see how well NightHorde has improved, especially in this first series against a team like GG, who has been at the top of North America for quite some time now.
Yeah, I mean, if we're looking at the next two teams, Gaimin Gladiators has been proven to be one of those teams that are the hardest to take down in NACT. Usually they have, actually not usually, always they have the best record in the regular season. And maybe this time it'll change as teams are improving. If any team has a chance and a shot to take them down outside of BTK, though, it may actually be the NightHorde. They have one of the best records from the qualifiers. In the first qualifiers, they lost and got knocked down to the lower bracket. And they climbed from the very beginning of the lower bracket all the way to the finish to claim their spot in the first open qualifiers and have the third best record. So they're sitting in that third spot. They only lost to the BloodThirstyKings and Gaimin Gladiators inside of the top 16. So this may be a chance for them to turn it around. I know they've been scrimming teams like BTK, Gaimin Gladiators on a regular, and it's going to be intense. It could be, we've seen all 2-0 sweeps, but again, I'm just hoping to see it go to a game 3.
I would hope so too. It is a redemption match for the NightHorde, but first let's take a look at Gaimin Gladiators full roster coming in day 1. Now we have Hoon on the mid lane, best player Jungle, Shark, Zia, and new addition Fried Chicken. I'm looking forward to see how Chicken performs back in the competitive scene in his preferred as a side laner. He's doing so well in the previous seasons, and I'm very excited to see how he does in this new synergy.
Yes, well, I don't even know if I want to say arguably, but definitely one of the top XP laners here in North America, and that's been going on for a few years, and one of the members of the original BTK that dominated M3. A big and a good pickup by Gaimin Gladiators here. I'm really excited, like you, to see how well he kind of performs with this team, to see how their synergy is coming in. We saw a little taste of it in the qualifiers, but here we're going to have it in a best of 3.
Yeah, Chicken was one of the only XP laners to keep things interesting, at least for me, in the qualifiers up until this point. He was literally running almost every single hero in the XP lane, just showcasing his talent and his hero pool. And he's ready to take it into the competitive scene again for North America, and he has a strong team to fight alongside, and there could be some heavy hitters. You know, NightHorde, this is going to be their hardest challenge yet. Not too many teams are even close to Gaimin Gladiators, at least so far, when it comes to the early game objectives and being able to give them a chance to be uncomfortable. But hey, we'll see how this goes. If anybody can do it, NightHorde sitting in that third position right behind BTK, they definitely have a chance.
Definitely have a chance they will. Let's see their roster coming in today. Now, first up, we have a beautiful Sayuri in the mid lane, I suppose. Oh My Foe, Sleepy, Momoy, and R. Wow, I feel like some familiar faces coming in for the NightHorde for sure, but Gaimin Gladiators, we already know they're super strong. They've been consistently good for every season so far, but the NightHorde, a lot of potential as well.
Yeah, while this might be a brand new roster for the NightHorde. A lot of these players have, I want to say, a lot of history in North America, are bringing up, especially when it comes to the marksman lane, and just a lot of big names when it comes to North America coming together on one team, and had a very successful opening in the qualifiers to reach this point.
You know, looking at the roster, I've just got one question to really ask. Is Sleepy going to be able to keep up with Fried Chicken in the XP lane? I mean, he's known to kind of be very mobile, very hard to keep in place, and he opens up the objectives in the early game by rotating and clearing the lane and being that harassment to the minions, being able to proxy the lane to create that opportunity, and not too many players have found a way to disrupt that from happening. I think if NightHorde wants a chance to kind of take advantage of the early game, that's where they're going to have to start, right? Focus on Chicken in the XP lane and either find something that's just as mobile as him or something that can kind of keep him in his tracks from not out-rotating you.
That's going to be a hard road to climb up. But for the chat, I know chat is probably going crazy with seeing Sayuri on that screen over there, but I'm so happy that this season we get so much more representation from the best mages in NA, and a lot of them are girl power, so definitely very excited to see that. So let's see what our casters think is going to be the turnout for this series. Ooh, clean sweep as expected. Zeke tracks UA this season. Seems like he wants a piece of that prediction game. He no longer is showing full support to the underdogs. He wants to prove that he can make the best predictions, and I think he's already done better than at least me and Weezy so far.
Yeah, I mean, we talked a little bit about Chicken as the main focus, but that's mainly because he is the new member. Each individual member of Gaimin Gladiators is prospectively the best in their role in North America here. So I know Weezy brought it up a little bit when it comes to the matchup with Flat Chicken, but we also have to discuss that matchup in the marksman lane against Zia. Shark is an incredible, arguably, I want to say, one of the best players in North America, as he's been to the live stage, the world live stage, about as probably one of the top, has been there so many times. I mean, it's just a roster full of gladiators.
Full of gladiators for sure, and the gladiators are ready for their series. So casters, take it away.
Ooh, I am so excited about this because I do want to see, like I said, I'm hyped to see Gaimin Gladiators, who a lot have been saying is going to be the top of North America again. But like I said, it's a brand new roster from NightHorde who had such success in the qualifiers. If they can duplicate that and maybe even just get a single game off of Gaimin Gladiators, it would be a huge win for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a major statement. If they can take down Gaimin Gladiators, a lot of teams are going to be keeping eyes on them, as they're potentially always slotted in that grand finalist position for every single NACT. I mean, they got that trio synergy that kind of stays the same no matter all the name changes and all the different managers that they've had. You usually see Hoon, Shark, and Best Player as that trio synergy, right? With a couple new additions here and there. We've seen them play with Milo. We've seen them play with other marksmen as well, such as people like Basic. But now, inside of this composition, is this the deciding factor? Putting Chicken into the mix, right? It's definitely going to be a new dynamic that they haven't had before, and a lot of people want to see them play it out. But we are seeing the bans on the table. I already see Private's face, man. What's going on?
Did we just leave open Matilda for Shark? Because I mean, that has been one of the biggest we're gonna see if we're gonna take that off the table. But I mean, Shark plays a disgusting Matilda when it comes to especially with his mechanical ability on there. Claude has not had, I want to say, the greatest opening here for us. So I'm very surprised to see him as a first pick. But I mean, if anybody can shine and be the highlight reel, it's going to be Zia.
Speaking of highlight reels, we're going to see our first Guinevere game today for NightHorde. They are going to slot that up alongside the Faramis, which means they have sustainability and they have engaged and disengaged. That's one of the things I like about the Guinevere, right? She can rush in, possibly steal a retribution, and get back out to safety with little to no penalty. And then, hey, when things don't work out in your favor, there's a Faramis right at the back door with that Nether Realm to keep you and the team alive. There is still Valentina on the table. Could be a pickup from the side of Gaimin Gladiators if they do want to keep their team alive. And also, we got to talk about the matchup. When you have a Fairness on one side of the table and you have the Claude on the other, right? They kind of undo each other. You use the Netherrealm, the Claude goes in, and he pretty much bursts everybody down if they're grouped together. But on the other side, if Claude goes in and uses the Blazing Duet first, and then you use the Netherrealm, you keep your team alive. So it's going to be down to who kind of baits out that ultimate as we are jumping into this game.
Yeah, and big pickups by them. You were talking a little bit about the strength of the Ruby. I know when it comes to a lot of the stats, Ruby can be one of the highest picked, but one of the lowest win rates for a lot of teams because it takes a special kind of mechanical ability, a special kind of understanding to really be that highlight and mechanically gifted hero player for a hero like Ruby. So if anybody can do that, it's going to be Chicken here as well. We did match that up with a carry on the other side, especially R, a great marksman there. So going to be able to kind of get that speedy light wheel, but it's going to go a little bit more, I want to say, into the mid, into the late game. So we might be looking for something a little bit early on the side of NightHordes.
Yeah, and I do like that Hoon picked this Lilia, especially up against Faramis. It works out really well. Like, it actually kind of counteracts it. It's something that we see on the international scene to go up against it. You know, you have the black shoes, you can get back out to safety, you can use the power of Gloom to pretty much burst everybody down, especially in the early game. And then, I mean, even if he runs something like a Purify, he really doesn't have to worry about the Guinevere jumping on him using that Violet Requiem because he can go back to safety and pretty much get all that HP back. So I think it's a very safe option. And now we are going to have to look at where both of these sides go from here. Both marksmen on the table. It will be a Claude up against a carry. Staple marksman pickups that have been meta for a while now on all international scenes. And I think we're so far off to a good draft of both sides. I am very curious how the Guinevere is going to work, though. I mean, we haven't seen a lot of teams pick it up. Even when it's not banned, it hasn't been picked. And hey, is it still a meta pickup or not?
For me, the interesting thing here is that we picked up a Faramis after the Claude pickup. As some people might not know, Claude actually is not exactly a counter for Faramis, but his ability, especially with the Blazing Duet, to put damage onto like an entire area will mean that Netherrealm might have the opposite effect. As soon as the Netherrealm goes out, you have a Blazing Duet. It's going to burst them down, and it's going to keep them in the same position as they revive back up and might be sitting ducks for that team. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this is played out.
Hey man, huge shout out to the production team. Whoever like just drops these beats for the draft, man, keep it going because it's building up that hype. I'm feeling it as these teams are drafting. You are going to go ahead and see that Fredrin picked up for the side of Gaimin Gladiators. It's going to provide even more frontline presence stacked up with that Ruby. They are going to have to watch out for the carry, though. The carry loves those heroes who are up close and personal. But carry's going to have to watch out as well, as they have a good dive composition, to be honest with you. I mean, the Ruby is good. They could run it in the roam position. They could flex it into the XP. I mean, if anybody can pull that off, it's definitely fried chicken. And they're very versatile with what they have in their draft so far. Lapu Lapu will be picked up from the side of the NightHorde. I'm also a fan of Lapu Lapu. I think he pretty much works in any composition, right? He's like a jack of all trades inside of the XP lane. He has sustainability, has the range damage with the Justice Blades. He has some additional shields to work at his disposal, and he has the stun and anti-immunity to CC inside of the Raging Slash for survivability.
Yeah, my only problem is that Land Shaker, I want to say stun from him. You've got some pretty mobile heroes here. Hoon with the black shoes, Zia with that BMI is going to be able to kind of traverse the map and maybe be able to get away from him when he does dive into the back line. Oh My Foe going to go ahead and pick up this Kai. That means, and this has been like one of the age-old, I want to say, counters or verses when it comes to a Fredrin. You're hoping that you can get that heavy spin, pin Fredrin against the wall to where he can't use his abilities, can't use his retribution. Meanwhile, you're open to use your retribution and get the turtle.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be something we have to watch out for. Will the Akai be able to pin somebody on the wall, or will the CC be too much for him to handle? As we are going to be seeing both these teams fight it out our third series of the day.
It's going to be game one. Gaimin Gladiators taking on the NightHorde, and we're going to find out if the NightHorde has what it takes to avenge their qualifiers a loss to Gaimin Gladiators.
That's right. It's a little bit of that redemption match where we saw Gaimin Gladiators be able to shut down the NightHorde in the battle of top 16 into top 8. And now, hey, they have a second chance to flip the narrative and take down one of the strongest teams North America has to offer. Already seeing some great early game pressure inside of the mid lane. We talked about the top side, though. Fried Chicken will be running that CC, one of those heroes that are very hard to keep up with. We said he was one of those heroes that loves the mobility. He loves to be able to rotate around and create the opportunity, and CC is a perfect hero to be able to pull that off.
Yeah, and especially when it comes to a lot of these angles that they can attack from. Ooh, who got that Litho Wanderer? Looks alike. It actually went over to Gaimin Gladiators. Oh my foe with a decent aggression in there, but not able to snatch that up.
Yeah, that was Hoon who was able to take that away from the NightHorde. Spatial migration in. Some early damage from both sides, trying to get ready for this first turtle. We are looking at the bot side, though. Fredra in 2v1 situation need to be careful. I mean, we talked about running this carry. He does not have a Purify, so if he gets caught with any CC, it's going to be a rough time.
Oh, yeah, and that's the thing, too, is he's got the Flicker. Instead of a lot of carries like to use the Vengeance, I think I want to say, expecting the dives onto him, so he's going to want those escapes on board for him.
Yeah, turtle spawning in the next 10 seconds as you are seeing both teams fight out. A lot of sustainability for Gaimin Gladiators. They have Brace Might from Fried Chicken. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, you see Fried Chicken goes down there, but they do trade it out for a kill on Too Sleepy. Sayui in a little bit of trouble here. Hoon chasing them down. First turtle going to get pulled over. Best player pulling it. I mean, we don't have the exact... Oh, nice heavy spin. Was that actually a heavy spin out there on the Shark? Does that mean... No, heavy spin is out now. Coming in there, best player still able to get the retribution. First turtle going over to Gaimin Gladiators,
which will give them a slight advantage. It was actually interesting how that first engagement played out on the top side, right? Both mages got a kill out of that, Hoon and also Sayori, both of them taking down the opposing XP laner, which would be really an even trade when you think about it, because the Lilia is going to shine and profit a little bit more because she's going to be able to deal that damage even better in the early phase. She has the Impure Rage. She's ready to kind of burst down anybody that tries to rush in, especially the frontline composition that we are seeing from the NightHorde. Oh, my foe. He did that heavy. He had the heavy spin. Right idea, wrong place. I feel like he should have been a little bit closer to that turtle to try and get that objective in his favor.
Yeah, but that also comes down to the teammates' positioning too. Are they in a good position to support him, or is he just going to be blindly heavy spinning into a whole bunch of damage like we see here? Oh, my foe getting latched onto right now is going to be able to get away. Big pop-up lands onto best player. Oh, Momoy uses that flicker to get away from best player. Whoa. And the Appraiser's Wrath drops Sayori very low, but no deaths just yet.
Yeah, no deaths just yet, but on the top side, Chicken not being able to be as mobile as he was looking forward to with CC. You are looking at Sleepy kind of keeping him at bay. Some impressive performance so far, but the lane has been proxied on the bottom side, and Gaimin Gladiators working on stripping down some of this gold.
Yeah, a great job by Shark and Hoons. They're putting a great amount of pressure so that best player and Zia can go ahead and get all the gold plating off of this bottom tower.
Yeah, and this is going to put Zia at a major advantage up against R. Wait a second, though. There goes the stun. Now, I'm Offended actually came out right there from Shark, which means he won't have the initial setup he's looking for. We'll have to wait a little bit. But Demon Hunter Sword, we talked about getting that gold plating, has been picked up from Zia. And now dealing some damage onto R.
Yeah, R actually took the full force of that amazing duet. Got chunked down to about a third health there and is going to have to go back to base, especially right when this turtle comes up. You see best player going ahead, dragging it over to his side. Fried Chicken doing a great job of zoning out Sleepy up at the top. At the bottom, Momoy, it does seem like they're kind of distracted, have different ideas in mind for what they should be doing. 10% Sleepy comes in, but it's not going to stop best player, and that might actually cost Sleepy a little bit of a job there, as Hoon with the black shoes successfully baits him and Sleepy gets taken down.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, the synergy from NightHorde is just not there when it comes to engaging on these neutral objectives. Gaimin Gladiators able to box them out proficiently and take it with little to no contest, and now an invasion on the purple buff.
Yeah, best player doing a good job. It does look like he wasn't able to get that purple buff, but I mean, this is just the show of force now. They're in the jungle. They're letting them know that you guys can't stop us, and even doing a great job of zoning them out to get this tower. And at the top, synergizing that tower take there. Oh, my foe with the heavy spin might be in a little bit of a bad way here. Ooh. Here comes a nice little nether realm. Is that going to be, or not a nether realm, is that going to be enough for them? Yeah, Zia Momoy on the backside here. The rest of Gaimin Gladiators going to disengage from there. It was another realm, but still not enough to save Oh My Foe. At the middle, Sleepy in trouble. Gets taken out by best player. They're coming at all angles onto the NightHorde.
They're all over the place right now on the NightHorde with a fast gameplay and momentum that they're not able to keep up with. You're now looking at a 4,000 gold lead only 5 minutes in. Demon Hunter Sword was picked up by the Clot already to soak into Oh My Foe, Sleepy, and Momoy. Off to a great start, and the NightHorde yet to claim any objectives in their favor. Lost all 3 of their tier 1 turrets and also 2 turtles. This is a major early game pressure from Gaimin Gladiators, who's just been proven to show they're able to take it to the next level that a lot of teams can't keep up with.
Yeah, and it's just the intensity of this offense is just so crazy to look at, because you see here, they don't just take a tower, they take the entire row. Big heavy spin lands onto best player, pop-up lands on the Shark, but look at the damage coming out. Best player finds a kill onto Momoy. Sayori trying with another roam, but it's not going to be enough. Down comes the Appraiser's Wrath. Sleepy with the flicker. Is he going to be able to get away? Gets taken down by best player, and Zia finds a kill onto Sayori. It's just Oh My Foe at the mid tower.
I think it's just hilarious. Best player, he gets set up on the wall with the heavy spin. You're looking at R just chunking him down with the speedy light wheels and not really doing any damage to him. He just like took all of those hits, baited out all of that utility, and then Gaimin Gladiators came in with the counterplay and also claimed that turtle, now leading by 7,000 gold. Just within the past 2 minutes, they've increased it by another 3,000. You're looking at best player up 3 kills, highest kills of the game so far, and it looks like they're looking to take more.
Well, and that's the problem when it comes to this tanky carry builds. You only have the belt right now. They don't even have endless battle right now, so they're not going to be doing too much damage to be able to kind of compete, especially with best player who's starting to get real ahead on this Fredrin. And that's going to be a problem, because the slower you're able to burst Fredrin down, the more damage he's going to be able to output to you through that Appraiser's Wrath.
Yeah, and they're trying to play for a very sustainable composition. I mean, they have 3 Brave Smites on their side, but Oh My Foe!
Yeah, Oh My Foe with a heavy spin there, but Chicken wisely using that Purify to get out of there. Best player finds a kill onto Momoy, and every single time that the NightHorde thinks that they have found an opening, it just gets turned around on them, as the rest of Gaimin Gladiators are right there to go ahead, put on the damage, and take a kill off of NightHorde.
Yeah, it's looking like Gaimin Gladiators is trying to find a way to close this out early before that 12-minute mark, and they may be able to pull it off on the pace that they're running so far, as the tier 2 turret will fall, and they're stripped down to their inhibitors for the NightHorde at the 8-minute 30-second mark. Right now, Gaimin Gladiators checking everything off the list. The NightHorde forced into a situation where they have to play for the late game. They can't afford to take this fight into the jungle, as they will not win. It's almost a 10,000 gold deficit. Not the fight you want to take. They need to play passive, wait for Gaimin Gladiators to hopefully make a mistake that they lean on. But so far, they have not been able to find that opportunity.
Yeah, oh my God, Sleepy. There is another realm out trying to save them. It's not going to be able to keep them topped up, as the Blazing Duet is into the back line. Momoy, very low. Big pop-up on the Shark. Is that going to be enough? Shark goes down, and down goes Oh My Foe as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. But again, Gaimin Gladiators still an advantage. It's not really going to affect them that much. They have pressure. They can take this Lord with no contest. They can stay inside of their jungle, try and starve out the NightHorde from rushing out, but looks like they're not. They want them to take this fight into the Lord pit. Do they take the bait?
I mean, I don't know what you can do here at this point. You're at a 1,000 gold deficit minute for Gaimin Gladiators. Best player going to go ahead and pick that up. Fly Chicken fending off the whole of the NightHorde by himself. Does get the rest of the group to help out, and NightHorde is going to turn tail for that fight.
Literally the definition of a one-man army from Fried Chicken over there, only needing that War Axe to be able to do it. He does have some sustainability. He's building up some defense on top of that. But when it comes to the damage dealers, right, you're looking at Zia picking up the Demon Hunter Sword, the Golden Staff, the Malefic Roar, and the Corrosion Scythe. 4 core items. Carry, not able to keep up with him right now. Has that Thunder Belt, has a little bit of damage as well, but not enough, especially with that 11k deficit and a Lord marching on the top side. And I think Gaimin Gladiators is looking to close this out. I mean, they are in position to be able to do it. It's going to be a tight window, but with that gold advantage, with the lanes being synced, they're known to be able to pull this off.
Yeah, all lanes. You can see this, a thing of beauty. All lanes starting to crash at the same time. Lord's going to be up at the top. Big I'm offended lands on the Oh My Foe. Heavy spin out. Is he going to be able to get away? It does look like he is going to be able to get away. At the top, though, Lord putting the pressure on to that top high ground as R clears out the minions from the bottom. They are going to probably be able to take care of this Lord, but every single time before I've talked about, oh, this might be the end of it. Gaimin Gladiators look to try to go in for the kill. Sleepy deep into the back lines. There is a Nether Realm to keep the team topped up. R finds a kill onto best player, but Horde able to answer back with a kill against a Sleepy. Down goes R as well as Momoy, and that is going to be 4 down for the side of the NACT. Gaimin Gladiators actually might be able to close this out. It's just Sayori on her own to try to defend this, and that is going to be a dominating performance and victory for Gaimin Gladiators.
GG, fastest game of the NACT Spring Season and their opening debut for the regular season. Gaimin Gladiators living up to the name and not disappointing. Very fast finish, 13-3, 41 KDA, 189,000 damage over there. Their rating 9.67. Honestly, I'm surprised about the rating. I would have said that would have been the highest rating because that was the fastest finish. GPM is going to be sitting at 8,000, but that doesn't even paint the full story of what we've seen today with that flawless execution.
Yeah, very unfortunate for the NACT because this is just like, there's just so many answers, and whether it's draft, whether it's comps, and then the execution of Gaimin Gladiators here, able to kind of force their way through that early game, especially before Carry was able to even actually dish out a lot of damage. They had answers. I want to say the execution was on par for the NACT. They found opportunities. The only problem is they were so far behind so early that even the opportunities that they got were turned around by Gaimin Gladiators, and a very dominating victory for them.
And this just shows you how strong Gaimin Gladiators is, because NACT is not your average team. They're sitting in that number 3 position above a lot of these teams who are on the table, at least for the top 16 into the top 8. That may change as we kind of go through the round robin for the regular season, but to be able to shut them down with that fast of a game shows you they're not playing around, right? They're taking this seriously and they're executing flawlessly on these objectives. And this is where they start to shine over a lot of teams, at least on the NA scene, they just can't find a way to keep up with them in the early game. And the international level, I wouldn't say it's the same story. I feel like those teams are kind of on par or a little bit better than them. But when it comes to the NA scene, man, a little bit. But in the NA scene, you start seeing teams, that's what the difference is, right? Even if you have a good draft against them, they're just, people can't keep up with their rotations. They can't keep up with the first neutral objective, the turrets, the rotations is what gets them that micro and macro every single time within that first 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to be like an analysis for the NACT because it's like we want to know where we can do better, where we made mistakes, and where we can kind of match up against the Gaimin Gladiators. And it's like, where do we start? Be it from like every mistake is always capitalized on by Gaimin Gladiators, and even when it comes to those rotations, you saw a great ability by Gaimin Gladiators to zone out the enemy when it came to either objectives for the towers, getting gold plating, or even when it came to the turtle and lord fights. They executed everything textbook that you needed to do, that you want to do against an enemy team, and to the point that, like I was talking about before, when they get their hands on you, the hold gets tighter and tighter and tighter until you're suffocating in your base at like the 12-minute mark.
And you know, it boils down to them just having that international experience. I mean, they've fought against some of the best teams in the world. They've learned a lot that other teams haven't really had the opportunity to have because they can't take them down. And it just goes to show that they're getting better and better. Now, in order for them to stop them, they got to find a way to disrupt their synergy early. I think that's really all it is. If you can find a way to get to those objectives first, or at least get a trade-off to even out the early phase, that will be a good start. But I got to ask you a question. Out of everything we've seen, I mean, that was a very fast game. Do you even have somebody that you could give the MVP to over there for match number 1?
Honestly, it's for me, it's really hard to pick an MVP on Gaimin Gladiators a lot of the times because I want to say every single one of them does their job so well. Like there could be a highlight reel and like textbooks put out for the way each one of them executes their position and what they're supposed to be doing. And it's honestly, I can't even pick one out of them. Do you have one?
I don't know. I mean, I'm right there with you. It was just such a fast game. They were winning everything across the board. I will say, though, it was impressive with Hoon at the very end. He was running that Lilia, and he went to the side of that inhibitor turret, and nobody on NACT even tried to go for him. They just let him just start bursting them down with the gloom to close it out. Like, if we get a replay on that, you'll literally just see Hoon standing there. Didn't even need to use the black shoes. He's just making it rain on them with the gloom, and they were so focused on defending the mid lane and not paying attention to the backline mage to the right of them, which had a heavy impact on how fast they fell over there for that wipeout to close out game number 1. But overall, I think it's that similarity to what we've seen in a couple of the series today where teams are just overall collectively good in an MVP as a team as a whole, not the individual.
Interesting here. I mean, what do you do as the NightHorde after that game to kind of like shape up and like, it's like, where do we start from here? I mean, it's when it comes to these teams, I'm sure it's kind of expected. They know they're going up against basically the very top of North America. So you basically just have to take those licks, come back with something and try to execute as best you can.
Yeah, execution is key, and that's what's going to make the difference inside of this game. NightHorde up against Gaimin Gladiators did not be able to push through game number 1, which means they are now at a possible sweep if they're not careful, which will be our 3rd sweep of the day. I want to see it go to game 3. Honestly, being on the desk, I want to see a team that can give Gaimin Gladiators a challenge. Like, we always want to see North America grow, but I know whoever wins the NACT Spring Season, I just want them to be able to represent us on the international level and perform. And that's what I'm excited to see as all these teams are fighting it out. But looking at the draft so far, this is what we call textbook, right? I mean, nothing too out of the ordinary that stands out. Mathilda is still on the table. Do we see it? I mean, it wasn't picked up last time and it walked.
It actually got banned out by Gaimin Gladiators during the second half, which was very interesting to me because I want to say they have the strongest Matilda player in my opinion. And they ban it out again here. And this is a very interesting thing for me. As strong as a shark is, it's interesting to me that they ban out the Matilda, obviously because they have different plans that they want to go with, and Matilda just not falling into it, but they still do have the respect on that roam.
Speaking of respect, we've seen time and time again the Ruby not being banned out, and a lot of teams kind of not really worrying about prioritizing it for the first pickup. It's going to be the first time that we see a team take it up for first pick, at least so far for the regular season. NightHorde is going to go ahead and take that, which means they have Group CC, but they allow the trade-off to be the Claude and the Vexana. How you feel about that trade, Private?
Man, it's... For me, like I said, Ruby is one of those double-edged swords. She has a lot of play, and she has great potential, but it takes a very special person to play her very, very well. And especially when it comes up against some of these teams that can throw out a lot of that CC. Ooh, I do like the Nana pick out there. I don't know if this is the first time we're going to see the Nana versus Vexana. With the recent nerfs to Vexana's kit, I almost put her kind of like even to the type of CC and control that Nana has out there. And sticking with that Guinevere pickup.
Yeah, it didn't work out the first time, but hey, maybe the second time will be the charm. The Nana and Vexana will be an interesting combination to fight up against each other. Both of them very strong mages. Gaimin Gladiators now has an opportunity to pick up something before the second start of the draft. Do they go in for something like a Minotaur? I mean, it's available. There's not really much to stop the Minoan Fury, and it hasn't been banned out yet. I think it would definitely be a strong pickup, but do they have the... No, the Nolan has been taken off the table. So honestly, I think the Minotaur would be pretty solid here for Gaimin Gladiators, but they're a team that is very three-dimensional when it comes to drafting, right? They can keep a team on their toes, they can keep things interesting, and they're going to go ahead and solidify their jungle. They're going to go ahead and pick up this Fredrin. They pulled it off the first time, had no problem. We've seen a best player pinned on a wall by a heavy spin and a carry just raining down with the speedy light wheels, and it didn't even phase this man. So hey, why not pick it up again?
Yeah, well, that kind of came out too because Carrie has that issue in the early game where if you're playing her as a tank role, a lot of her first items are going to be those defensive items instead of the actual ones that are going to help out with the damage. And Gaimin Gladiators read that to a T perfectly, made sure that when they did get pinned up against the wall, they were able to kind of close the distance very quickly and give the support that best player needed to make sure that he survived through there. Looking through these first, and then, yeah, they're going to go ahead and take Carrie off the board anyway. CC on the side of NightHorde taken off the board. There, you were talking about it earlier as well. Minotaur, the big CC roamer tank villain there, going to be taken off for Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, I'm looking at this draft so far. I mean, there's still a couple of marksmen on the table. The Brody would be pretty solid here, especially to have the survivability in your lane. You know Gaimin Gladiators is going to rotate down there and gank that side lane. They stampede through the early objectives, and they may want to go with the marksman that has survivability. The Natan is an option. We got to see him picked up earlier today. Not your most favored marksman, but it can work in their favor if they pull it off right. But I don't know if they will because there's so much. I mean, you have the Guinevere and the Nana already, so I would probably just say the Brody would be a good pickup for the side of the NightHorde. They are going to go ahead and take down this X-Borg, though. Don't want to allow that true damage to step onto the table. They're trying to limit Fried Chicken, who, like you said, arguably is one of the top XP laners in North America and has one of the highest hero pools. He didn't really, I would say, when it came to him up against Sleepy in the beginning, the CC versus the Lapu Lapu, I wouldn't really even say he was out rotating. I think Sleepy did a really good job at keeping him at bay, but once Gaimin Gladiators started climbing through those objectives, that's when you started seeing Fried Chicken have the advantage to be able to burst him down, to be able to out-rotate him, because the deficit was just too much to handle. So I think we both can agree it's really going to boil down to who can control the early game if NightHorde even wants to have a chance to win this game.
Well, it was really interesting because in the early game, Chicken actually took a death up in his XP lane early to NightHorde because of their rotations. The only problem is, like you said, once that steamroller gets going for Gaimin Gladiators, no lane is safe, no jungle is safe for them, and they just control it so well. Here, they're going to pick up Paquito. I do like he has had some recent changes to him with the most recent patch. He's got a lot more damage for his abilities, so that's going to be a very big shock, especially if he can kind of get around, maneuver around the Molinas from Nana, or even close the distance on a Guinevere.
Yeah, the Paquito can be a problem. I think they also extended his range on his skills as well, which could be a possible problem. Now, we're looking at a strong frontline composition and some great CC for the side of Gaimin Gladiators. On the side of NightHorde, they have some good CC as well, and they're going to get even more as they pick up that Yu Zong, which means this is going to be a Guinevere in the jungle this time around. This won't be that roam Guinevere. It's going to be Yu Zong inside of the XP lane going up against the Paquito. I feel like with the Paquito and the Yu Zong, I feel like the Paquito can get the job done, and maybe even with the recent buff to him, it's going to give him a little bit of a slight advantage. But the Yu Zong, I mean, if he can proc that Shaw Essence, he'll be able to kind of out-survive, and this may just be a battle of who can get those neutral objectives first. But both of them bring some big things to the table. The Paquito has the mobility. He can get to the back lane or back lines and burst them down. But so does Yu Zong with the Black Dragon. And there's not really anything to stop Yu Zong once he drops down. Looks like he's going to try and focus in on Hoon, try and get that Vexana, and open up these neutral objectives.
Oh, I haven't seen Shark on a show in a while, and that's going to be a pickup for him. Definitely going to be looking to isolate out either R or Oh My Foe. I mean, Sayori might be a different story. You definitely don't want to kind of jump into a Molina on your front. Very interesting. I haven't seen Shark on a... Well, I mean, successfully. I've seen it on the international stage. He pulled out Cho a few times. I haven't seen it too often here in North America in the NACT, but I'm glad to see it, especially where somebody who's as mechanically gifted as a Shark is. R, on the other hand, here, I'm very interested because we were talking about it before. A lot of the marksman changes that came out kind of put a nerf onto the attack speed and help out a lot of those marksmen with a lot more base damage than they had before. Clint, one of those that really favors that base damage and that burst that he can put out.
Now, there's a lot of physical damage for the side of Gaimin Gladiators. They only have the Vexana for the magic damage. Will Gaimin Gladiators be able to shut down the NightHorde as we are jumping into the Land of Dawn?
Yeah, it's going to be game 2, looking for the NightHorde if they can have the possibility of taking this to a game 3 against arguably the best of North America.
That's right. I mean, they've been competing on the international level all of 2023. The only team that's had a chance to really give them a hard time was the BloodThirstyKings, and that was back in the NACT Spring Season when we got to see that. But now, some early aggression already.
Oh my God, the fast rotation by them and the cleanup was perfect there. Surprise to Sleepy, and that's a kill in the opening 30 seconds of the game.
That's the fastest kill that we've had in the regular season so far. And Sleepy now needing to kind of watch out for that. It just shows you Gaimin Gladiators, they try and keep a team on their toes. Expect the unexpected when you're going up against them. As you are seeing some of the emblems pop up, you are going to see Brace Smite picked up from Moe and Sleepy. Both of them have sustainability, have that healing effect in their favor, which is going to work with Gaimin Gladiator, though, because they just need to build anti-heal, and they're going to counter both heroes on the side of the NightHorde when you stack up like that. But like we said, for the side of Gaimin Gladiator, oh my goodness!
Maybe just a little bit of a mistime. I'm not sure if that Appraiser's Wrath actually hit Sayori or if it was too early before she transformed out of the Molina state. But man, just the engagements here, how quickly they're rotating as 3 to kind of jump on a Momoe. Actually sees it coming, is trying to get in there against Shark, goes in for the pop-up. Oh, I wonder if he actually got that. They're going to go ahead, latch on the Shark. Fried Chicken comes in onto Momoe, and the 4 members of Gaimin Gladiators going to go ahead and focus on this first turtle.
Yeah, gonna try and pull the aggro. You are seeing a little bit of a contest, though.
Yeah, Shark has latched onto Oh My Foe. He's not going to give him any room to breathe, which is going to allow best player. Here comes the Violet Requiem onto Shark. Sleepy finds the finishing touches in there, latches on the best player. Appraiser's Wrath comes down with the combination of Hoon. That's going to be all she wrote for Momoe.
Yeah, you are looking at, oh my gosh, Hoon with the double kill. We'll find Sleepy Chicken, though.
Oh my God. I was like, there's no way Chicken gets out of that scot-free. Oh My Foe and Sayori going to find the kill there as well.
That's right. 3-2 on the scoreboard. Oh, here we go. Oh My Foe rushes in.
Yeah, and Shark going to find the finishing touch. Man, Shark on this Cho right now is a menace. Ooh, big Molina Blitz. Shark going to try to get away. Hoon providing the support with that frighten onto Momoe.
Yeah, he has to jump Po, be able to negate a little bit of CC, and then using the separation from the G Kundo, that 3-part movement with that knockup. To be able to disengage, not the easiest thing to pull off, but showing his mastery over here on this Cho. 4-2 so far for Gaimin Gladiators, able to take the first turtle, which means they have the early game advantage, and this is what they need. You just give them an inch and they'll take a mile. You have to be careful from the NightHorde. Right now, Hoon picking up 2 kills, highest kills on the board so far overall. And that is going to be very crucial, especially since he's the only magic damage for Gaimin Gladiators. And with that Vexana, it's going to hit even harder stacked up with the Lethal Ignition.
Oh, he does go ahead and catch them with a pop-up, but Hoon answers back with an Eternal Guardian out there. Best player gets pulled back. You do see the Appraiser's Wrath goes just wide. Look at the damage coming out from Hoon. Drops them all to about 1/3 of their health. Are powerless to help out his teammate. As you can see, Oh My Foe losing jungle minion after jungle minion.
Yeah, already up by 1,200 gold for the side of Gaimin Gladiators, and climbing. Shark taking a little bit of hits, down to about half HP, not even phased. Oh, very comfortable on this Cho, very mobile, and can get to anywhere at a moment's notice. You are seeing the turtle aggro be pulled by best player and Zia. Momoe may join the party alongside Sayori, but I don't think they'll be able to get there in time. The turtle will go to the Gaimin Gladiators to give them even more of an advantage in terms of gold and XP, as best player will go ahead and claim that.
R tried to help out, got a little too close for comfort as Zia's trying to make him pay for it. You can see the rest of NightHorde coming in here. Zia backs off with the Blazing Duet. Is it going to be enough? He does get away, and best player just in the front lines. Yeah, he's in the jungle. That's his jungle now.
Fried Chicken will pick up that Hunter Strike. Oh, best player!
Yeah, big I'm offended. Pulls best player into the tower, followed by the Molina Blitz, and finishing touches down by R. Sleepy coming in with the Black Dragon is going to find a petrify onto Hoon, who gets taken down as well. The momentum at their back. Sleepy and the rest of the NightHorde trying to push at the bottom lane.
But Chicken in the mid.
Yeah, still able to find that tower and actually be able to make the NightHorde pay for the small kills that they were able to get.
It's funny because he just picked up that Hunter Strike too, so he has a little bit of that physical pin, but mostly the mobility that provides to where he can really pretty much kind of get out of there with ease, like you just seen right there. And that's not anything that he just took. He took the mid turret. That's the most important turret in the early game, which means now they have an advantage to be able to invade even more into the jungle of NightHorde. They need to find a trade-off, a response back. As Gaimin Gladiators, even though they're even in kills, they still have the major advantage for the early phase.
Yeah, and right now, Gaimin Gladiators have been able to get objectives uncontested. They're doing a great job of zoning them out. I want to say NightHorde not completely out of this. 2K gold lead right now for Gaimin Gladiators. Ooh, is going to be able to get that? Does not look... Oh, my foe would give the world for a purple buff right now. He's been getting starved out of his jungle a lot right now.
Yeah, you're looking at best player up by 1 level against him as well, as both teams... having some spicy engagements, but Gaimin Gladiators definitely outscaling the NightHorde in the early phase. Now up by 2,000 gold. Best player may be caught out of position. No, they don't even go in for him. Even though they have the numbers, they're not going to execute. They're going to allow him to walk back out to safety, and now he'll pull the aggro for this turtle.
Yeah, you can see that little bit of a conceal play comes out, latching onto Hoon, but nobody else in a great position. You did see that Molina blitz from the backside. Shark over there is Sleepy. Pours through the front, looking to put some damage on. The rest of Gaimin Gladiators are trying to surround him. That's going to be all she wrote for Sleepy, but did get a kill in his name for the NightHorde. Now we're continuing on with this. Oh, my foe deep and onto Zia is going to be able to get their best player, half health. Fried Chicken finds the finishing touches onto Oh My Foe, as the rest of Gaimin Gladiators doing a great job of zoning out the NightHorde. 5-6 and another turtle over to Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, Gaimin Gladiators able to win that trade, but I gotta give credit over there to Sleepy. I mean, he had the right idea. He used the Black Dragon. He found the back line, shut down Hoon, but I feel like he overcommitted, right? I mean, they were not in a position to really take that fight. And even though he took down Hoon, it didn't really phase Gaimin Gladiators. So I feel like he should have been a little bit more patient, but flicker play.
Sleepy caught sleeping in his tower with a beautiful conceal into a flicker and Way of the Dragon by Shark. Sayori, oh my gosh, taking a lot of damage from that Eternal Guardian, is not going to be able to stop the push at bottom.
And down goes the tier 2 turret for the bot side as well, leaving them with their inhibitor on the bottom side. Gaimin Gladiators still able to get these objectives with fluidity up against the NightHorde, down by 6,000 gold now, 4 turrets, 3 turtles, not able to take any objectives on the map. I mean, look at the towers. No turrets have taken any damage this entire game for Gaimin Gladiators, all over the place, checking everything off the list. Best player will be able to claim that tier 2 on the top side, leaving only the tier 2 for the mid. And this is what happens when you take that mid turret super early in this game. Fried Chicken realized that he was able to take that objective, and this gives him a massive boost when it comes to invading into the jungle for the NightHorde. Golden Staff was just picked up from Z. We'll have those enhanced basic attacks as he goes in with these blazing duets to be even more of a threat to the NightHorde that they have to watch out for. And this is kind of putting them in a situation similar to game number 1, where they let them take advantage of the early game and they were not able to find a way to turn it back around. You got to look at a way of possibly getting a setup, getting an opportunity from a possible mistake from Gaimin Gladiators when they are overly aggressive, because they do like to take that fight sometimes when it's not necessary. But here comes a concealed play. Do they find the opportunity? No. You are going to see Gaimin Gladiators disengage. Lord has spawned in, and they have full control of the Lord Pit.
Yeah, about a 7K gold lead for Gaimin Gladiators. There's not going to be much to contend here. I almost want to say early in the game when they took those 2 deaths, it was almost seemed like it was part of the plan, because it lured all of the NightHorde to the bottom and it allowed a Chicken to be able to get that mid tower. And ever since they got that mid tower, it has been all Gaimin Gladiators forcing their way. Spatial migration lands on the Shark. Oh my foe, gonna have to try to dodge himself, get back, and getting taken down by Fried Chicken with that big Paquito damage.
Chicken stuffing concretes in Paquito's gloves right there. The way he's dealing that damage, able to take down Oh My Foe, finding his 3rd death of the game, having a really hard time getting online with this Guinevere, who we haven't really traditionally seen picked up when it's not banned out. And so far, it hasn't had the most promising win rate, but away the dragon.
Yeah, Way of the Dragon. The way Shark plays this with that flicker into the Way of the Dragon has been surprised. Oh, we do have a nice little leap into there. Sleepy looking for some damage into the regen, but he's going to be taken out by Fly Chicken again. And Fly has been a monster so far. R does find a kill onto Zia. That's going to be a kill in their name, but still 2 down for the NACT as R is trying to chase down Shark.
Needs to watch out for Chicken, though. He wants him to overextend. But, I think we got to change the name. I don't think we say the Way of the Dragon anymore. We say the Way of the Shark. With the way he's performing with these flicker plates, it's very impressive on getting these initial single target CC setups. As you are seeing, 8,700 gold over there from Zia, Demon Hunter Sword, Golden Staff, and the Corrosion Scythe. On the opposite side of the table in this battle, Blade of Heptases and the Thunderbelt over there from this Clint. Both of them having 3 core items, but about a 1,700 gold lead over there from Zia. 6 turrets in favor for Gaimin Gladiators so far. Full control of this game, but a concealed play NACT trying to turn this around.
Oh, yeah, Dragon is out. I'm not sure who got that purple buff, but the fight is not over. Big pop-ups land. Spatial migration. Momoy finds a kill onto Zia, and Best is down as well. Sleepy running for his life. Trying to make them eat his dust if he can get out of this. And he does get back to the side of the NACT. The first, I want to say, engagement that did result in something negative for the Gaimin Gladiators.
I feel like I can feel the sweat from here from Sleepy, the way he was running away from Fried Chicken right there, man. He was close to closing that distance and securing that kill. Even though they're not up by too many kills, the objectives is where they are shining. Again, a lot of insurance for the side of Gaimin Gladiators, have not lost a single turret so far, and have now forced the NACT down to their inhibitor turrets. Zia, picking up his 4th core item, is going to go ahead and have this Malefic Roar to be able to deal into the physical defense from the side of NACT, as we are getting later into this game, almost to that 40,000 gold threshold, up by about 5,000 gold. Not a single objective for the NACT this entire game. A similar story to game number 1, when you were able to see Gaimin Gladiators kind of close it out super early. But this game's going a little bit longer. They may not be able to close it out just as fast, but it may be another early finish, as you are going to see the Luminous Lord spawn in. And the aggro already being pulled, but NACT trying to zone in onto Shark, not able to keep up with the mobility on this Cho, and that's what he provides, right? He's very mobile, hard to catch, and easy. No, I wouldn't say easy, but he easily gets that flick with the Way of the Dragon, or now the Way of the Shark, to be able to make the difference Gaimin Gladiators is looking for.
Yeah, and Fried Chicken, I want to say Gaimin Gladiators doing a great job of knowing what they need to do when it comes to the execution here, getting a lot of these kills put on to Fly Chicken, who's sitting at 6-1-3 right now. I think the last time we looked at the items, he was about 2, almost 3K above his other XP laner there for Sleepy. So he's just doing such a great job. Yeah, you can see here 7 to 9, almost 10K for Fly Chicken. We were talking about how well he might be synergizing with Gaimin Gladiators, but I think we have our answer here.
Yeah, Fried Chicken having a really solid game on this Paquito with that recent buff, performing really well. But we talked about it earlier, like when his team gets all of these objectives, he's going to scale. And it works in his favor so much, especially in the early game, to have that major advantage. And now the base has been opened up. Gaimin Gladiators looking for some more real estate on the map. Do they go in for the additional inhibitors? Looks like they are going to go ahead and clear some of these minions. Will they punish the NACT, or will they push back?
Oh, you can see Shark with the conceal, gets caught out by Momoy. Now they're going to go ahead and put the finishing touches on the minions at mid, and just the top tower to defend now. A decent defense by the NACT. I do want to say Gaimin Gladiators not overstepping their welcome here. They just kind of narrowly get the Lord, get a bottom tower, and not really pressing to something fancy.
Yeah, able to clear that those minions in the mid lane kind of helped them with that defensive stance. But Shark, again, showcasing his mastery on this show, not worried about rushing into the format team.
Oh my God. Shark is just a maniac right now onto this Cho. Blazing Duet dives deep onto the enemy lines. Oh, my foe has his immortality activated while Shark puts the finishing touches on to Sleepy. And that's going to be 1 down for the NACT.
I think Shark has officially earned his black belt over there on this show so far. The way he is rotating around and creating that opportunity, that double G Kondo was disgusting. And now going in for another setup.
Yeah, just, I mean, right now, he's basically unstoppable. They're so far ahead, about 8K ahead right now, and not able to find an answer for Shark, who's able to go in, close the distance with those flicker Way of the Dragons as well. It's just, it's him and Chicken right now are basically running over the NightHorde.
Yeah, they're having the time of their life right now. Great execution. You're going to see 11K over there from Zia, though, talking about the marksman for the side of Gaimin Gladiators. Just picked up that Wind of Nature as his 5th item. Will be able to negate the physical damage. And if you look at Clint, he doesn't have a Wind of Nature, which means when it comes to the 1v1 engagement, you are going to be able to see Zia outlast him if he is not careful. Gaimin Gladiators, time and time again, finding their way to these objectives, forcing the NightHorde in a position where they can't even contest because the deficit is just so major. Hoon is going to pick up that Winter Truncheon, going to have a little bit of that survivability at his disposal for this next engagement, and I believe they may try and actually close this one out with this Lord. I mean, it is a Luminous Lord at the 16-minute mark, and they only have 2 inhibitors to go through. They're going to focus on trying to sink these lanes. The NightHorde, possibly off to their final stand. They need to find a way to shut this down and turn it back around, as this is match point. If Gaimin Gladiators is able to close out this game, they will push on through this series with a 2-0 sweep.
Yeah, and at this point, you're basically waiting for a team like Gaimin Gladiators to make a mistake, and they've shown that they don't really make too many of those. You can see Shark kind of baiting out, playing around with Sayori here. Top down to about a 10th of health as the Lord pushing down through the bottom. You can see it's still kind of forcing its way there. Flied Chicken and the rest of Gaimin Gladiators spread out, waiting for this next wave to come in. As the wave crashes in, here comes Shark with another flicker play into a Way of the Dragon. That's going to be able to find them. Spatial Migration is up, but down goes a Sleepy. Here comes the Appraisers, a Wrath, and R actually finds a kill onto Zia. It is 2 down for the NightHorde. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to defend this. Chicken goes in with that damage and takes down R. This might be all she wrote for Gaimin Gladiators. The rest of them trying to surround, putting the damage onto the core. They're not done with the kills just yet, and that's going to be it. A clean sweep for NA's #1 team currently, Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, there you have it. Living up to the name yet again. 2 matches in a row for their debut for the regular season in NACT Spring 2024. Great performance. Honestly, with Chicken on the roster, they are looking very strong. That Paquito was hitting heavy, and NightHorde not able to find answers for it, especially with the early game advantage opened up from Shark with that great performance on the show over there, looking like Yahweh with the way he was rotating across the map. You are looking at the team stats now on the board. NightHorde not able to really claim any of the objectives in that entire game, what we call a one-sided story. And I mean, hey, it's Gaimin Gladiators. They're one of the hardest teams to take down. I think if the NightHorde wants to have a chance, when they do face them again, they're going to have to work on that early rotation, the early game to disrupt them, because Gaimin Gladiators, I didn't see at any moment them not have full control of that game.
Yeah, and even when it felt like the NightHorde would get the upper hand, when there was a point at the bottom lane where NightHorde got 2 kills on Gaimin Gladiators in the early game, it felt like it was just a ruse to give Chicken enough time to take the mid to open up the jungle of the NightHorde. Very dominating performance here for Gaimin Gladiators.
And so far, that means we've had all sweeps in the regular season within day 1. You know, I want to see something go to a game number 3. Hopefully the last series of the day takes us to a game number 3, but I feel like those were the fastest matches we have had so far.
I mean, all clean sweeps, but the last sweep is not what we haven't expected. Gaimin Gladiators for the previous seasons have made a consistent W for every game pretty much in the season, except maybe international performance, but that's another story. They're also constantly improving, so obviously if you want to make it to the international scene, you first have to defeat the undefeated Gaimin Gladiators. So definitely amazing performance. You guys talked a lot about Shark, right? So for Gaimin Gladiators, they have a lot of strong members, and you can argue that all of the team members are the best at their role in the region, but if there's one person that everybody can agree on is the dominating person for the role, it would be Shark. You can't really find a better roam in the region than Shark. So I would definitely agree with you guys that Shark did incredible, and he is the best roamer right now, personally.
Yeah, I mean, one of the best roamers that last game, kind of showing a little bit of a show off for some of his mechanical ability. I do want to say that last game, though, and partially a little bit of the first game too, Chicken really kind of coming on a line, defending his lane, and then that last game on the Paquito lined up perfectly with that burst of damage there. I want to say these last few games, nothing against Zia on the marksman, but I want to say as a whole, I think the nerfs on some of the marksmen might have hit them a little harder than expected. So marksmen have kind of taken a step back, which is kind of allowing for the XP lanes to kind of outshine, and Chicken on the Paquito was a prime example of that.
Yeah, I think Chicken had a great performance. It's credit definitely to the rotations in the early phase from Gaimin Gladiators as a whole to create that opportunity. I will say it's a little different than the Chicken that I've kind of seen. I mean, they are, a lot of these XP laners, or at least from what I've seen, are able to keep him in his lane until those objectives are taken. As soon as they get a little bit of an advantage, Chicken just takes off, man. The man is full sprinting toward finding some type of opening, and he always finds it. So credits to him. I would say between him and Shark, it could be anybody that gets that MVP. I would probably say Shark, though. Even though Chicken got a lot of kills, I just feel like if I just had to speak for like excellent gameplay and how I was impressed, those Way of the Dragons, the Way of the Shark, those flicker double set G-Condos, I mean, that's probably a little bit harder to pull off in my opinion. So I would give the MVP over there to Shark, but Chicken would come a close second.
And you're right. Weezy has repeatedly given the spotlight to Shark during game, and Shark deserved it with that MVP. Shark really showed that even though Cho is not the meta right now, a great player like himself can make it work, and he really stunned with his mechanics and his decision making, always in the enemy faces, always creating that space for his jungler and his team to get that advantage. So great job to Shark, showing that he's consistently doing great. And obviously, like as mentioned, Chicken did very well as well. I mean, we expected nothing less from Chicken. He is a talented player. He's also very good at both micro and macro decision making. We see Chicken pop up in some very interesting places in the map, and the enemy always seems to walk in there. So great job to Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, excellent job. And then Shark there. There's a reason he's been involved in all of the successful teams that have come out of North America, and him showing it there, that experience and that ability that he has on even the non-meta heroes of North America.
I always say, like, Shark, what separates him from majority of the roamers in North America is his ability to know exactly where to go. There's not ever a time where Shark's just like, I don't know where I need to go. There's just no uncertainty when he's playing. Even when he goes up against BTK, he's constantly harassing mlbbZane in the jungle, denying him from rotating and getting those blue buffs, orange, anything. Even just regular creeps in the jungle, like, that man is on him. And it just goes to show that, like, he does not waste an opportunity. He realizes every little thing matters, and well-deserved MVP, and I can't wait to see him compete as we progress forward in the regular season.
He knows exactly what he's doing, and he knows exactly how to execute it. So for sure, we're going to be looking forward to see him perform and see Gaimin Gladiators perform. But coming up last, we'll have our finale entrance coming in from BTK. I know fans are looking forward to see BTK back with their new roster, so definitely looking forward to the last but most anticipated match of the day. But before that, a great surprise to all the fans watching and sticking with us till now, another giveaway coming at your door. Let's see, drum rolls please. We have a giveaway code on the screen, so make sure you put that for a hero skin for Natan, Time Wielder. Very exciting hero skin, limited quantity as well. So there's only 30 winners, so make sure you pull out your phones right now and type that code in to be the winner for that skin. Very, very exciting tournament chest. I want one of those skins right now. I know that Tan is a very fun hero to play. I wish I had more experience playing that hero. But for you guys, make sure you get that skin right now.
Yeah,
and
Natan's
last
actually
match
not
of the day.
Oh yeah, go
yes,
ahead.
you go, Private.
I was just gonna say, like, Natan's actually not a bad hero right now in the meta. So getting a skin for him to fancy up yourself in that marksman lane, not too shabby.
Let me say one thing. There actually a correction to that scene. There's not 30 skins. There's only 29 because I just got one. So y'all better hurry up.
Well, Weezy beat you guys at the game, so make sure you beat Weezy next time. Now, last match of the day, very excited. So everybody, make sure you get a little rest and come back in just 5 minutes because we are going to be back with our last series of the night.
In the world of NACT, every single player has one dream: to raise the ultimate trophy. It builds alliances. It defines rivalries. And it creates superstars. The only question is, who will be next?
Santos Galas can you do it? Dan Albert di sana. Berkata Arcila.
Is low, gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Tordok as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya. Yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin. Ang 4v1! Backline already, and you're running for the lives. Gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way, and he cleans it all the way up. Just no way for him to run.
Kita katakan ada satu warrior weapon deploy yang membuat pergerakan dari Liga terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumpah.
Portals completely set the pace of the match from start to finish.
Wow, another MVP? That's my chip.
Just doing my job.
Can I see the highlights?
I'm off the clock.
Yeah, I can't wait to see your portals in action.
Looks like Red Team's trying to catch Chip alone up top, but he just calmly dropped his portal and Alpha ults in to flip this fight around. A great example of skills persisting through portals.
Double kill.
Cyclops is taking a serious beating from Gord, but it's Chip to the rescue. Will he make it? What a clutch save! Poor Gord just got jumped JJK style. Arlot's just in time for the buy one, get one special. Man, next time look before you enter enemy portals.
Wow.
Uh-oh, Cyclops is about to overstay his welcome. Is this deja vu? Oh, wait for it. Boom! Melissa joins the party. Chip runs a big CC. Jeez, what a massacre! And to add insult to injury, Melissa portals back to her lane without missing a beat. A skirmish breaks out. Where's Chip going? Is he gonna... He flickers to the high ground. Portal's up. Surprise! Frozen gets deleted. Can Red Team make it back in time? No shot! What an insane portal strat!
Welcome to All-Star 2024! Hey, superstars!
All right, guys, get your popcorn, get your Pop-Tarts ready because our last two teams are gonna pop off the night. BTK versus Area 77. Long time no see, new rosters for BTK, but a lot is going to happen today.
Yeah, BTK basically new roster. Hudis very successful in the qualifiers as well, and going up against a team Area 77 who made it all the way to the semifinals last season.
Yeah, Area 77 placed 4th in the NACT fall season. Actually has an offline performance under their belt too, which will give them a slight advantage on having that experience definitely against other teams. BTK though, similar story to Gaimin Gladiators, one of those heavy hitters that a lot of teams are unable to shake their resolve. Now, will this be a similar story to seeing the NightHorde up against Gaimin Gladiators, or will we be able to finally see a series that can go to the 3rd game? That's what I'm hoping for. I'm trying to manifest it into reality, but nonetheless, we all know we have some great matches ahead of us.
And we have hopes for that for sure. With that being said, let's take a look at the first roster of that series. Ooh, Nicolette looking fresh. I know the chat is going crazy ever since the reveal. I saw 900 comments on YouTube. So definitely everybody is anticipating for this matchup. We have Cold World, Mobazane, Mielo, and Basic. All of these players have made a name for themselves in the region, although they're all new on BTK. But we had the GOAT Mielo with his favorite jungler Mobazane for this season, so a lot to look out for.
Yeah, a new roster for BTK, but not unknown in North America. Each and every single one of these players, stars in their own rights, stage experience, world experience. Nicolette has been one of the part of one of the top 3 teams every single time she has competed in North America, and arguably one of the best mages that we have.
And our second female mage in the top 8. I mean, Sayori is a female mage as well over there from the NightHorde. Just a little bit of a fun fact over there. But you mentioned some familiar names over there. Not a synergized team that we've seen fight every single NACT, but we've seen them spread out across the board between multiple teams. Even Cold World. I mean, he played on The Simpsons, which our very first ever offline performance, we did get to see them in person. So he also has offline experience, which can give him an advantage. Milo, international experience as well, and an interesting character to see play it out. I think he has a high hero pool. He's definitely not afraid to take that fight in the XP lane, and he's one that's really hard to keep up with. So it's going to be a challenge, and I can't wait to see them perform.
And I know everybody can't wait to see if BTK makes it to the final, and we'll have the live performance to see Nicolette. But for this series, let's take a look at Area 77's roster. I know a lot of familiar faces as well. We saw Marcuti, Tarzan, Ureshi, ISO all in the offline event. The only person that we probably haven't seen here offline is JQT. So for Area 77, they're also very cultured, experienced players. Tarzan has also been in a lot of series, a lot of different teams as well, but this time they're coming in strong as Area 77. A lot to look out for.
Yeah, not just that, but especially with adding Yoreshi to it, a great XP laner and has a lot of experience, especially when it comes to the live stage and world stage as well.
You know what's interesting about this is seeing Marcuti. He's now going to be in the lane. We actually got to see him as a marksman for majority of his competitive stance in the NACT. So seeing him swap roles, oftentimes, I mean, this kind of really happens a lot when teams swap roles. They're not as effective, but do they break that molding as we see them perform today up against the BloodThirstyKings, especially with ISO? I mean, it looks like he took that spot. That is ISO that used to be on BTK in the NACT spring season, right? He did compete with them in the spring season as well. Was it spring season? Yeah, it was spring season. So looks like Marcuti will be in the mid lane. That is going to be interesting to see. I definitely agree with Yoreshi. He's an excellent pickup. He has that international experience. He competed in Latam as well. So he has some high IQ drafting, which could be a secret weapon to disrupting BTK.
For sure, and let's see what our casters feel about this matchup. I feel like a lot. Oh, Yue coming in with Area 77. He's a believer for this lineup, but everybody else did pick BTK. I do feel like BTK have an edge over A77 just because each individual player for BTK is very dominating in their role, one of the best for that lane. So for sure, Area 77 has a lot of strong players, but how well would they execute it as well is the question here.
Yeah, I mean, arguably for BTK, I mean, every single time that they competed, they have come in to at least the top 2 in North America. So it's very hard to go against them, regardless of who is on the roster. As long as Zane is there, I mean, there's always that top 2 potential for BTK. And now that he's got other members with that shared experience, that it's not just him alone with that experience, I think we're going to be seeing some great things from them.
We have seen BTK get upset before, though, especially the last NACT fall when they lost to Avalon. Last minute. I remember that in the grand finals. So, I mean, there's always that upset potential that can possibly happen. And I think that would actually possibly be an upset. Even though Area 77, like we said, they were a top 4 team from last year. So it wouldn't be the biggest upset. I mean, if anybody has a chance, they're definitely higher on that totem pole to be able to do it. But like I said, one of the things I'm rooting for is seeing teams get a little bit closer to shutting down the heavy contenders, right? The left hand and the right hand, Gaimin, Gladiators, and BTK. As we want to see North America as a region overall scaling through the times, and hopefully with today's match we have a little bit of a closer game and a series, for the love of God, that goes to a best of 3.
I mean, Private forgot all about that biggest upset last season in the grand finals that just deleted from his books. And it was also, the jungler was also Tarzan. So this will be a very interesting matchup. I do think there's a possibility of it going to 3 matches. So let's just see if they can play it out as we expect. So, ladies and gentlemen, last series of the night, BTK versus Area 77. Who will win? Let's find out.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is probably one of the more anticipated matches of the night for a lot of the viewers, big fans in North America, big fan base for BTK here, to see if they can kind of continue that domination and maybe even set some new kind of standards for the team here as they go against the semifinalists of last season.
Yeah, it's definitely a team that gets a lot of love and attention on the NA scene. But Area 77, I mean, hey, they've got a little bit of a fan base of their own, and I can't see where they get. Honestly, Marcuti, when he was a marksman, he was like one of my favorite in NACT. The way he's able to be aggressive and disengage it's very good, but I don't know how it's going to play out inside of the mid lane, so we're going to have to kind of pay some close attention to him as he is performing as that mage for the side of Area 77, and it will be up against Nicolette, who's been gaining a lot of attention on the NA scene as well. Both of these mages step into the scene and ready to perform. We are going to go ahead and see some of the bans on the table, though. The Nolan and the R-Lot will be banned out for BTK, and we would say this is kind of textbook so far.
Yeah, pretty standard bans coming out of both teams. I don't think we've seen R-Lot played this entire night because he's been pretty much the primary ban. R-Lots, Navaria have been pretty much mainstays up in that banning, pretty much warming the bench for a lot of these teams right now because just so dangerous and so defining when it comes to a lot of these games. Definitely looking to see, I mean, if we're going to be going for something a little mobile from Mobazane, or are we just going to go with that the tried and tested heavy tankier role?
I mean, we have been seeing him get a little creative, right? I've seen him, I believe I even seen him run a Paquito one time, but I know he has been running the Alpha, the Boxia, the Barats. These are kind of more standard for him. Even the Fredrin from time to time again is what he kind of favors. And honestly, I mean, the meta does favor that, so I'm definitely nothing wrong there. And it kind of plays into him and his play style. So we'll have to see how that kind of works out. They are going to ban out that Barat's, not going to even waste any time on that. But the Mathilda does walk.
Yeah, very interesting to see the Matilda out there. Cold World is a very interesting player for me because he has been in so many different roles in North America. You talked about him on The Simpsons. He was a marksman at that time, then transitioned to I want to say a mid after that, and now he's going to be filling the roam position for BTK. One of the I want to say one of the more versatile players in North America with how well and how successful he's been in each of those roles so far.
Yeah, I mean, it provides a little bit of insight on how other roles operate when you've actually made that yourself, which makes him more of an asset to the team. You are going to go ahead and see the Fredrin slotted in, though. Okay, so they ban the Barats. They pick up the Fredrin. It looks like they're trying to just take what they can away from Mobazane. There is still an Alpha on the table. There is still a Boxy on the table. There is still a Martis on the table. I'm not really sure I agree with the Fredrin pickup this early, because you're allowing a lot to walk to the side of BTK in their favor. They can even pick up the Mathilda. They can pick that up, stack it up with something like a Boxia. Now they have some great front line, and now they have some great sustainability. And yeah, I just feel like, I don't know if that's really worth the trade, but hey, time will tell. Maybe Area 77 has some game plans on the way. I mean, they definitely have had a lot of time to think about how they wanted to pursue this draft. But we talked about Mobazane and his hero pools. There it goes. This is more of that signature Mobazane pickup. Slots in the Alpha.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing about, I think Mobazane's found like a nice little sweet spot in his picks, in that if some of his picks get taken out, if they get chosen by the enemy, part of that little circle of picks is a counter to that pick that the enemy can pick up too. And in here with Fredrin being that tankiness that he has, the true damage coming out from Alpha is a good counter for that as well. This is going to be, I think, the first Tigreal that we've seen picked up today.
I don't know how I feel about that one, because Tig against the Ruby. Ruby's a direct counter to the Tig. I mean, all she has to do is change some CC and instantly will stop the implosion, because it takes a little bit of time to proc. So that's going to be very hard to be able to rush in and provide those setups. And then you got an Alpha charge on top of that, which I believe if he can proc it in time, he can cancel out the implosion if he's not careful. And then you got to worry about the Vexana, who can kind of fight from afar and provide the Eternal Guardian and some knock-up CC. So the Tigreal, I feel like it's going to be a little bit of an upscale battle. I wonder how well this will kind of play into it, but you are seeing some heavy frontline composition super early in the draft with not a lot of damage output for the side of Area 77, stacking up that Fredrin alongside the Tig.
Yeah, I want to say that the choice for the Tigreal probably comes into play when it comes to these objective gettings. Like, as soon as the turtle is up, you're going to want Tigreal. He's going to need to kind of be a little patient, and he's going to look to try to push Mobazane away from the turtle so that Fredrin can kind of stay in there and get that retribution. So that's what they're kind of looking for when it comes to the implosion. I mean, yeah, you're definitely going to need to make sure that either Nicolette and Mielo, or at least one of those guys, are in that implosion to kind of take away a lot of that CC. But you're right, there's a lot of CC, a lot of things that can actually interrupt it, but we're gonna see how well that kind of plays out into some of these engagements.
Now, this makes me wonder, I don't think Milo is gonna run the Ruby in the XP lane. I mean, honestly, it probably would just benefit BTK to just let the Ruby roam, to just follow the Tig. And I mean, if you could just stay on Tig's tail, there's not really much he's going to be able to do, even if he decides to invade on mlbbZane. I mean, he's going to have to be careful. There's still some options on the table to be able to burst down the Tig as well. There's not a carry taken off the board. Brody is still an option that can even more give the Tig a harder time, especially with that Corrosive Strike for the stun and the flicker back to safety. Not to mention, if you just rock a marksman with the Purify, it's another answer. So right now, speaking of answers, we are going to go ahead and see the Ixia taken off the table from the side of BTK. Looks like they're worried about a little bit more of that Group CC. I mean, there's a lot of Group CC over there for Area 77 already, though. I think they need to kind of start working on getting some heavy damage dealers to work in their favor. I mean, they do have first pick. If we're looking at marksmans, I mean, the Harith has been ran in the gold lane. Looks like it's interesting that they do ban it out. We know BK is a team that can draft three-dimensionally, so maybe that was the plan for that. Are they going to pick up something like the carry, though? I mean, that's what I kind of see when I see the Harith banned out. And yes, they are going to go ahead and go in for that since it is a direct counter to it. But that opens up an opportunity for BTK to pick. I would even say, I mean, it could be the Irithel. It could be the Natan. I would say the Brody, though. I think the Brody walked through this and should be the strongest pickup for BTK.
Yeah, and I want to say on the side of Area 77, what we are definitely missing, and is going to be a really big gap for them, is the early game. We don't have anything for damage. All we're going to have is a tanky front line that Nicolette is going to be able to burst all over. We're going to need to have at least something to be able to kind of maybe a Nana out there up front with which will add the CC. The Molina Blitz will add a lot of that burst damage to help out during the objective fights. And we have a Bruno and the Xborg being picked up by the side of BTK.
And that is going to finalize the draft. There was one missing on the board. It is Faramis over there from Ureshi, so they have the sustainability. As Mark Cutie is going to go ahead and pick up that gourd. Oh, man, I know if Naisu's watching this stream, he's definitely going to be excited. Oh, wait. Okay. Just getting a note from production. Actually, it's not Faramis, it's CC. So they will be having CC in the XP lane to be able to fight it up against Milo, rocking on this X-Borg, which will be an interesting matchup to see. But I think the most interesting thing about this draft so far is the gourd slotted in from Mark Cutie.
Yeah, very interesting too. Gord provides, I mean, he provides a lot of early game damage, a lot of burst, and also provides some true damage. The only problem is with that Mystic Gush ultimate, he's pretty much a sitting duck. He's going to be standing in one place, bursting out a lot of that damage, and you have the potential for people like Cold World, for people like Mielo to close the distance and be able to get to him very quickly.
Speaking of getting the people, we are going to see Basic pick up this Bruno, which means he's going to have some great burst damage to be able to soak into the Fredrin and possibly the Tig if they're not careful, but he's going to have to play up close and personal, which is where it could work inside of Area 77's favor for the setup.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the match a lot of people have been waiting for as Area 77 takes on North American fan favorites BTK. Do they have what it takes to get what most would consider an upset win over the former champions?
That's right. BTK, the team that's went the furthest on the international scene. Not the same roster, but spearheaded by mlbbZane nonetheless. They are going to be fighting it out on their debut. BTK, I think if I'm looking at the draft so far, I kind of favored a little bit more for them. This is really going to boil down to how well J Cutie can kind of perform on this Tig. Since there's a lot of things that can disrupt that implosion, it looks like it is going to be that Ruby in the roam position, which we did agree with, right? We said if the Ruby can be the roam, then he could just follow J Cutie anywhere he goes, and it'll make Tig not be able to have the advantage he's looking for.
Yeah, I mean, there might be some synergy that we could talk about when it comes to Mark Cutie and the Tigreal out there, J Cutie out there. So if you do get countered by one person, actually, mlbbZane in between three members, are they actually going to try to collide against them? You do have the push there on the mlbbZane, who takes an early death in the early seconds of the first game.
Yeah, caught out of position and nobody to really back him up. Looks like he got a little too overconfident, which will give Area 77 the advantage they're looking for to be able to take control of this early game. Now mlbbZane will be slightly behind in the farm. He is level 4 though, so he still can go in for this turtle, and that may be his game plan. But you're already going to see Tarzan Cutie pulling the aggro in a counter and contest from Cold World and Nicolette.
Yeah, but BTK, I mean, Great grouping here. Even though Mobazane went down, they still have great control of this first turtle. They are about to get sandwiched. You see Jay looking for an opportunity. They're baiting out. Here comes the last insanity from Yellow, and Eternal Guardian is out as well. That's 2 ultimates that they're not going to have for the rest of this turtle fight. Down to about half health. Are they going to be able to contest this? Cold World in here looking for an opportunity. Are they going to be able to find it? Tarzan finds the first turtle. Mystic Gush is out, finds a kill onto Mobazane.
Yeah, able to take down Mobazane. 2 early deaths for him, and will put him even further behind in the jungle. Not off to the start they were looking for, but Area 77 landing from a different planet and off to a great start. You know what's interesting about this match? Look at JQT's emblem. He's running Focusing Mark, which is going to allow his team to do additional damage to anybody that he does damage to. Not the normal emblem that I usually see on a TIG. Usually I see something like a Concussive Blast or Tenacity. But to see the Focusing Mark is at least new for me. But Mark Cutie off to a good start on the Gord, picked up his first kill of the game. We talked about him having a possible hard time jumping into this, especially being stagnant when he does use that Mystic Gust. But so far, hasn't had a rough start. I would say BTK need to be careful, or they might find themselves in a hole that they can't climb out of.
Yeah, very interesting here, especially for Area 77. Oh, they are going to go ahead and just land the stun onto Cold World, but is going to be able to get away. A lot of that CC coming out of that Ruby. The only problem here for Area 77 is it's nice to have kills, especially on Mobazane, can kind of give you that momentum. But as we start moving further and further into the game, we need to make sure these kills are coupled with some type of objectives as well. Kills alone don't do it, but you're going to want to maybe get a tower, get some gold plating, get another turtle or something like that to kind of keep the momentum in your direction.
And you know, I mean, if we look at how the advantage has been working so far for Area 7, oh my goodness, invasion on the top side, 3v1.
Oh yeah, your Reshi's not long for this world there. Mielo cleans it up with a last Insanity ultimate. Good play there, both Nicolette and Mobazane there to help out with that gank. Ooh, little spicy little sitting here, right? I don't think there's too many people on. Oh, Cold World coming in there. Tarzan. They do notice Tarzan. Good positioning for Area 77 for this first turtle. Cold World trying to stop, I want to say, doing the best he can to kind of harass this turtle. Now at about half health. Nicolette in a good position. Gonna go down, looking for some damage. Here comes the last Insanity. Mystic Gush is out, but Nicolette with great positioning. Tarzan still gets the turtle, and this might be bad for BTK. Cold World and Mobazane get taken out, and a great turtle and 2 kills for Area 77.
That hole is getting deeper and deeper for the BloodThirstyKings as we progress through the early phase of game number 1. Losing both turtles, and now on the bot side, Basic.
Ooh, Basic by a nail, able to get away. And I want to say about that last turtle fight, they even had some great positioning. Nicolette able to throw down the Eternal Guardian right onto the Mystic Gush, onto Mark Cutie, but still not enough to save her team.
Which is interesting because this lineup favors them. I mean, they have so many counters to JQT on this TIG. He was able to get that setup though on a Mobazane with that implosion with no problem, which allowed them to kind of take that fight and make it work in their favor. And now they're going to be leading by a massive XP boost, almost up by 2,000 gold. Now, I wonder if this will be able to translate into some of the turrets, though. You know, we see a lot of teams take these advantages, but not able to find a turret to open up the map. And if BTK can hold on to these their turrets, then they may be able to turn this back around. Now, I'm worried about JQT on these engagements when it actually comes to the 5v5s. Can he still get these implosion setups?
Yeah, we're going to see here. Oh, nice Mystic Gush does land and is going to be able to take down Cold World. Is it going to be enough to take down this tower? ISO laying into it's going to get the first tower claimed for Area 77. Tarzan coming in, does have that Appraiser's Wrath, but does use it as a defense to get himself out of harm's way.
Yeah, able to find Cold World, who's having a rough start alongside Mobazane, picking up his second death. Golden Staff picked up by ISO. You are going to see the JQT picking up some physical defense as well to be able to hold off the damage provided over there from Zane, from Basic, also possibly from Milo, but he does have that true damage running on this X-Borg. Right now, first turret, rear goal to the side of Area 77, and 2 turtles under their belt, up by 3,000 gold, and are going to try and claim this third one of the game. Can we see Mobazane rush in for the steal? No, he's not going to go in for it. He does not have the numbers, not in a position. And again, They're scaling through the times. ISO finds basic.
The big conceal play comes in there. They're going to find a kill on the Cold World. Mielo comes in with the last insanity, but is not going to be able to find a mark from Area 77, who now looks like they're trying to lay waste into that purple buff. Not able to find a stun onto mlbbzane, who is going to go ahead and back himself away.
Now look at Area 77 putting some pressure, trying to proxy this lane to take the first turret in the mid lane, which will open up the map even more. Praise's Wrath dropping down, and the turret will fall.
Oh! Mystic Gush finds a kill onto mlbbzane behind the tower.
My goodness, Zane, 4th death of the game. Running this alpha, he's one of the only junglers that we usually see pull this off, but it looks like this is not the story today. As Area 77 came in with a game plan, and they are executing up by 3 turrets and looking for some more.
Oh, JQT in a little bit of trouble here, getting CC'd into a coma there. That was about 9 seconds of him just running back and forth, getting CC'd chained by BloodThirstyKings.
Yeah, able to pick up a kill. Their 2nd kill of the game, though, still down by 6 and 5,000 gold. Area 77 has the advantage. Right now, in theory, I mean, as long as they keep playing like this, they should be able to push through these tier 2 turrets. But BTK, they're known to be able to turn things around in the blink of an eye. You give them an inch, they take a mile, and this may be what they're looking for.
Yeah, great setups here by MarQt as well. Oh, prefacing at Mielo in a little bit of trouble here. Tarzan on the side doesn't think twice. He doesn't really want to go in on it. They have the spacing. They're just going to allow the minions to push in at top.
Yeah, I mean, this is just boiling down to better micro and macro. For Area 77, Demon Hunter Sword picked up by ISO, picking up his 3rd core item of the game alongside that Corrosion Scythe. I mean, look at Basic. He only has the Hawk's Claws in a Legion Sword. You have 3 core items over there, outscaling him for Area 77, and now pulling the aggro for this Lord Milo, trying to give some vision for a possible contest, but they don't have the numbers, and this should be a free Lord for Area 77.
Yeah, I mean, it's a free Lord unless you're going to try to test this with this huge deficit, and it's just not a smart play. BTK definitely needs to kind of regroup, wait for a mistake by Area 77, or at least wait for some of these defenses, because right now, especially with the mid towers down, this jungle area pretty much belongs to Area 77.
Yeah, full ground control from them so far. Can they keep up this momentum? Will BTK find a vulnerability and exploit it? ISO able to take down the tier 2 turret for the bottom side. Lord marching in the top lane. Area 77 looking stronger than ever. Way stronger than we've seen them in the qualifiers with how they're performing today. And this is not your average team, right? This is BTK slotted right behind or almost even with the Gaimin Gladiators. But now Area 77 making a statement and ready to take it to their base.
Yeah, right now doing a great job of not only zoning out BTK to take these towers, but the macro as well, splitting up the nice little devastation here that we have up at the top. Lord crashing into this tower. Now we do have a conceal play and doing a good job. Area 77 doesn't overstep, doesn't give BTK any type of momentum to try to grab a kill at all.
Yeah, I mean, Area 77, they're being passive, right? They're taking what they can, but they're not being overly aggressive. They are not trying to allow BTK to find a mistake, and this is what you got to do if you want to be able to take down some of the top teams in North America. You have to take every engagement as if it's the last, and that's what Area 77 is doing so far. I mean, they haven't even lost a single turret. No turret has taken any damage for them in the last 11 minutes of their game. Off to a great debut. Now, for the BloodThirstyKings, if they want to turn this around, it's going to start with Cold World, right? Finding a setup, getting that offended, possibly disrupting JQT when he rushes in for that implosion. But the items is what's going to work in Area 77's favor. BTK needing to play to the late game.
Yeah, we're going to see here right now. Ooh, Tarzan takes a heap of damage, and CC Last Insanity is out. Tarzan dodges it as Mielo goes out with a flicker. Area 77 in tow. Oh, big implosion lands up, but they do not catch enough members. Mystic Gush is out, and surprisingly, nobody goes down in that engagement.
Man, trying to catch Basic in his trap with that implosion, forcing out that Purify last second, but Milo with that flicker playing the Last Insanity, definitely showcasing his mastery on the export, but not able to find the kills he was looking for. But it's looking promising for the synergy of BTK, even when they're behind by a lot. Looking like they are taking it to the mid lane for a possible push into that tier 1 turret. Look at the bot side though, a possible rotation down there as well. It's crazy how far behind they are, but they're still overextending and taking this fight to the mid lane like they're even with Area 77.
Well, and that's the kind of problem, and that's what kind of value you get from a BTK here, is that they know what they need to do. They know how far behind they are, and it's only a matter of time. Area 77 just needs to make sure that they're not making mistakes. They're not getting a little too, I want to say, crazy when it comes to this. They do, I want to say, have a history of like not really being able to close to, oh my gosh, as we talk about that, Yureshi takes a heap of damage. Vengeance is out as he's trying to close the distance. Yureshi finds a kill onto Mobazane again. Immortality is out as Yureshi chasing down Coldworld, putting on the damage. Yo-yos are, I mean, you'd never think you saw something scary in the yo-yos, but with Yureshi there, Nicolette, oh, okay. We're just going to watch basic. Going back to base, Mark Cutie finds a tower again at mid.
Yeah, basic though, making advantage of the separation. Doesn't take 1 turret, but takes 2. Which will be an okay trade. I mean, they need to be able to open up this map, and this is where Basic shines, right? He knows how to rotate and create that opportunity when he has the separation needed. And this is what BTK has to do if they want to be able to turn this game around, as Area 77 is out for a closer. They're looking to close this game with almost a flawless victory, and BTK still has a chance to turn this around. Now, it's been a rough game for Mobazane. He's 0-5-1 on the Alpha. And right now, you are going to see the Lord on the top side, and Area 77 ready to knock on the door for the BloodThirstyKings.
Yeah, he's going to go ahead, charge into that tower. You can see it dropping very low. They're not actually able to get it. ISO from the bottom is going to flicker himself away. So, Mielo with the last insanity. Mark Cutie gets out of there. Mystic gushes out, and it is going to find... oh, is that a trade? No, Mielo has the immortality, but he is getting targeted. You can see Nicolette doing a great job trying to stave off that, but Nicolette gets caught up by Yureshi and taken down. Coldworld's next up on the list. Basic doing his best to dish out the damage with that Bruto, and the Vengeance is out. Big push from Jay. Yureshi finds the kill onto Coldworld.
Oh my goodness, Private. Spicy engagement over there on the top side, but BTK, they're behind by almost 10,000 gold. I know they're able to execute. Their macro and micro is good, but when you're down by 10,000 gold, it's hard to win these engagements.
Yeah, and right now, unfortunately for BTK, they're not able to find it. Look at all the damage from ISO with that speedy light wheel trying to dish it out. Here comes the last insanity, but it's not enough in a very surprising turn of events. Area 77 getting the victory over BTK.
Phone home, the extraterrestrials, Area 77, able to claim game 1 in their debut up against the BloodThirstyKings. Looks like Yue was onto something. He was the only one to vote for Area 77, maybe from their distant home planet. But nonetheless, some flawless execution and some great gameplay. Able to get to the early neutral objectives. Able to shut down Mobazane with the Alpha jungle and create the opportunity to be able to push through with game number 1.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they're putting in their drinks on whatever planet Area 77 is from, but I want some. And obviously, Yui knew the secret that we didn't, because a very surprising first game there for Area 77. Very dominant against BloodThirstyKings. I don't think I've seen too many times where they've taken a 10K deficit.
You know what's crazy about this? This is the only team to be able to take down the BloodThirstyKings outside of Gaimin Gladiators so far in this entire NACT Spring Season, from the qualifiers up until now, and that just shows you these teams are getting better. Now, BTK, we got to see what they kind of do to turn this back around. This actually may be a game that we see go all the way to a number 3. I mean, this is what I've been waiting for this entire time. I love seeing things go down to the wire. BloodThirstyKings, if they want to turn this around, I think it's going to start with the overconfidence, right? We saw Mobazane overextend into the purple buff super early in the game when nobody was there to protect him, and he just got hit with some chain CC, and that was his first death of the game, and then it just kept happening, right? And then not only that, they're down by 10,000 gold, and they want to take a fight almost in the mid of the top side. You can't really win that. Even though you have the experience, you have the skill level, you don't have the items, and that's really where Area 77 kind of shined on to be able to close out that game. And so jumping into game number 2, I think it's just going to start with just back to the basics, right? Just focus on playing how they normally play, focusing on the objectives, and not being overconfident, especially against a team like Area 77, who has made it into the top 4 for North America. I mean, just last season. This is not a team that you can underestimate.
Yeah, and I want to say last season able to get surprise victories over a lot of very strong teams, even getting a victory over Avalon in the, I want to say the lower brackets of the season. So it was very interesting. Area 77, I want to say right now, the pluses on their side is probably the synergy. A lot of guys play together all the time. And I think what we're seeing right now is a classic case of like synergy versus still trying to build up that synergy. We saw a lot of points. Zane kind of caught out. Nobody else kind of there in support of him, especially that first death he took. Immediately going towards the enemy jungle, gets caught up there, and then this surprise pick of the Gord, I really feel like had a great impact on a lot of these matches, or a lot of the engagements that BTK had out there.
You know, which is really insane because, again, I still, after seeing that draft, would say it favored the BloodThirstyKings, but it's like they just didn't execute on the draft, which is really crazy coming from the caliber of players who are on that team. So, I mean, this is a newer BTK, newer synergy. It's not the same roster that we've seen before. Maybe that was the issue. But if anybody can kind of turn this around, it's definitely them. I mean, I've learned my lesson on doubting Zane, especially after seeing his amazing performance with a newer team and newer synergy in the NACT Spring Season, which was the best grand finals that we have ever had, taking it all the way to a Game 7. So I think what we're going to see in the next game, I don't think it's going to be a difference of draft. I think it's just going to be a difference of execution and playing a little bit safer before the neutral objectives.
Yeah, I think right now BTK probably taking a collective sigh, just like, let's get it back onto the game plan, because that's what they really need to do. Area 77, though, a little wiggle room here right now with the first victory going over to them in this best of 3.
You know what I think it is? I think it's the music over there from our amazing production that just hyped up Area 77, man. I mean, how can you not be hyped with that track dropping down? But you are going to go ahead and see Area 77 now have an advantage. They will be first pick in the draft. A couple of bans are on the table. The Navarra will be taken out alongside the Faramis, which is a little interesting over there from the side of Area 77.
Yeah, very interesting. The Fremis was banned out the last draft as well. Very interesting here to see that BTK takes Barats off the table. I mean, obviously, I guess they see the strength in it, don't want it picked up by Area 77, but I'm almost at the point that I would like to give Zane, like, almost to the point that, like, I would like Zane to have all the tools he can, as much as possible, you know, when it comes to some of these picks. But man, I mean, man, I just can't get over that last game. I just, especially when it came to the Gord, how well the Gord played into it. To not, I was very worried about how well they were going to be able to kind of close the distance on him. But from the get-go, I want to say, I believe Mark Udy just had playing a great game.
Yeah, it was very hard. I noticed teams that actually have a good chance against Zane is when they run a lot of CC. Especially like when we've seen him go up against Gaimin Gladiators in the round robin for the top 16. That's what they did, right? They just stacked up a lot of CC up against this Fredrin, and he tried to full send for these objectives, for these invasions, and they were able to pick him off with ease. And I think that's something that Area 77 is kind of leaning into with their draft so far. Speaking of drafts, though, they are going to go ahead and take out that Fredrin. Barat was taken off for the side of BTK. Alpha's still on the table. I'm not sure if Zane will pick that up again. I don't really think Alpha was the problem, though. I think it was just the over-aggression, and I think a couple of mistakes in the beginning that were completely avoidable stacked up to where they couldn't turn it back around.
Yeah, and pick up again. They're going to go ahead to, well, actually, this time the Vexana is going to be on the side of Area 77. So kind of a switch, a mirror of what we saw last game, where BTK very quickly picked up the Vexana for Nicolette, and here we're going to see Mark Cutie pick up the Vexana.
Yeah, the Vexana will be picked up on the opposite side of the table. Basic is going to pick up that Claude, is going to have that BMI. We'll have that Blazing Wet. Claude has been pretty much picked up every single game today. Just showing you how strong of a marksman he is. Now, a couple of things that are still on the table. The Mathilda yet to be picked up. The Ruby has been slotted in majority of these matches. It's still available if BTK does want to grab that up. The X-Borg, something that we usually see Milo actually run on and profit well. Maybe he slots that down. Honestly, his X-Borg performance was still good with even the major deficit that they had, but not going to waste any time. They're going to pick up something that we don't really see this early, and that is going to be the Minotaur.
Yeah, and very interesting, yeah, because he's been banned out, I want to say, as we move into like kind of the second drafting phase. So they're going to go ahead and prioritize that, get him some CC to hopefully kind of protect during these objective fights, make sure that Mobazane can move around, that he can get into range for these retributions without getting bursted down.
Now, I'm wondering where this is going to go. Boxia, okay, I was going to say Boxia is on the table. They're just trying to limit the junglers that Mobazane is going to pull out. But, I mean, there's still some additional junglers on the table. You can still use the Martis. You can still, well, the Fredrin's gone, so you can't use that. You can still use the Alpha if he wants to. You can still use, I've seen him run the Bakito before. So I don't think he's really too worried about it. But something to be worried about is going to be that CC, right? CC has been such a strong XP laner, especially on the international scene. Very hard to keep up with, and usually scales better than majority of the XP laners slotted against her. But Mobazane, he's pulling out another tank alongside the Minotaur. We'll go in for the Akai.
Yeah, very interesting here. We have a lot of front line for the side of BTK, and I want to say a mid to late game marksman. So we're still, I think this is kind of exactly swapped from the last game, where at this point in the game, once we were coming up in the second banning phase, I was looking for Area 77 to pick up something early, some type of damage for that early game. And here, that's exactly what we need from BTK's side to kind of even out this draft.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder where this is going to go, though, right? I mean, the Mathilda is still on the table. It could be picked up possibly from Area 77 if they still want it. It hasn't been banned out, and I wonder why a lot of teams haven't been picking it, because I haven't really seen a major nerf to the Mathilda. It's been strong in the international scene, but may not be the same for NA. Looking at BTK, though, I'm worried about the Akai synergy with a Minotaur, because a Minotaur's job is to get the Minoan Fury, knock everybody up, but the Akai's job is to push everybody away. So I kind of feel like I'm not really sure how that's going to work together as a composition. Honestly, this would have been a good opportunity to pick up a Martis, but instead, since they have the Boxia, we're going to have to see how that plays into it. It may be hard for the Boxia, though, to rush into a Minotaur and an Akai on top of that to be able to get these neutral objectives, which may be a start for BTK to take control of the early game.
Yeah, very interesting. I want to say Matilda, especially on the international scene, has a pretty low pick rate as well. Only about 3 games total combined with PH and Indo. So apparently they know something that I'm just not catching with the Matilda pick. I thought it was fairly strong, but it might be the certain type of comps that you want to go for. She really does shine for a lot of those, I want to say, stationary heroes that need the added mobility. People like Barats, Ixia shines with that as well. So maybe it's just there's certain picks that she really shines with that we're just not seeing in some of these compositions. A big pickup for the side of BTK as we take up the Valentina, which for me is interesting. You don't really have a lot of ultimates besides the Eternal Guardian from the side of Area 77 that you're going to really want to, that I really see as a target.
Now, I mean, it works really well against the Boxia, though, because it's the Terrify, especially with Boxia being up close and personal, the CC as well. It's kind of like that anti-invade comp, but I don't really know how it's going to kind of transition. And the Bruno gets picked up by ISO, though. He's going to have a lot of crits, especially when he picks up that Berserker's Fury. But against the heavy CC composition like this, we're going to have to see, right? I mean, this is a really dive-centric composition from the BloodThirstyKings right now, especially with Mobazane running that Akai. I mean, this should be, for the most part, some easy neutral objectives when it comes to these turtles, when it comes to these lords, and also for Zane to be able to get his orange and purple, but possibly be able to invade to the side of Area 77 and take their buffs nice and early. Maybe their game plan, but hey, Diggy's been slotted in. Do you feel like the Diggy may have a problem here, though? Because there's a lot of CC that could overwhelm that time journey.
There's a lot of CC, but there's not a lot of burst on their side. If we're looking for an XP laner that has burst, I mean, Paquito maybe can go in there. He fits that role. He can be able to take Diggy out very quickly and kind of negate a lot of his abilities when it comes to some of these objective fights. I mean, the amount of CC, yeah. So, I mean, big answer there from BTK going with the Paquito. Yeah, so good. I want to say good lineup for the side of BTK, especially Paquito. He's going to fill that role for that early game damage, especially once he gets that level 4. He's basically a truck coming at you.
Now, I would favor BTK's draft here, and the reason being is because there's more engage here. Like, I mean, you're putting a lot over there to the box here, being able to rush in and initiate these fights. I mean, maybe the CC can initiate, but outside of them two, like, Vexana's going to be in the back. Diggy, definitely don't want him to be super up front, or he's going to get picked off super early. The Bruno has to play close, but against all that CC, it could be a possible problem, and he's not going to be as mobile if you rock something like that Purify. Now, we've seen the Paquito, we've seen Chicken run it really well, and now we get to see Milo pick up this Paquito in the XP lane. He is going to be going up against a highly mobile hero, though, which will be the CC. Can he keep up against the mobility?
Ooh, boys, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to game 2, Area 77 versus the BloodThirstyKings. You never thought you'd see it where BTK is behind by 1, but they need to win here if they hope to take this to a game 3.
That's right, and possibly maybe our first game 3 of the day in our final series. Area 77 taking the world by surprise with a fancy fashion as they were able to shut down the BloodThirstyKings in the first game. A one-sided story, shutting down Mobazane, racking them up to above 5 kills, and being able to take majority of the objectives with little to no contest and not losing a single turret on top of that. Will it be the same story for game number 2, or will BTK be able to disrupt their momentum and shut them down in the early game?
Really interesting here. Mark Cutie's getting shut out from his farm here. Nicolette doing a great job of kind of zoning him away from a lot of these minions.
Well, see, that's the good thing about the Valentina too, is the Valentina can be way more aggressive than the Vexana, especially in the early phase, because the Vexana can play a lot closer. You are going to go ahead and see both teams getting ready for their first objectives, though. Zane, he doesn't go for the invade, though. I was wondering if he was going to try and invade onto the side of Area 77. It did not work the first time around for game number 1, and it looks like he's learned his lesson. But when the first turtle comes onto the board, I think BTK should be able to claim this. They have the heavy spin. They should be able to zone out Area 77 from taking it.
Oh, Mark Cutie dangerously low right before this first turtle setup here. BloodThirstyKings in a great positioning, waiting for the turtle to come up. You can see Mobazane in the pixel bush right now, waiting. The rest of BTK at mid gonna go ahead and join him shortly.
Yeah, but I mean, Jay Cutie not in position, and look at Mark Cutie. Both of them decided not to go in for it, which will be a free turtle to the side of BTK. And I mean, this is the way the draft kind of plays out, right? But speaking of draft, bot side engagement.
Yeah, very unfortunate for the side of Area 77. They look for a gank at bottom, but I mean, a great positioning there by Mielo, who's able to get away from that. And now you have Area 77, who traded it for a kill, but come out empty-handed, and a turtle going over to BTK.
Yeah, and you got to be careful. Now they have the advantage, which is totally different from game number 1, and they're able to kind of close out with early finishes when you allow these things to happen, and you have to keep an eye on them. BTK, though, with that first turtle, will have an XP boost ahead of Area 77, and now there goes the invasion. Look at Koro given the vision, now trying to possibly contest on the purple buff.
Yeah, Blazing Duet at mid to clear up the minions. That's going to keep Mark Cutie busy, while Tarzan getting jumped on by 3 members of BTK. Is he going to be able to get out of it? He is doomed and gets taken down by Mobazane. Heavy spin out there, Jay Cutie. Ooh, almost got caught and pinned against the wall. They're still giving chase. Coworld and the rest of BTK in a bad way here are going to be able to make their way to their side of the jungle.
And ISO may have a hard situation. Basic stripping off half of the gold plating from the turret on the top side, which will give him an advantage in the gold lane. We know he's running that Claude. He needs that Demon Hunter sword, that golden staff, to really be able to soak into Boxia from Tarzan Cutie, and also possibly Yureshi Cutie over there. ISO and needs to kind of be careful. He's not as mobile. He did go in for that Purify to stop a little bit of the CC provided from BTK, but I don't know if it will be enough. But so far, you are looking at a great start for the BloodThirstyKings, trying to take this to a game 3, controlling the early game.
Yeah, and I want to say whatever cobwebs were in BTK in that first game, they seem to have shaken it off here. The rotations here, the synergy from them is a lot tighter on this game when it comes to rotating around the map, and I'm glad to see it. You see, oh, Mielo comes in, locking on the JQ, who's going to use that flicker to get away. Even latched on a little bit of a reverse time onto Mielo for the time being, but this is going to go ahead, open up. Oh, he still got the kill onto him from the bottom lane there, still able to find the angle and find the kill on the Diggy, and this is going to open up the next turtle for Mobazane.
Yeah, 2 turtles in their favor now, and also something funny to point out, 3 quantum charges for BTK and 2 concussive blasts. This kind of tells you a couple of things, right? They're going to be highly mobile, and they're going to be highly tanky for the ones who aren't. And that means they're going to be taking these fights up close and personal and at a fast pace. And that is what we're seeing so far, is they're able to take both of these turtles with little to no contest, and also able to take 2 kills on top of that. Area 77 needing to be careful as they are trying to form that snowball.
Ooh, JQ comes in here with the time journey, but ooh, just narrowly escapes there. I was about to say, ISO actually able to get away on his own. Oh, but get popped up and a blazing duet for his troubles. Nicolette picking up the kill there at the top lane.
And a kill on the bot side as well, as Tarzan Cutie will find Milo. That is going to be a 1-for-1 trade. First kill for Area 77, but BTK still in control of today's match, at least for the early game. Area 77 slightly behind, now down by over 2,000 gold. Looking at some of the core items, with the crossbow has been picked up over there from Basic. He is going to be working toward that corrosion sight. Does have the Demon Hunter sword. You are going to see on the opposite side of the table for the gold lane, ISO. Behind him by 1,000 gold, picking up the Hawes Claw, still working toward a possible Legion sword, and an additional item like a Berserker's Fury may be on the ways. He needs that crit to be able to soak into Mobazane, to be able to soak into that Minotaur and burst down the BloodThirstyKings.
Oh, a little bit of a little 1v1 here between Mobazane and Tarzan. Here comes the rest of Area 77. Oh! Mobazane able to snatch away that orange buff and leaves like a thief in the night.
And the crazy thing is that was a 1v3. It's just a battle of a retribution, and Mobazane, quicker to the punch, able to get it and walk away with no penalty, which will delay the farm over there from Tarzan Cutie even more than it's been already, with Zane taking all of these turtles. Speaking of turtles, the third one will spawn in, and it looks like they may be able to take yet another objective uncontested by Area 77.
Yeah, basically just ignoring Yureshi down here, trying to put the damage onto the tower. Gets back with the BMI to go ahead and support Zane, but Yellow gets caught here. Finishing touches by J Cutie up at the top lane. So they're at least able to answer back 2-3 in favor of BTK.
Yeah, but the trade will still work in BloodThirstyKings' favor as they take a turtle, and they take the most valued turret for the early game, the tier 1 in the mid lane, which will open up the map for invading. And BTK will now have a massive advantage, if it wasn't enough already, up against Area 77, putting them in an awkward situation as BTK now able to overextend with comfort. Now going to take the tier 1 on the bot side as well, up by 3 turrets to 1 against Area 77.
Yeah, a much tighter game by BTK this time. They have a great, I want to say, answers right now. Their rotations are on top. Zane hasn't got it caught once just yet, and now you can start seeing they're starting to force their way into the enemy jungle right now. Ooh, we do have a big upset here. Mark Cutie does find a kill onto Cole. Blazing duet to the back line. Tarzan gonna have to back up. A big heavy spin by Mobazane. I don't know if I think he still got that orange buff as well. Nope. It looks like Mark Cutie actually was able to get it. Oh, we're still fighting here. A little bit of problems with Yureshi coming in. Yo-yos all over the place. Is not going to be able to find the kill onto Mielo.
We'll be able to go back to safety. A very close call, though. Zane doing good on invading the jungle for Area 77. Not trying to allow Tarzan to catch up. I mean, he's down 2 levels up against Mobazane right now, and it's steady climbing even higher as you are seeing him still contesting. He's a bully right now on the Sakai. He's only getting beefier. He's running that concussive blast, and they're ahead by almost 3,000 gold, which means the damage items needed from Area 77 to shut him down is just not there. We're not even really seeing a massive presence over there from J Cutie on this Diggy, who we were kind of wondering about, especially as Diggy took a nerf with the damage output. But with that time journey, it's just very hard to negate all of the CC when there's a heavy CC composition. I mean, the time journey is only active for so long, and all they have to do is bait it out with one of their ultimates to stop it. And that puts a lot of pressure on Tarzan Cutie all by himself to be the front line and also the tank of this game. And this is where you're starting to see BTK make the most out of the situation.
Well, yeah, and we were talking about it before, too. We saw in some of the engagements, too, mlbb doing a great job looking for Jay on that diggy, searching for him, hunting him, and being able to take him down before they actually even start some of these objectives. Right now, they're kind of fishing around, seeing what they can catch in the river here. If Area 77 is going to go ahead and make the first mistake, try to engage here, but they definitely want a fight here.
You are still seeing some items to be picked up, though. Mark Cutie just got that Lightning Truncheon and will be able to echo some damage to the full team of BTK when he decides to engage with this Vexana, but it's not going to be the right time. BTK, they have a proper foothold for this match. Massive damage and aggro pulled for this turtle. A contest from Area 77 on the way.
Yeah, Basic walked into a bush full of diggy bombs and almost got chunked down to about 10% left onto this turtle. mlbbzane in a position. Tarzan, they're going to fight it over. Can they find it? Tarzan able to find this next Lord as mlbbzane going to disengage with the heavy spin. Yureshi looking for the flank, not able to capitalize on it.
Yeah, this is the things that Area 77 has to do to find a way to turn this around. It's a great start, but can they follow through and trade for some of these turrets?
Yeah, a great play there by Area 77.
Whoa!
You saw the time. Ooh, Mielo finds a kill onto Yureshi. We were talking about that Paquito damage. He just absolutely obliterated Yureshi in the mid lane. As I was saying before, like when it came to this, a great time journey by Jay there to kind of thwart any of the CC from BloodThirstyKings as the retribution came up. So good call by them.
Yeah, ISO able to claim a turret, though, on the bot side, slowly inching their way up the map. They do have the Lord on the top side as well, which means they're able to turn this around in their favor. Since they took the turret in the mid lane as well, they have now gained control.
Oh, yeah, the gold still, I want to say, heavily in favor of BloodThirstyKings. We talked about this before. I mean, at any point in the game, behind or in front, BTK is still a very dangerous team that you need to watch out for. And they still have a sizable gold lead over Area 77 here. So they're Area 77 not out of the woods here.
Yeah, they are going to try and bank in on Milo, finding a way to the back line with that Paquito who got that buff. And also Basic as he builds his core items to be that late game damage dealer, that staple marksman pickup with that Claude that they're relying on. And the later this goes, that's where he's going to start to shine. But Area 77, they're not going to try and give him that opportunity.
Oh, Mielo got caught with the reverse time. mlbbzane comes in with a heavy spin. Tarzan still finds the kill, but deep in enemy territory. Is he going to be able to get away? Nicolette spraying some damage, but it's not going to be enough. Coldworld walking himself in from the flank, and another tower taken by ISO in Area 77.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to close it out and now going to work on chipping down this inhibitor, but they need to be careful on not overstaying their welcome. The BloodThirstyKings is known to make the most out of these situations. Blade armor picked up from mlbbzane, trying to negate some of those physical attacks coming out, especially over there from ISO. He does have that Berserker's Fury to provide that crit.
Ooh, Basic comes in. I want to say a very eager blazing duet onto the team of Area 77. It does back them off, but oh, mlbbzane comes in. Is he going to be able to get that retribution? He was not able to get it, and Tarzan basically paying mlbbzane back again for that early game where he was taking his jungle. mlbbzane actually in trouble. Heavy spin comes out, and he gets taken out by ISO, and the rest of the team falling back. Whole world has that reverse time locked onto him. He gets pushed back. ISO finds a tower into the back. Nicolette with that time journey to try to protect her team, bursted down, taken down by Mark Cutie. This could be the end. ISO still pushing into the tower. It's just Coral left. We have minions up at the top. Basic with the blazing duet, trying to clear out the minions, gets taken out by ISO. Here comes Mielo with the damage. He gets taken out by Mark Cutie. It's just Cold World left, but they have no minions. Still going to try to force it at this mid tower. We have the timers up. Yureshi coming in. Zane is back out. Is he going to have the heavy spin ready? The core goes down. This is going to be a sweep for Area 77 over the BloodThirstyKings.
Phone home! Phone home! Area 77, the extraterrestrials landing from a distant planet on top of the BloodThirstyKings with a 2-0 sweep. A massive statement for their debut in the NACT Spring Season 2023. Off to a great start, taking down the number 2 team and ruining their flawless record, Area 77. Shocking the world and showcasing that they are a top contender.
I mean, an incredible performance by Area 77, something that we haven't seen from them. I mean, not that we haven't seen, but it usually takes them, I've talked about this before, a little bit of a while to kind of ramp up that synergy, to ramp up that dangerousness. And late into the season, they just showed it here right at the beginning of the season. They are a force to be reckoned with here in North America.
You know what this means? This means Yue, out of all the casters, was the only one to get this right, which means he has the highest prediction rate out of everybody. You are going to go ahead and see, though, Area 77 with their team stats on the board, 8-4-26. But I feel like this doesn't even paint the full picture of what we've seen overall. I mean, it looked like that game was going to favor BTK, especially in the beginning. They were bullies. Like we said, there was 3 quantum charges, 2 brave smites, and they were really, or 2 concussive blasts, ready to just take that fight early and aggressive. But once we trickled into that mid to late game, Area 77, they came alive, they regained their composure, and they were able to disrupt their synergy yet again, similar to game number 1, and surprised not only the world, but majority of the casters' desk is now we've all lost another prediction for the day. 2 for me. But yeah, hey, I guess UA knows something we don't.
2 for me as well. I mean, they say ones who get 0 is just about as good as someone who gets 100%. And it seems like UA definitely this season is trying to land that 100% with that prediction rate. He definitely knows something that we don't. But with that series, A77 proved themselves to be the Titans of NA. They did incredibly well a couple of seasons back. Last season, they were getting better as they progressed until the end. But this season, the team makeup also changed a lot, right? For Tarzan, he is leading A77 to the W. Might be coming to Zayn in his dreams. His worst nightmare happening again since last NACT Grand Finals with that Avalon defeat. So, man, definitely the highlight of the night. I gotta say.
Speechless. I mean, many of us are speechless. It's kind of hard to kind of absorb that. But I mean, Area 77 came out swinging. I want to say the early game very much favored BTK, especially Mielo on the Paquito, able to find the J on the Diggy. But as we started moving later and later into the game, as Diggy was placed better, when it came to those objectives, when it came to like the last 10% of health on the Lord, on the objectives, he was able to come in, get that time journey, and basically thwarted all of the CC that was coming out of BTK, and that kind of started that downward spiral for BTK.
We kind of mentioned this before the series even started. BTK is one of those teams that does have that upset factor that slides in from time to time. I mean, we've seen Avalon shut them down in the grand finals. You know, these things happen. We've also seen BTK lose in the qualifiers way back earlier last year. So these things do happen. Like I said, this is going to be a long season, so definitely have the time to perfect their flaws. But credit to Area 77. I mean, that's a major victory for them. I know a lot of teams are kind of looking out for them now, as they weren't even the hottest out of the top 8 teams, at least with how they performed in the qualifiers. But now, being able to take down BTK, they're looking very promising and stronger than ever.
And they're coming back to the scene in NA for sure. And like you mentioned, it's a long regular season as well as playoffs. So these teams have many days to prove themselves and prove their stance against the other team and get that playoff stage and ultimately get to offline grand finals in Las Vegas. So a long way to go. But for today, Area 77 definitely proved their dominance. And Mark Cutie, like you guys mentioned, he switched roles, but it doesn't stop him from being great. Mark Cutie is the MVP of this series with that 3 to 4 assist KDA 0 death and doing very well both games. Second game, he was a little bit intimidated by the by Nicolette on just because of the hero choices, but he still did very well. And then the last of that game, Area 77 pushed all the way to the inhibitor and ultimately took that W.
Yeah, I was going to say, too, a very remarkable performance by Marcutie, who took up a different role this season. But even at the start of that second game, he was getting zoned out and starved by Nicolette on the Vex, or on the mage that she had chosen, and he was having problems, but still able to kind of come back, still able to, when it counted, when it came to a lot of those skirmishes, doing those Vexana things, man. The damage, the Eternal Guardian, the amount of CC that she can output, and he did masterfully.
Yeah, we did mention that, right? The Valentina providing that early game pressure kept him at bay in the beginning on that mid lane, and it was a problem. But I will say, Marcutie is just one of those players that you can rely on to show up at any given notice. He's very aggressive, but he also knows how to disengage when necessary. And even when it's a 2v1 situation, he doesn't fall. And that's where he kind of outshines a lot of players on the professional scene. And a well-deserved MVP. Like I said, he was one of my favorite marksmans back in the day, but hey, may become one of my favorite mages as we progress through the regular season.
For sure, his carry was something to remember for sure. Marcutie looking sharp and playing sharp as well, playing sharp on that Vexana, and we saw Vexana a lot today with coming back to the scene. I think it's the first time we've seen Vexana so much in the competitive scene, actually.
Yeah, she's yeah, even when it comes to, she's kind of had a little, I want to say, the beginning of this year, since the beginning of this year, she's kind of been a mainstay right now. Took a couple of nerfs, I want to say 2 days ago, but still, I mean, it's something you need to have a plan for, because the amount of CC that one hero can dish out is debilitating. Basically puts you into a coma, you're frightened, then you get popped up by the Eternal Guardian, and all while this is happening, the amount of damage you're taking from that one hero is immense. And I mean, it was a huge factor in a lot of the victories that we saw here today.
Yeah, and I think she'll be one of those mages that may be worth banning, especially if you don't have first pick as we progress forward in the regular season, and gonna have to watch out for her. But today was exciting. I mean, there was a couple of things that I didn't predict playing out. A lot of people didn't predict playing out. But nonetheless, it was a blast being able to see these series.
It was a blast being able to be with you guys here and cast this first day for sure. And let's take a look at what happened today. So first off, in the morning, we had the NA Titans Devious activities dominate against LEGACi, while Fiends also took the W against BloodHounds. They made their debut in the regular season scene, definitely making a name for themselves. Second half of the series, we got Gaimin Gladiators expected to sweep against NACT, who is still very top in the contenders this season. But the highlight of the series of the night today is for sure Area 77's clean victory against BTK, putting Zane in his corner. So a long way to go for Zane for sure, and Area 77 deserves that glory today.
Yeah, definitely a night full of clean sweeps, just not the sweeps that everybody expected here tonight. And that's kind of what's great right now, especially about North America. We were talking about it before. A lot of teams stepping up their game. There's a lot on the line, not just at NACT, but a lot of teams looking forward in the future. And they know that they have to step up their game if they want to be able to compete.
And I think that's the major victory to kind of take away from this, right? Is to see North America as a region scaling through the times. You never want to just see two teams just completely annihilate everybody every single season. I mean, I'm not a fan of that. I would like to see all the teams slowly progressing and getting better, and I think that's what we're seeing today. I think BTK is definitely going to be full of surprises as we progress through the regular season. I mean, they're definitely not ones to disappoint repeatedly, but there are some times when they do have that upset. I mean, some teams have their bad days, you know, and this just may not be the day for them, but tomorrow is another story, and the future matches are different stories as well. Today was exciting. I would say congratulations to Area 77. Definitely keep up what they're doing, and also Fiends. You know, we got to see a newer team on the scene. Somebody we haven't seen before shut down a top 8 contender from the last NACT, and we're only getting started.
And Private, any last thought? We close the show today. You guys did incredible. So props to both of you for making a great start of the show. We saw a lot of exciting, a lot of upsets, but any last words for today, guys?
Well, I'm just really excited to see what's going on in North America right now, to see how some of these teams have transitioned, some of the newer faces like Weezy was talking about. It's not always fun to watch the same teams dominate over and over again, and it's nice to see some of that new blood here. And it was such an amazing time casting the inaugural seasonal day for this season.
That's right. It's just day one, guys. We're just getting started. Definitely get ready for day 2 tomorrow. If you thought today was fun, it's only going to get better as we climb up that ladder and get closer to that grand finals position, as everybody's fighting it out for the biggest prize pool and from that ticket to MSC. And that's really why the competition is rising. So everybody just be ready. I can't wait for tomorrow. We'll definitely be tuning in and catching these games. It's been a pleasure casting alongside Private Dancer. Once again, we got to cast a game of futures, and hey, back at it for the NACT. Liz, thank you so much for being a host, and I can't wait to see you guys on the next one.
Absolutely. I love the maroon trio today coming from us. So as the curtains fall on day 1, let's all soak in the excitement and anticipate for what's next to come. This is definitely a great start of the series, setting the stage for the epic season ahead. Now, tomorrow will bring a lot of another mix of action-packed matches and fierce competition, so make sure you rest up, recharge, stay hyped, and stay tuned. Good night, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow.